Chapter 439. Fang Chen was on the 9th floor of the gravity tower. The gravity here was extremely strong, and Fang Chen could not even stand properly. However, as Fang Chen activated his sword body, a wild sword intent appeared around his body, helping him to resist the gravity. Time passed by slowly, and Fang Chen continued to be tempered by the gravity. Needless to say, the effect of the gravity tower's tempering was very good. Fang Chen had been tempering here for about an hour, and he could feel that his sword body had become a lot stronger. Although he did not have a breakthrough, he had gained a lot. Crack! Just as Fang Chen was thinking to himself, a cracking sound came from his body. Then, Fang Chen realized that his qi was expanding, and the wild liquid spirit qi was constantly rotating. Fang Chen was a little surprised when he saw this. He did not expect that in the gravity tower, his sword body would not have a breakthrough, but his cultivation would have a breakthrough. From the peak of the 8th Qi High Realm to the 9th Qi High Realm, if it was a normal person, it would be very difficult to break through. But Fang Chen was different. He had already reached the condensing reality realm, and he had accumulated a lot of power. Boom! Soon, his qi finished expanding, and the liquid spirit qi stopped rotating. At this moment, Fang Chen realized that his cultivation had reached the 9th Qi High Realm. I finally reached the 9th Qi High Realm. After reaching the 9th Qi High Realm, Fang Chen's strength was comparable to a warrior at the peak of the 2nd condensing reality realm. As long as he did not meet a warrior at the 3rd condensing reality realm, he would be able to handle them easily. Of course, the 9th Qi High Realm was only one step away from forming the Dharma idol and breaking through to the condensing reality realm. He did not expect that coming to the gravity tower would allow him to break through. Fang Chen was very happy. Then, Fang Chen stood up and left the gravity tower. Soon, Fang Chen came out of the gravity tower. At this moment, outside of the gravity tower, there were many warriors waiting for Fang Chen. Their faces were filled with anger. A disciple of the School of Souls had barged into the School of Physical Bodies without permission, and even dared to shamelessly boast that he looked down on the disciples of the School of Physical Bodies. This was a provocation, and they definitely wouldn't let him off so easily. As these disciples waited, the doors to the gravity tower opened and Fang Chen instantly emerged. "It's him. He finally came out," someone shouted. All the disciples immediately surrounded Fang Chen. One of the stronger disciples coldly looked at Fang Chen and said, "Brat, you're the one who came to cause trouble in my physical body school." Upon hearing the warrior's words, Fang Chen frowned slightly. He instantly understood what had happened. "Brat, this is the School of Physical Bodies. Don't you know the rules of the Desolate Sect? Disciples of other schools are not allowed to enter the School of Physical Bodies as they wish. You entered the School of Physical Bodies in such an unbridled manner and even injured our disciples. Are you courting death? Humph! Provoking us disciples of the physical style? You're really courting death. Even if you're a disciple of the soul style, you'll still have to pay a certain price. Brat, break one of your arms and get out of the School of Physical Bodies." Many disciples spoke out one after another. Their eyes were filled with disdain as they looked at Fang Chen. At the beginning, Fang Chen didn't pay much attention to them. After all, these disciples didn't know that Elder Jean had once said that he could enter the School of Physical Bodies as he wished. However, in the end, the words of these disciples were too unpleasant to listen to. Fang Chen was a little angry. "I'm afraid you don't have the strength to ask me to break one of my arms," Fang Chen coldly said. Hearing Fang Chen's retort, these disciples were incomparably furious. One of them directly stepped forward and grabbed Fang Chen's collar. He coldly said, "Brat, don't think that we're joking. You want to leave unscathed after causing trouble in our School of Physical Bodies? You must be dreaming. Breaking one of your arms is already very lenient for you. If you're unwilling, I don't mind helping you break your arm." The martialist's face was filled with anger. He grabbed Fang Chen's collar, causing Fang Chen's entire body to emit a frightening aura. "Remove your hand." Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Since you're unwilling, I'll help you break one of your arms." "No, both of your arms." The martialist grabbed Fang Chen's collar with one hand and reached out with the other, wanting to break both of Fang Chen's arms. At this moment, a frightening golden light shot out from Fang Chen's eyes. Soon after, he cried out in a low voice, "You're courting death." As soon as Fang Chen said that, a wild aura suddenly erupted from his body. Then, his palms clenched into fists and he threw a punch at the man before him without hesitation. Bang! A sharp and heavy punch landed directly on the martialist's head. The martialist did not even have time to react before he was sent flying by Fang Chen. "Kid, how dare you!" The leading disciple roared angrily when he saw Yu Fei being sent flying. At the same time, the other disciples ran to Yu Fei's side and quickly helped him up. But at this moment one of the disciples screamed, "How is this possible? Yu Fei's qi is broken." Hearing the disciples scream, the leading disciple was also shocked. He did not expect the martialist in front of him to be so ruthless. At the same time, he was secretly wondering how strong this kid was. Yu Fei was not considered strong in the physical body style, but he was still at the late stage of the second condensing reality realm. He did not expect this kid to break his arm with a single punch. "Looks like I underestimated you." The leading disciple, Fei Heng, said with a creepy smile. "Get out of my way," Fang Chen said coldly. He did not want to waste time with these disciples. He wanted to go back. However, Fei Heng would not let Fang Chen leave after he broke Yu Fei's arm. Fei Heng was at the peak of the second condensing reality realm. The disciples who followed him to the gravity tower were all his followers. Among the physical body style disciples, his strength was not too bad. "You want to leave after hurting someone?" Fei Heng said coldly. "If I attack, there will be casualties. Think carefully." Fang Chen said seriously. I want to see how strong you are." Just as Fei Heng finished his words, a wild aura suddenly shot up into the sky. In the next moment, Fei Heng pushed his body to the extreme. All the wild power gathered on his fist, and he threw a punch at Fang Chen. "Shoo!" Seeing this, Fang Chen squinted his eyes. The hidden star sword appeared in his hand, and he instantly performed the 12th level of the water and fire sword art. The wild sword intent, along with a strong hallucinatory aura, turned into a sword light and pierced towards Fei Heng's fist. Bang! In the sky, the fist and the sword light heavily collided. In that instant, Fei Heng's mind was in a daze. Then, the two collided and a deafening sound exploded. Just as Fei Heng was in a daze, Fang Chen pointed his foot, and the hidden star sword pierced out again. This time, the hidden star sword contained an extremely strong water and fire aura. It pierced towards Fei Heng. Flying fist. Seeing this, Fei Heng threw out another punch with his other hand, wanting to block Fang Chen's attack. At this moment, Fang Chen's face revealed a strange smile. He performed the great Luo soul-killing flame. The powerful soul flame directly drilled into Fei Heng's head. With a miserable scream, Fei Heng's body instantly fell to the ground. Fang Chen's body landed on the ground. He put away the hidden star sword and looked around. At this moment, the disciples around the gravity tower were all shocked. They could not believe that the man in front of them was so powerful. Just as Fang Chen was about to leave, the sound of clapping suddenly came from the distance. As expected of a disciple of the soul style. "You can use your soul to such an extent. Not bad." As he spoke, a black-clothed man slowly walked in front of the gravity tower. Seeing this black-clothed man, the other disciples' eyes lit up. They all shouted, "Senior brother Zhou Yu, it's senior brother Zhou Yu." Zhou Yu was a disciple of the physical style. His cultivation base had reached the peak of the third stage condensing reality realm. Within the physical style, he could be considered a powerful disciple. Zhou Yu's arrival made Fang Chen feel a trace of pressure. You're not bad. If you were a disciple of my physical body school, how great would that be? Zhou Yu grinned. But in the next moment, his smile vanished and was replaced with a touch of anger. You really shouldn't have come to my physical body school and heavily injured a disciple of my physical body school. As a disciple of the physical style, how can I just stand by and watch when I encounter such a thing? As soon as Zhou Yu finished speaking, a wild aura instantly filled the entire plaza. Fang Chen immediately felt a wave of pressure. Too strong. I can't fight back. Fang Chen thought to himself. If it was an early third-stage condensing reality realm disciple, Fang Chen might be able to fight back. But if it was a peak third-stage condensing reality realm disciple, there was no way he could fight back. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were serious as he looked at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu approached Fang Chen step by step. His wild aura directly suppressed Fang Chen, causing Fang Chen's body to be unable to move. Do you feel like you're an ant in front of me? Zhou Yu looked at Fang Chen's expression and said disdainfully, Didn't you also feel the same way when you injured them? Every time Zhou Yu took a step closer to Fang Chen, the latter felt his blood and qi roil. His body even began to tremble. No! Fang Chen crazily shouted in his heart. He couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Crack! Fang Chen's bones creaked under this tyrannical aura. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't. Looking at Zhou Yu's sinister smile, Fang Chen's heart was filled with unwillingness. Breaking your arms is a lesson for you. I, Zhou Yu, disdain to kill trash like you. Zhou Yu's voice entered Fang Chen's ears. What kind of humiliation was this? Fang Chen's scarlet eyes looked at Zhou Yu with anger. Strength. Everything is because of strength. If I was strong enough, I wouldn't have to suffer this kind of humiliation. Fang Chen clenched his fists and shouted in his heart. At this moment, Zhou Yu came to Fang Chen's side. With Zhou Yu's arrival, the pressure grew stronger. Zhou Yu raised both his hands, ready to attack Fang Chen. Countless disciples in the surroundings were watching. Zhou Yu's face also revealed a sinister smile. As a disciple of the physical body style, he naturally had to protect the honor of the physical body style. Stop! Chapter 440. Stop! A heavy voice rang out in everyone's ears. After this voice rang out, Zhou Yu was shocked to discover that he couldn't move his body. The powerful force that was suppressing Fang Chen had instantly disappeared. Thinking of this, his heart was filled with shock. He immediately withdrew his powerful aura and turned his head to look. At this moment, an old man had appeared in front of the gravity tower. Just as Fang Chen was about to use all his strength to resist, Elder Jin appeared. His appearance directly resolved Fang Chen's crisis. Seeing Elder Jin walk towards him, Fang Chen nodded gratefully. No matter what, if Elder Jin hadn't come, he would have definitely been humiliated by Zhou Yu today. Thinking of this, Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. His deep eyes stared at Zhou Yu. He wanted to deeply remember this face. One day, he would definitely get his revenge. Fang Chen, are you alright? Elder Jin walked in front of Fang Chen and asked under everyone's gazes. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said, I'm fine. Thank you, Elder Jin, for your help. Hearing that Fang Chen was fine, Elder Jin was relieved. He immediately turned his head to look at Zhou Yu and said a little unhappily, Why did you help? Elder Jin's question made Zhou Yu a little unhappy. He could clearly feel that Elder Jin had appeared specifically for Fang Chen. Elder Jin, you came at the right time. This brat is a disciple of the spiritual style. He actually dared to barge into our physical style. Not only did he injure our physical style disciples, he even entered the gravity tower, Zhou Yu quickly said. That's right, Elder Jin. This brat was shameless. He looked down on our physical style disciples. Senior brother Zhou Yu only took action to teach him a lesson. This brat was incomparably arrogant not too long ago. He directly broke senior brother Yu Fei's arm. Even senior brother Yu Heng, who was trying to stop this brat, was injured by this brat. Hearing Zhou Yu's words, the surrounding disciples all began to talk about Fang Chen's vile deeds. Hearing this, Elder Jin glanced at Fang Chen, then looked around at the surrounding disciples. He sighed and said, "It's my fault for not telling you about this. This child's name is Fang Chen. The reason why he was able to enter the school of the physical body was because of me. Although he is a disciple of the soul style, he also passed the physical body style's examination. Unfortunately, he chose the soul style. However, I still promise him that as long as he is willing, he can enter the physical body style to train at any time," said Elder Jin. Hearing Elder Jin's words, many disciples were dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with shock. How could this be possible? The official disciple area of the Baron sect had been separated from the three main factions for a very long time. The disciples of the three main factions would not casually enter and leave the other factions. This was a strict rule. But now, Elder Jin actually allowed such a new disciple to casually enter the physical body school. Everyone felt that it was inconceivable. Elder Jin knew what was going on when he saw the expressions on everyone's faces. Soon after, he continued, he passed the tests of all three great factions at the same time. Boom! The entire square was in a state of shock. If they had known that Fang Chen had passed the tests of two different factions at the beginning, they would not have been so shocked. But now they were completely shocked. It had been a very long time since such a disciple had appeared in the Baron sect. Many of the disciples present knew what it meant to pass the tests of all three factions at the same time. This meant that this kid's potential was heaven-defying. His physical body, soul, and martial arts were extremely outstanding in all aspects. Under normal circumstances, cultivators would choose to train in the direction they specialized in. Some disciples would choose the physical body, some would choose the soul, and some would choose the martial arts. However, very few disciples would choose to train in all three at the same time. This was because in the martial arts, the further one progressed, the more difficult it would be to train in all three. Training in just one type was already enough to exhaust a cultivator. If one were to train in all three at the same time, not only would it be a waste of time, it would also cause one to gradually fall behind others in the areas that were already outstanding. Of course, in the history of the Baron sect, there had been some extremely talented disciples who had trained in all three types at the same time. However, any cultivator who was able to train in all three types to a certain level and be able to maintain their balance was definitely a cultivation genius that was hard to come by in 100 years. In the past few decades, the Baron sect had not produced a disciple like this. They never imagined that they would actually see such a genius at this moment. What? Passing the tests of all three factions at the same time? How is this possible? Heavens! He's so young, yet he's able to pass the tests of all three factions at the same time. He's simply not human. No wonder he was able to enter the physical body faction. How could Elder Jin let such a heaven-defying genius go so easily? This kid's potential is too great. In the future, he will definitely enter the ranks of the core disciples. After a long while, the many disciples who had recovered from their shock exclaimed one after another. At the same time, the way they looked at Fang Chen had also changed. However, when Zhou Yu heard Elder Jin's words, an expression of disbelief surfaced on his face. His heart was filled with unwillingness. How is this possible? Trash who's even weaker than me was actually able to pass the tests of all three factions. Zhou Yu roared furiously in his heart. A cultivator who couldn't even resist his aura had passed the tests of all three factions. This kind of innate talent caused Zhou Yu's eyes to turn red with envy. Humph, what's the use of having good talent? After struggling with his thoughts, Zhou Yu coldly said in his heart. Although Fang Chen's talent was very good, so good that it caused him to be incomparably envious, Fang Chen's strength was currently inferior to his. That was something that was set in stone. Furthermore, cultivators who cultivated in all three factions were destined to find it extremely difficult to cultivate. Zhou Yu's eyes flickered as he looked at Fang Chen without saying anything. Although Fang Chen isn't a disciple of my physical body faction, he can still enter the physical body faction to cultivate, Elder Jin said. Just as Elder Jin's words left his mouth, a disciple jumped out. Elder Jin, you said that Fang Chen passed our physical body factions test. What realm has his physical body reached? This cultivator had a very good relationship with Fei Heng, so he deliberately asked. Hearing this cultivator's question, the other disciples also curiously looked at Fang Chen. 4-star Dao body, said Elder Jin. Buzz. The plaza was once more in an uproar. Countless cultivators were incomparably shocked. A nominal disciple was able to cultivate his physical body to a 4-star Dao body? Was that true? How is that possible? It's extremely difficult to cultivate the physical body. I don't believe his physical body has reached a 4-star Dao body, said the previous cultivator. Elder Jin was just about to speak when Fang Chen took a step forward. Then what do you want? At the end of the day, these warriors still did not believe that Fang Chen's physical body had reached the level of a 4-star Dao body. Fang Chen did not want to put Elder Jin in a difficult position, so he stood out and said coldly, "Compete with me in physical strength. If you win, I'll acknowledge you and won't speak rudely to you in the future," said this cultivator. "All right." Fang Chen nodded. The cultivator's figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Chen. Suddenly, a wild aura gushed out. His physical body had reached the peak of a 3-star Dao body. Although it wasn't very strong, he believed that it was enough to overwhelm Fang Chen. "How dare you embarrass yourself with a 3-star Dao body?" Fang Chen sneered when he saw this. He activated his sword body, and a wild sword intent instantly surrounded his body. Although Fang Chen's body had transformed into a sword body, his physical body was still tyrannical. Before transforming into a sword body, Fang Chen's physical body had already reached the level of a 4-star Dao body. Therefore, a 3-star Dao body wasn't a threat to Fang Chen. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he gathered all the strength in his body and threw out a punch. The cultivator who had provoked Fang Chen also threw out a punch. The two fists contained all the strength in their bodies and instantly collided. Bang! There was a loud bang as the two fists violently collided. A deafening sound rang out. The two of them seemed to be still as they stood on the ground, motionless. Just as the crowd was wondering who had emerged victorious, a loud bang suddenly rang out, and a figure was sent flying backward. Everyone turned to look and was shocked to find that the person who had been sent flying was the cultivator who had provoked Fang Chen. As for Fang Chen, he stood quietly in place, motionless. He was like a god of war, surrounded by an extremely wild power. "Do you admit defeat?" Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the cultivator as he asked in a deep voice. The cultivator quickly got up and looked at Fang Chen with fear in his heart. Finally, he nodded helplessly and said, "I admit defeat wholeheartedly." The cultivator at the peak of a 3-star Dao body had been punched by Fang Chen with pure physical strength. It was enough to show how strong Fang Chen's physical body was. This is a freak. At such a young age, his physical body has already reached the level of a 4-star Dao body. Too freakish. Yes, such a freak is actually not a disciple of our physical body style, but a disciple of the spiritual body style. No wonder Elder Jin is willing to let him come to our physical body style to cultivate at any time. After the shock, the disciples looked at Fang Chen in awe and disgust among themselves. Elder Jin was very satisfied with Fang Chen's performance. His face was full of smiles. Zhou Yu, who was standing to the side, was even more furious when he saw Elder Jin's appreciation. "Elder Jin, this disciple still has matters to attend to. I will take my leave first." Zhou Yu finished speaking and glared at Fang Chen before turning to leave. "Fang Chen, come with me." After Zhou Yu left, Elder Jin said to Fang Chen. Then Fang Chen followed Elder Jin and left. Not long after, Fang Chen followed Elder Jin to a large hall. This was the Physical Body Styles discussion hall. Usually, no one would come here. Sit. Elder Jin sat on a chair and pointed to the chair next to him with a smile. Fang Chen sat down and looked at Elder Jin. He asked, Elder Jin, why did you call me here? Chapter 441. Fang Chen was startled when he heard Elder Jin's words. Soon after, he nodded his head heavily. No wonder. Elder Jin nodded with a smile after receiving Fang Chen's affirmation. Elder Jin, how did you discover my sword body? Fang Chen asked curiously. When you used your physical strength, there was an extremely wild aura surrounding your body. I guess that it must be a sword body. Sure enough, that was the case, said Elder Jin with a smile. Although Fang Chen already possessed a sword body, his understanding of sword bodies was still lacking. Now that he heard Elder Jin say this, he seemed to have a better understanding of sword bodies. Fang Chen, do you understand sword bodies? Elder Jin suddenly asked. Fang Chen nodded, then shook his head. Elder Jin instantly understood Fang Chen's meaning and said, Let me explain it to you. On our ancient sword continent, the physical body cultivation system that has been passed down since ancient times basically starts with the most ordinary physical body. Then it goes from a 1-star body to a 9-star body. Of course, this is only the most traditional physical body cultivation system. It is also the cultivation system that we still use to this day. Elder Jin slowly explained. After tens of thousands of years of evolution, countless shocking geniuses have appeared in the physical body Tao. They have constantly explored the mysteries of the physical body Tao. Finally, after countless years, they have explored an even more advanced physical body cultivation system. That is the sword body you currently possess. Of course, the sword body is only one of many special constitutions. There are also some, such as the saber body, the staff body, and so on. In any case, there are many types. However, it is extremely difficult to transform into this kind of special constitution. It is many times more difficult than cultivating the martial path. Let me put it this way. In the entire ancient sword continent, the number of cultivators who can possess a sword body like yours can be counted on one hand. Think about it. What kind of concept is that? Asked Elder Jin. Hearing Elder Jin's explanation, Fang Chen finally realized just how difficult it was to transform a Tao body into a sword body. Fortunately, I have the golden heart, Fang Chen said softly as he glanced at the golden heart lying quietly on the ground. It was not an exaggeration to say that his current achievements were all because of the golden heart. If he did not have the golden heart, he would probably be an ordinary disciple of the Azure Edge Sword sect of the Divine Wind Nation. Moreover, Fang Chen suspected that his transmigration had something to do with the golden heart. If he could uncover the true mysteries of the golden heart, he might be able to return to Earth. Of course, this was just Fang Chen's imagination. Right now, he needed to survive on the ancient sword continent. Of course, he also wanted to see what the pinnacle of martial arts was. After coming to the ancient sword continent for so many years, Fang Chen had gradually gotten used to life on the ancient sword continent. Here, the strong were respected. As long as you had the strength, you could get what you wanted. Life here was magnificent. To this day, Fang Chen had not even left the 5 Elements province of the ancient sword continent. The Nanling land was just a small place. This place was already extremely exciting. What about the ancient sword continent? Even more exciting things were waiting for Fang Chen. In the history of our Baron sect, there was once a special body type. However, it was not the sword body, but the fist body. The fist body was as tyrannical as the sword body. The disciple who possessed the fist body cultivated a powerful fist art. With a single punch, he suppressed all the core disciples of the Baron sect. That kind of strength made even us elders feel ashamed. Elder Jean was lost in his memories. Fang Chen was shocked. Suppressing all the core disciples of the Baron's sect with a single punch? Not to mention others, the core disciples of the Baron's sect were all at the 5th or 6th level of the condensing reality realm. Some were even stronger. Suppressing all the core disciples with a single punch. Just thinking about such a scene was enough to make one excited. Therefore, the most suitable thing for you is to cultivate sword art. One day, you will be like him, suppressing all the core disciples of the Baron's sect with a single sword. Elder Jean looked at Fang Chen and said sincerely. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. He was not so arrogant as to think that he could easily reach that level. Fang Chen, I'm afraid that you still don't understand the grades of special body type. Strictly speaking, special body types have already surpassed the category of Tao body. Special body types also have their own grades. Elder Jean said. Grades? Fang Chen's eyes lit up as he asked. Solid body, refined body, and refined body. As of now, on the ancient sword continent, there are only these 3 grades for special body type. These 3 grades correspond to the 9-star Tao body. As for whether there are higher grades above these 3 grades, I do not know. Elder Jean said slowly. Take Fang Chen's sword body as an example. Solid body, as the name suggests, was to completely stabilize the sword intent within the sword body, allowing the user to completely control the sword body. This was the solid body. The solid body realm was equivalent to a 9-star Tao body. However, under the same grade, special body types were slightly better than Tao bodies. Refined body, as the name suggests, was to make use of the sword body to train the sword intent, allowing the sword intent to perfectly merge with the sword body. Refined body was the last realm of special body type. It was also the most domineering realm. This realm determined the future development of a warrior. Refined body, as the name suggests, was to completely refine the sword intent within the sword body into the physical body, allowing the sword intent to merge with the physical body. When the sword body reached the refined body realm, the strength of the physical body would reach the peak. A punch would be enough to destroy a mountain or a piece of land. After listening to Elder Jin's introduction, Fang Chen finally had some understanding of the sword body. Although Fang Chen did not have much understanding of the ancient era's physical body cultivation system, he could vaguely feel that there should be a higher realm above refined body. Of course, all of this was because he knew that there were extraterrestrials outside the ancient sword continent. Your current sword body realm should have reached the initial stage of refined body, which is equivalent to a 4-star Tao body. This kind of physical strength is nothing in the ancient sword continent. However, your sword body will be stronger than a Tao body in the later stages, especially when the sword body is cultivated to the end. When combined with your swordsmanship, its power will increase by several times. Elder Jean said. Fang Chen nodded his head, carefully recalling everything that Elder Jean had said today. It seemed like the mysteries of the sword body were not as simple as he had imagined. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Jean. Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked him. Elder Jean shook his head slightly, then said, You are a disciple of the Baron sect, and you also have a special body type. Naturally, I will teach you. Oh right, do you have a physical body cultivation method? Suddenly, Elder Jean asked. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, then said, When my physical body was still a Tao body, there was a physical body cultivation method. However, after my Tao body became a sword body, I felt that the cultivation method was not suitable for me. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Elder Jean stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Ha ha, of course it is not suitable for you. Your physical body has already become a sword body, so there is no need for you to cultivate such an inferior cultivation method. There are quite a few physical body cultivation techniques in the Physical Body School's Cultivation Technique Hall. Most of them are Tao body cultivation technique. However, there is a cultivation technique that is incomplete. It was passed down by the desolate sect from a very long time ago. Go and give it a try, Elder Jean said. Try it? Fang Qin asked, puzzled. This cultivation technique is very strange. Ordinary cultivators can't even get close to it. It has been stored in our cultivation technique hall for many years. No one has been able to obtain it. Even the fist body back then couldn't obtain it. Maybe you can succeed, Elder Jean said with a smile. Fang Qin thought for a moment and said, I can try it. A moment later, Elder Jean brought Fang Qin to the physical body cultivation method hall. Elder Jean then greeted the elders of the cultivation method hall and allowed Fang Qin to enter. Creak the doors to the cultivation method hall opened and Fang Qin entered. What entered his eyes was a dazzling array of bookshelves. On each bookshelf were some books. These books were all physical body cultivation method. From the beginning, it was an ordinary physical body cultivation method. Later on, it was a Tao body cultivation method. Casually looking around, Fang Qin was shocked to find that the cultivation method hall's cultivation methods could only be purchased with spirit stones. Furthermore, the spirit stones required were extremely large. He casually picked up a Tao body cultivation method. Strictly speaking, it should be a third-rank cultivation method. The price here was 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Fang Qin then saw a fourth-rank cultivation method. The price was 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. So expensive. Fang Qin was puzzled. Kid, these cultivation methods are very good for you. 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones is already cheap enough. You don't need to waste time looking at these. Hurry up and look at that incomplete book. Ancestor Bronze suddenly opened his mouth to speak. Fang Qin was startled. He immediately asked, Ancestor, do you know what Elder Jean is talking about? Nonsense. I've lived for so long. Of course I know, said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Qin nodded and quickly walked to the last bookshelf. There was only one book on this bookshelf. Fang Qin arrived in front of this bookshelf. There was a yellowed book on the bookshelf. The book was completely empty. There wasn't a single word on it. Fang Qin tried to use his soul to examine this book. However, he found that this book was isolated from his soul. So strange, Fang Qin said. Then, Fang Qin approached the book step by step. To Fang Qin's surprise, this book didn't reject Fang Qin from beginning to end. Moreover, the closer Fang Qin got, the more irritated the book was. It seemed to be trembling. In the end, Fang Qin directly walked to the book and grabbed it. Suddenly, his golden heart beat rapidly. Fang Qin opened the book and found that there were 4 big words written on it. Small success sword body. So it's a sword body cultivation method. No wonder the fist body couldn't get close to it. Fang Qin saw these 4 words and smiled. The reason why he was able to obtain the book so easily was probably because he had a sword body. Even though Fang Qin didn't look at the content of the manual, he could tell that the lesser mastery sword body was extraordinary, and it was definitely suitable for him. It's barely suitable for your current cultivation method. Ancestor Bronze spoke again. Seeing Fang Qin's proud expression, he directly said, It's just an incomplete book. What are you so proud of? It would be great if it was the complete book. Ancestor, you know about this book? Fang Qin asked hurriedly. Chapter 442. After obtaining the lesser success sword body, Fang Qin happily left the skills method hall. Seeing Fang Qin come out, Elder Jean hurriedly asked, Did you get anything? Fang Qin excitedly nodded his head and took out the lesser success sword body and showed it to Elder Jean. You got it. Elder Jean flipped open the lesser success sword body cultivation technique and was surprised to find that it was a cultivation technique exclusive to the sword body cultivation technique. His face immediately bloomed into a smile. Kid, your luck is pretty good to actually obtain such a cultivation technique. However, if you want to practice the cultivation techniques in the skills method hall, you need to pay enough spirit stones. Elder Jean said. Although he was the person in charge of the physical body cultivation technique, he still had to consider the sect. How many spirit stones is this book? Fang Chen asked. After all, he had plenty of spirit stones. If he ran out of spirit stones, he could still earn more. However, if he ran out of cultivation techniques, he would have no more. Because this is a cultivation technique passed down through the Baron sect's history, the price is extremely high. Although it is incomplete, it is still worth 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Elder Jean said, if you don't have enough spirit stones, you can go earn some spirit stones first. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. He never thought that such a cultivation technique would be worth 10 million high-grade spirit stones. So expensive. Fang Chen sighed. There is no other way. This is the price set by the sect master himself. We have no right to change it. Elder Jean said. Fang Chen nodded his head and took out 10 million high-grade spirit stones. He handed it to Elder Jean and said, I just happen to have some spirit stones left. Please take a look. Seeing the spirit stones that Fang Chen handed over, Elder Jean was also stunned. He then looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully. He originally thought that Fang Chen was unfathomable, but now it seemed that even he could not see through Fang Chen. To be able to casually take out 10 million high-grade spirit stones after just becoming an official disciple, it seemed that this kid had some fortuitous encounter. Fang Chen, this cultivation technique is extremely valuable. Therefore, you cannot take the original. You can only take the rubbed version. Elder Jean said as he kept the spirit stones. Fang Chen nodded his head. The Baron sect naturally would not let a disciple take away such a valuable cultivation technique. The reason was that if a sword body cultivation technique appeared in the future, it could still be used. From a certain point of view, cultivation techniques could be considered a huge part of a sect's heritage. Therefore, every sect would preserve the original copy of the cultivation technique very strictly and completely. Elder Jean, Fang Chen readily agreed. Then, Elder Jean began to make a copy for Fang Chen. After about an hour, the copy was done and Elder Jean handed it to Fang Chen. This is the rubbed version. Fang Chen, since you have obtained such a cultivation technique, you must cultivate it well when you return. Elder Jean smiled and said, if you have any questions about the cultivation of the physical body, feel free to ask me. Ever since he knew that Fang Chen had a sword body, Elder Jean valued Fang Chen even more. He believed that Fang Chen would definitely achieve great things in the future. After Fang Chen bid farewell to Elder Jean, he left the physical body stream mountain and returned to the spirit stream mountain. As soon as he returned, Fang Chen met a troublemaker, Xing Feng. Fang Chen, you are finally back. I thought that you would hide and not appear. Xing Feng looked at Fang Chen and sneered. Fang Chen glanced at Xing Feng and said coldly, Scram. Xing Feng had originally thought that Fang Chen would bow and scrape before him. However, he was wrong. Fang Chen's attitude was very unyielding. Fang Chen didn't even ask why Xing Feng had stopped him. Fang Chen, don't think that you can behave atrociously in the spirit stream just because you defeated Ruan Xiaofeng. You have to remember that you are just a new disciple, Xing Feng said coldly. The reason Xing Feng had come looking for trouble with Fang Chen was because the Soul Stream branch was going to hold a tempering event for their disciples. 2 disciples were in a group, and Xing Feng and Fang Chen were in the same clan. This made him very unhappy. Xing Feng had originally thought that he would be able to place a stronger disciple in the same clan. That way, he would definitely be able to rank among the best in the event. It had to be known that the best teams in this event would receive generous reward. When Xing Feng had learned that he had been assigned to the same clan as Fang Chen, his face had been filled with helplessness. In the end, he had made up his mind to find Fang Chen. He wanted to make Fang Chen back out of this event. That way, he would be able to change his teammates. However, when Xing Feng arrived at Fang Chen's pavilion, he found that there was no one there. Only then did he know that Fang Chen had left. After waiting for a long time, Fang Chen had finally arrived. When he heard Fang Chen's words, Xing Feng became even more furious. He was even more determined to teach this ignorant newcomer a lesson. Fang Chen, I advise you to withdraw from this event. If you stay with me, you will only drag me down. Xing Feng suppressed his anger. Event. Fang Chen frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, he said, "What does that have to do with me?" After Fang Chen finished speaking, he prepared to turn and leave. When he saw that Fang Chen didn't know what was good for him, Xing Feng was thoroughly enraged. His fury directly erupted. "Fang Chen, you're courting death!" Xing Feng roared. His orange-level soul spirit instantly shot out. In the sky, it turned into a huge hammer and smashed towards Fang Chen. Disciples of the soul style all fought using their souls. However, Fang Chen was an exception. When he saw Xing Feng's soul attack, he pushed off with the tip of his foot and dodged. "You won't be able to dodge," Xing Feng said coldly when he saw Fang Chen dodge. However, in the next moment, Xing Feng didn't say anything else. His body had already flown out uncontrollably. When Xing Feng looked at Fang Chen, he discovered that Fang Chen had already appeared where he had been standing. Sword light was revolving around his fist, and his strength was astonishing. Bang! Xing Feng was sent flying by Fang Chen's punch. When he finally stabilized himself, Xing Feng looked at Fang Chen with a trace of fear in his eyes. How can he be so strong? Xing Feng couldn't understand how he had been sent flying by Fang Chen's punch. Even a disciple of the physical body style wouldn't have such strength. It's only his physical body that's strong. As long as I don't get hit by him, it'll be fine. Xing Feng thought to himself. In the next moment, Xing Feng once again used a soul attack, launching a fierce attack at Fang Chen. Seeing that Xing Feng still hadn't given up, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and used the 12th level of the fire-water sword art. His powerful sword body also instantly activated. Whoosh! A sword light flashed. Xing Feng felt a sword mark appear on his body. His heart tightened as he did his best to dodge. Poochie! Even though Xing Feng had tried his best, he was still hit by Fang Chen's sword light. He let out a miserable cry. When he raised his head, Fang Chen had already disappeared. At this moment, Xing Feng's heart was filled with complicated feelings. In the southern mountain land, in a very prosperous city, the Qin clan's mansion was brightly lit. In a meeting hall of the Qin clan's mansion, there were many elders of the Qin clan. At the head of the table was the Qin clan's patriarch. Everyone present was an elder of the Qin clan. There was only one exception, and that was Qin Yao, who was wearing a red dress. At this moment, Qin Yao had already recovered from her injuries. There was a faint smile on her beautiful face as she stood quietly in the meeting hall. Recently, the matter of the northern region's secret treasure had gradually come to an end. However, during the few days that Qin Yao had disappeared, the Qin clan seemed to have gone crazy and attacked the Wu clan. However, after Qin Yao's return, the Qin clan also stopped attacking the Wu clan. After all, the Wu clan was as big as the Qin clan. If they really fought, the Qin clan would definitely suffer great losses. Therefore, the Qin clan decisively gave up on attacking Qin Yao. In the silent meeting hall, the Qin clan's patriarch suddenly spoke. "Father." Qin Yao looked at the Qin clan's patriarch and said sweetly, "Qin Yao, in the northern region's secret treasure, you helped the Qin clan bring back the most important inheritance treasure. It's very important to the Qin clan. Whatever reward you want, the Qin clan will satisfy you." The Qin clan's patriarch looked at his precious daughter with a smile. In the entire southern mountain land, Qin Yao was also very famous among the younger generation. Moreover, there were many young people who pursued Qin Yao. The Qin clan's patriarch was most proud of having a daughter like Qin Yao. "Father, I'm a member of the Qin clan. It's only right for me to work for the Qin clan," Qin Yao said. The Qin clan's patriarch nodded in satisfaction and said, "Yaoer, you don't have to say much. The clan will definitely reward you greatly this time. Later, come to my study room to receive your reward. The other elders also nodded. The inheritance treasure that Qin Yao brought back was very important to the Qin clan. A mere reward was nothing. Oh, that's right. Yao, you're not young anymore. You should think about your marriage, said the Qin clan's patriarch suddenly. Qin Yao's expression changed slightly. Clearly, she didn't want to talk about her marriage so early. Of course, the most important thing was that she hadn't met a man who could move her heart. That's right. Yao, there are so many young elites in the southern mountain land pursuing you, but you don't like any of them? Asked the first elder. The three-star sex peak experts all have feelings for you. Could it be that you don't like any of them? The elders all spoke. Qin Yao shook her head and pouted. Father, I don't want to talk about my marriage so early. After saying that, Qin Yao turned and left the meeting hall. The crescent moon hung in the night sky. In a certain garden of the Qin clan's residence, Qin Yao was in a daze. She didn't know why, but ever since she returned, she would often think of that man. Perhaps it's because he came all the way from the small divine wind nation to the southern mountain land. His perseverance moved me, said Qin Yao. At this moment, a stooped old man appeared. Grandfather, called Qin Yao. This stooped old man wasn't Qin Yao's grandfather by blood. He was one of the Qin clan's consecrators, but his relationship with Qin Yao was the best. Qin Yao had always called him grandfather. Chapter 443. Hearing the stooped old man's words, Qin Yao said, Grandfather, did you know? This time, I met that man that we casually saved in the Divine Wind Nation. Oh, he came to the southern mountain land? It was obvious that the stooped old man was a little surprised. Not only did he come to the southern mountain land, but he also became a disciple of the Desolate sect. Most importantly, I was able to escape from Wu Ni's hands because of him, Qin Yao said. Qin Yao's words shocked the stooped old man. He turned around and looked at Qin Yao and asked, You are saying that he saved you? Qin Yao nodded heavily and said, If it wasn't for him, I would have died in the hands of Wu and I. If the stooped old man was surprised that Fang Chen, who was just a little Qi transformation realm martial artist, came to the southern mountain land and joined the Desolate sect, then the fact that he saved Qin Yao from the hands of Wu and I shocked the stooped old man to the point of disbelief. Grandfather, his strength isn't strong. He was able to save me because of an array. He thought of a way to trap Wu and I in the array, and then brought me back to the Desolate sect. Qin Yao explained when she saw the stooped old man's shocked expression. Hearing this, the stooped old man's shocked heart finally calmed down. Why did he save you? The stooped old man asked. According to the situation back then, that kid shouldn't have known that Qin Yao had met him back then. Why did he take such a huge risk to save Qin Yao? Qin Yao blinked her eyes and said, according to what he said, when he received the news that someone was heading towards the direction of the Leaning Water City with the secret treasure inheritance, he came to the array formation. He didn't say in detail who set up the array formation. In short, when I was rushing to the array formation, I was already unable to move forward. At this moment Wu and I caught up. When Wu and I was about to kill me, he activated the array formation and trapped Wu and I. Qin Yao blinked her eyes and said, At that time, he brought me out of the illusion array to obtain the secret manual, but, when Qin Yao spoke until here, she paused for a moment. But what? The stooped old man asked. However, she saw the identity token in my bosom. Qin Yao said, After we saved him, we left in a hurry. I left my identity token there. When he woke up and saw my identity token, he hid it on his body. When he saw my identity token, he instantly understood that the warrior who saved him must be from the same family as me. That's why he saved me. Hearing Qin Yao's words, the hunchbacked old man finally understood. How can the matters of the world be so coincidental? The hunchbacked old man said. You didn't tell him that you were the one who saved him. Qin Yao shook her head and said, If we're fated, we'll talk about it the next time we meet." Then, Qin Yao turned around and looked at the lotus flowers in the pond under the moonlight. No one knew what she was thinking. Seeing this, the hunchbacked old man sighed and turned to leave. Currently, Fang Chen was only active within the Baron sect in Near Water City. For the time being, he was still unable to come into contact with the top forces in the southern mountain land. As for Qin Yao, Fang Chen didn't think much about it. He just wanted to repay her kindness, on the Spirit Mountain Peak in Fang Chen's pavilion. Ever since he obtained the minor success sword body, Fang Chen had been hiding in the pavilion to study it. Although the minor success sword body was only an incomplete copy, this cultivation method was very suitable for a sword body possessor to cultivate. Fang Chen was mesmerized by it. Unknowingly, 7 days had passed. One day, Elder Mo personally came to Fang Chen's pavilion. "Fang Chen." Elder Mo smiled. "Elder Mo, why are you here?" Fang Chen looked at Elder Mo and asked, keeping the minor success sword body. "Fang Chen, you should know about tomorrow's event, right?" Elder Mo asked. "What event?" Hearing Elder Mo's words, Fang Chen was confused and asked, "You actually don't know?" Elder Mo looked at Fang Chen in surprise. Then, he realized that Fang Chen must have stayed in the pavilion and never left. Thinking of this, Elder Mo shook his head. This kid was really crazy when it came to cultivation. This event is a training event for our Spirit Stream faction's disciples. On the entire Spirit Mountain Peak, there are 100 official disciples. They are divided into 50 groups of 2 and will participate in the event. In the end, the top 3 will be rewarded. Elder Mo explained. Among the 3 factions, the Spirit Stream faction had the fewest official disciples. The other 2 factions had a lot of official disciples. Oh! At this time, Fang Chen remembered that Xing Feng stopped him that day and said something about an event. At that time, he was focused on the minor success sword body and didn't pay attention to Xing Feng's words. Then, Elder Mo explained the contents of the event to Fang Chen and told Fang Chen that he must participate tomorrow. After Elder Mo left, Fang Chen's face showed a trace of helplessness. It seemed that he had been holed up in the pavilion and wasn't up to date with the latest news. Early the next morning, Fang Chen arrived at the plaza of the Spirit Stream Mountain Peak. When he arrived, the majority of the disciples in the plaza were already there. Fang Chen's arrival didn't attract any attention. Only Xing Feng, who was in the crowd, looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully. After a while, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Fang Chen looked over and saw that it was a few disciples. Judging from their auras, they should be the top disciples of the Spirit Stream faction. As expected, Fang Chen heard the discussions of the surrounding disciples. The top 10 disciples of the Spirit Stream faction are also here. I wonder who will get the top 3 this time. Is there a need to ask? It will definitely be one of the top 10 disciples. I heard that the 10 of them have been divided into 5 groups. With that kind of strength, we have no chance at all. That's right. The top 10 disciples are too strong. How are we going to survive? That's not necessarily true. This event is a combination of intelligence and strength. Strength alone isn't enough. That's right. Although they are the top 10 disciples, as long as we avoid them and make full use of them, we definitely won't lose. Fang Chen looked at the top 10 disciples. Each of them was surrounded by dense spiritual strength to prevent others from probing them. The top 10 disciples. Fang Chen sighed. There was still a certain gap between him and the top 10 disciples. However, Fang Chen believed that there would be a day when he would reach the same height as the top 10 disciples. The arrival of the top 10 disciples completely ignited the atmosphere in the plaza. Countless disciples looked at the top 10 disciples with reverence. They were all fighting with them as their goals. After a few minutes, Elder Mo also arrived. Beside Elder Mo, there were a few other elders. They were also elders from the Spirit Stream Mountain Peak. Elder Mo waved his hand to indicate for everyone to quiet down. He then said, This event is targeted at all the disciples of the spirit stream. It can also be considered a kind of tempering for you. Everyone should know the content of the event, right? Elder Mo asked. Yesterday, Fang Chen already knew the content of the event from Elder Mo. In this event, 100 disciples would be divided into 50 groups. Each group would have 2 people. All the disciples would enter a mountain range next to the Spirit Stream mountain peak. This mountain range was specifically used to train the disciples of the Spirit Stream. The demonic beasts inside were basically between the 2nd and 5th level of the condensing reality realm. There were 100 spirit pearls hidden in this mountain range. The disciples of the Spirit Stream would enter the mountain range and try their best to obtain the spirit pearls. The time limit was 7 days. The group that obtained the most spirit pearls would win. It was very simple. However, this event didn't just rely on strength, it also relied on intelligence. Some of the places where the spirit pearls were hidden couldn't be obtained with strength. Instead, it required intelligence. This gave all the disciples a certain amount of hope. Unlike before, the spirit pearls would not be monopolized by the top 10 disciples. In addition to being on guard against other disciples stealing the spirit pearls, they also had to be on guard against the demonic beasts in the mountain range. In short, this was a comprehensive tempering. All the disciples were in high spirits. Their faces were filled with excitement. They couldn't wait to enter the mountain range. Chapter 444. If it was really dengue fever, he would have to be hospitalized in the Department of Infectious Diseases for treatment. Sorry for the announcement on the phone, he was still in the hospital. Chapter 445. There were a total of 100 disciples, and every one of them had a communication jade pendant. This type of communication jade pendant had been specially made for this event. Within the mountain range, if the stronger disciples encountered the weaker disciples, they would definitely try to snatch their spirit pearls. For the sake of fairness, Elder Mo and the others had specially made this type of communication jade pendant. If they encountered a stronger disciple and weren't a match for them, they could crush the communication jade pendant. However, once the communication jade pendant was crushed, it meant that they had already withdrawn from the event. Of course, the spirit pearls they had obtained earlier would still be considered their achievements. This way, all the disciples were filled with confidence. All right, the event has begun. Everyone, enter the mountain range, Elder Mo said loudly. As soon as Elder Mo finished speaking, countless disciples rushed into the mountain range outside the spirit stream. Just as Fang Chen was about to move forward, a figure suddenly appeared beside Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I was wrong before. I hope you don't take offense. This was Xing Feng. Ever since he had been defeated by Fang Chen, he no longer dared to underestimate Fang Chen. He had acknowledged Fang Chen from the bottom of his heart. It's fine. Fang Chen didn't have time to bear a grudge against Xing Feng. There were many disciples who had a grudge against him, and he couldn't possibly remember all of them. When he heard Fang Chen's words, a faint smile appeared on Xing Feng's face. Then, he followed Fang Chen and quickly left the Spirit Stream's mountain range. In just a short while, all 100 disciples had entered the mountain range. Fang Chen and Xing Feng had just entered the mountain range when they sensed a faint demonic beast aura. Fang Chen, where are we going now? Xing Feng asked. This small team was completely led by Fang Chen. Let's search for spirit pearls first, Fang Chen said softly. Spirit pearls were a special kind of tool. The pearls would emit a faintly discernible spiritual aura. As long as you were within a certain distance, you would be able to sense the existence of the spirit pearl. Of course, some disciples with strong souls could even detect the existence of the soul pearls from even further away. After walking with Xing Feng for about 10 minutes, Fang Chen suddenly stopped and said, "There are soul pearls nearby." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Xing Feng's eyes brightened. Where? Fang Chen didn't answer Xing Feng. His deep eyes looked into the distance, and then he quickly walked away. Not long after, Fang Chen arrived in front of a small hill. At this time, Fang Chen could clearly sense the existence of the soul pearl. "It's on the hill," Fang Chen said confidently. He could feel a very strong soul aura emanating from the small hill. He was sure that there was a soul pearl here. Then, Fang Chen took a step forward and stepped onto the small hill, ready to take the soul pearl. At this moment, the roar of a demonic beast was heard. Then, a black shadow attacked Fang Chen directly. "Evil beast, you're courting death." Seeing this, Xing Feng's figure flashed and appeared in front of the demonic beast. He activated all the strength in his body and directly punched the demonic beast. Crack! The demonic beast was hit by Xing Feng's punch. Its body immediately retreated, and it let out a miserable cry. With a bang, the demonic beast's body fell heavily to the ground. Roar! The demonic beast quickly stood up and roared at Xing Feng. However, this demonic beast wasn't strong. Xing Feng could deal with it alone. "Fang Chen, leave the demonic beast to me," Xing Feng said in a low voice. Then, Xing Feng and the demonic beast started fighting. The fight between the two was very intense. The surrounding trees all fell to the ground. Poochie! When Xing Feng's punch landed on the demonic beast's head, the demonic beast finally fell to the ground unwillingly and lost its vitality. At this moment, Fang Chen dug up the soil at the top of the small hill. A white pearl emitting a gentle light appeared in front of Fang Chen's eyes. Fang Chen grabbed the white pearl. Immediately, a soul aura burrowed into his mind. Soul pearl. Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile. He didn't expect to get a soul pearl as soon as he entered the mountain range. "How is it?" Xing Feng had just killed the demonic beast. He turned to look at Fang Chen and asked. Fang Chen nodded. He took out the soul pearl and showed it to Xing Feng. "It's really a soul pearl." Xing Feng stared at the soul pearl and laughed excitedly. Whoosh! Just as Xing Feng was laughing excitedly, a sudden gust of wind blew. Then, a black shadow appeared in front of Xing Feng at lightning speed. Crash! Xing Feng felt that his hand was empty. Then, he looked down and saw that the soul pearl in his hand had disappeared. A figure appeared beside him. "Many thanks." A sinister smile appeared on the figure's face as he cupped his fists and smiled at Xing Feng. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. When Fang Chen saw this, his face turned completely gloomy. "Pu Yang, return my soul pearl." Xing Feng roared furiously when he saw Pu Yang snatch his soul pearl. "The soul pearl is in my hands, so it's mine." "Xing Feng, what are you going to use to snatch it from me?" Pu Yang's face was filled with disdain. He had just passed by this place and accidentally discovered that Xing Feng and Fang Chen had obtained a soul pearl. So he had casually snatched it away. If it was anyone else, it would be impossible for them to silently snatch the soul pearl from Xing Feng's hands. But Pu Yang was able to do it. That was because besides cultivating the soul, Pu Yang had also cultivated a profound movement technique. With his movement technique, ordinary martial artists wouldn't be able to see his figure. "You're courting death." Xing Feng was furious. He took a step forward, preparing to attack Pu Yang. "Xing Feng, before you attack, you should think carefully. Once I attack, you will regretfully be eliminated. Of course, even if I kill you, no one will know." Pu Yang grinned, his eyes filled with disdain. "You!" Xing Feng knew that he wasn't Pu Yang's match. Being anxious was useless. Just at this moment, Fang Chen walked down from the small hill. He walked in front of Xing Feng and looked at Pu Yang. "Fang Chen, I'm sorry." Xing Feng blamed himself for losing the soul pearl. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. "It's not your fault." Fang Chen raised his head and looked at Pu Yang. "Hand over the soul pearl and I can let you live." "Fang Chen, are you sure you're speaking the truth?" Pu Yang looked at Fang Chen. Boom! Fang Chen's body released a wild aura. Suddenly, powerful sword intent surged out of his body. His aura rose to its peak. "Humph, you want me to hand over my soul pearl?" In your dreams. Pu Yang sneered when he saw that Fang Chen was about to attack. Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame. Fang Chen didn't hesitate to use the Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame. Suddenly, a wild spiritual aura surged out of his head. In the next moment, it transformed into a spiritual flame in the sky that attacked Pu Yang. You want to compete in souls with me? You're really courting death. When Pu Yang saw this, he sneered and used a soul attack. His powerful soul turned into a long sword and pierced into Fang Chen's soul flame. Swish. At the same time, Pu Yang used a profound movement technique. Afterimages appeared on the ground. For a moment, it was impossible to tell which one was his real body. Fang Chen, be careful, said Xingfeng worriedly when he saw this. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the series of afterimages. He grinned and used the 12th level of the Waterfire Sword Art. Whoosh! When the 12th level of the Waterfire Sword Art was unleashed, a powerful Waterfire sword light that carried boundless sword intent charged at the countless afterimages. At this moment, Pu Yang's body actually trembled. What's going on? Pu Yang was a little puzzled. Why had he felt his vision darken, as if he had been caught in an illusion? However, just as Pu Yang regained consciousness, an ice-cold sword suddenly pierced his body. Pu Yang turned pale with fright and did his best to twist his body to avoid the sword's attack. Puchi! The sword deviated from its original trajectory and stabbed into Pu Yang's arm. Blood spurted out as Pu Yang's body was sent flying. Bang! Pu Yang's body fell to the ground. His face was filled with disbelief. His movement technique was so profound. How had Fang Chen been able to capture his real body? Impossible! This is impossible! Pu Yang cried out involuntarily. He didn't know that although his movement technique was profound, Fang Chen's illusory sword path was even more miraculous. When he used his movement technique, he had already unknowingly fallen into Fang Chen's illusion technique. Spirit Pearl, Fang Chen said coldly as he walked over to Pu Yang. Pu Yang hesitated for a moment before finally taking out the Spirit Pearl. After all, it was only a Spirit Pearl. He didn't want to give up on this activity because of this Spirit Pearl. Fang Chen, let's wait and see. Pu Yang took out the Spirit Pearl and dragged his injured arm before turning around and disappearing. Fang Chen took the Spirit Pearl and stored it in his interspatial ring. At this moment, Xingfeng finally woke up from his shock. Fang Chen, you are really too strong, said Xingfeng with a grin. Xingfeng grinned. At the same time, he was also scared. Fortunately, he had thought things through after losing to Fang Chen. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable if he had secretly done something to Fang Chen. Let's go, said Fang Chen. At this moment, Pu Yang was dragging his injured arm forward on a piece of flat land. Suddenly, he saw a figure appear in front of him. Yes, big brother. Pu Yang saw that the movement technique used by the figure in front of him was exactly the same as his own. Immediately, he laughed. Following this, Pu Yang shouted loudly. The person in front of him stopped in his tracks and flashed out. He had discovered Pu Yang. What happened to your arm? Asked Pu Han with a frown. Big brother, my Spirit Pearl was stolen by Fang Chen. Pu Yang was incomparably excited when he saw his big brother. Chapter 446. Time passed by slowly. Many of the official disciples were looking for Spirit Pearls. The location where the Spirit Pearls were stored was very hidden. Many disciples found it very difficult to find them. However, there were some disciples who were lucky enough to find them. 3 hours later, Fang Chen and Xingfeng found another Spirit Pearl. This time, there were no demonic beasts in the location where the Spirit Pearl was stored. They easily obtained the Spirit Pearl. During this time, there were some disciples who met Fang Chen and Xingfeng. They wanted to snatch their Spirit Pearls. However, after Fang Chen displayed his powerful strength, they all fled. Half a day later, Fang Chen obtained the third Spirit Pearl. This made Xingfeng extremely excited. However, at this time, Fang Chen and Xing Feng also heard a piece of news. Pu Han and Pu Yang had joined forces to snatch many disciples' spirit pearls. Pu Yang and Pu Han? Fang Chen was puzzled after hearing this news. Pu Han is Pu Yang's elder brother. His strength is at the mid-third level of condensing reality realm. Xing Feng said with a grin, Fang Chen, I heard that Pu Han is a vengeful person. You injured his younger brother. He will definitely not let you go. Let's wait until he finds me, Fang Chen said. The current Fang Chen would still find it difficult to deal with a mid-third level of condensing reality realm warrior. However, he was not afraid of Pu Han. Let's go. After that, Fang Chen and Xing Feng quickly moved forward. At this moment, they were already in the depths of the mountain range. After walking for about 15 minutes, Fang Chen suddenly stopped in his track. Within his body, sword intent uncontrollably gushed out. This made him very surprised. What's going on? Fang Chen thought to himself. He followed his senses and quickly moved forward. After a while, Fang Chen appeared in front of a canyon. This canyon was deep in the mountain range. Just before arriving at the canyon, Fang Chen discovered that there were several spirit pearls in the canyon. They actually hid the spirit pearls here. Fang Chen grinned. He glanced at Xing Feng and said, Wait here for a moment. I'll be back soon. After Fang Chen finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared into the canyon. After entering the canyon, Fang Chen saw that there were 5 spirit pearls in the canyon. He shook his wrist and collected them all. After that, Fang Chen looked around and prepared to leave. Crack. After the wall was struck by the sword intent, stone chips immediately shattered and fell to the ground. Then, a very deep sword mark appeared in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen was shocked when he saw this sword mark. This sword mark contained an extremely majestic sword intent. Although Fang Chen's sword intent had reached the 3rd minor realm, the sword intent in this sword mark was countless times stronger than Fang Chen's own sword intent. Could it be that a martial arts ancestor had been here before? Fang Chen said. He walked in front of the wall and reached out to touch the deep sword mark. It was clear that this sword mark was man-made. A sword mark like this, after so many years, the sword intent still hasn't dissipated. It's too terrifying, Fang Chen thought to himself. When Fang Chen reached out to touch the sword mark, an extremely wild sword intent suddenly emerged from the sword mark. This sword intent instantly enveloped the entire canyon. Fang Chen was startled. In the next moment, he discovered that a sword move had appeared in his mind. That's right, it was a sword move. The Fated One can obtain my killing move. A shocking voice entered Fang Chen's ears. Fang Chen seemed to have lost consciousness. He sat cross-legged on the ground and a small person appeared in his mind. That small person was holding a sword and constantly brandishing a tyrannical sword move. At this moment, Xing Feng was waiting for Fang Chen outside the canyon. Suddenly, he discovered a dusky aura outside the canyon. His expression changed slightly. He was a bit worried about Fang Chen. What's going on? Xing Feng was extremely puzzled. He prepared to go in and check on Fang Chen, but at this moment, Pu Yang and Pu Han arrived. Big brother, our harvest really isn't small. Haha. Pu Yang's voice entered Xing Feng's ears. Those pieces of trash actually dared to fight us? They're really courting death. Pu Han sneered. Just as Pu Yang and Pu Han were speaking, they suddenly noticed Xing Feng in front of them. Pu Yang's eyes brightened and he sinisterly smiled. Big brother, Xing Feng. As Pu Yang spoke, Pu Han also saw Xing Feng. A faint smile appeared on his face. Seeing Pu Yang and Pu Han approach, Xing Feng vigilantly watched the two of them. Xing Feng, where's Fang Chen? Pu Yang roared. Xing Feng didn't say anything. He just stared at Pu Yang. You dare join forces with Fang Chen to injure my little brother? You're really courting death. Break one of your arms and scram out of the mountain range, said Pu Han icily. Pu Han, you're going too far. Xing Feng was infuriated. He suddenly erupted with a sharp aura and attacked Pu Han. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to flee. But how could Pu Han give him that chance? Seeing Xing Feng attack, Pu Han sneered and directly used a powerful and tyrannical technique to injure Xing Feng. Puchi! Xing Feng's body fell to the ground. At this moment, Xing Feng's heart was filled with fear. Pu Han, who was at the mid-third stage of condensing reality realm, was too strong. He didn't even have the chance to fight back. Stop! Xing Feng saw that Pu Han wanted to kill him, and he roared in anger. At the same time, a communication jade pendant appeared in his hand. With a cracking sound, Xing Feng crushed the communication jade pendant. A ray of light came out of the jade pendant and enveloped Xing Feng. He directly disappeared from the mountain range. You escaped quickly. Seeing Xing Feng disappear, Pu Han sneered. Big brother, since Pu Han is here, then Fang Chen must also be nearby, said Pu Yang with a smile. At this moment, Pu Han discovered the canyon in front of them. His face slightly changed and he said, "This canyon is surrounded by a wild sword in tent. Could it be that this is a treasure land?" Thinking of this, Pu Han's face changed. His figure flashed and he directly arrived in front of the canyon. He wanted to enter the canyon, but he discovered that there seemed to be a layer of restriction in front of the canyon. He couldn't enter at all. Damn it! Pu Han was enraged. He then activated all the strength in his body and even released his transcendence. But he still couldn't break the restriction. How is this possible? This restriction is too strong. There must be a treasure here. The stronger the restriction, the more excited Pu Han was. Big brother! Pu Yang shouted. Let's go and find him. The treasure here is ours, said Pu Han excitedly. Pu Han and Pu Yang then left the place. At this moment, Fang Chen was sitting cross-legged in the canyon. His body was surrounded by an incomparably dense sword intent. This sword intent was constantly refining his sword body. Time passed by slowly. In Fang Chen's mind, the little person repeatedly waved a sword move. Although this sword move looked simple, when the little person executed it, it gave off an earth-shattering feeling. So strong. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, he directly stood up and the star-concealing sword appeared in his hand. With a swoosh, he displayed that overbearing and fierce sword move according to the method of the little person in his mind. Swoosh. When Fang Chen executed this sword move, the wild sword intent around his body surged into the hidden star sword. When the hidden star sword pierced the wall in the distance, a deafening sound exploded. Rumble! On the cliff, stone fragments were constantly falling. Fang Chen squinted his eyes and looked at this scene in shock. What kind of sword move is this? Fang Chen was shocked. He vaguely remembered a heavy voice entering his ears. This was a killing move. It was only one move, but it was filled with killing intent. What a powerful killing move! Fang Chen was shocked. This killing move was many times stronger than the 12th level of the water and fire sword technique. However, Fang Chen felt that his execution of the killing move wasn't smooth enough. In the following time, he continued to cultivate the killing move. After 3 hours, Fang Chen waved his hidden star sword. Suddenly, a wild sword light directly pierced the cliff. However, the cliff didn't move at all. Even the stone fragments didn't fall. Fang Chen saw this scene and grinned. Just as Fang Chen grinned, the wall shook and stone fragments fell. When all the stone fragments fell, there was a deep sword mark on the wall. This is the essence of the killing move. Fang Chen smiled. Putting away the hidden star sword, Fang Chen felt very lucky. He accidentally came to this canyon and found a killing move left by the seniors. Moreover, he had successfully cultivated the killing move. Maybe it's because of my sword body. Fang Chen guessed. He bowed to the canyon and left. Before, Fang Chen could deal with early-stage condensing reality realm warriors at most. But now, he had cultivated the killing move. Even if he faced mid-condensing reality realm warriors, he wouldn't be afraid at all. Of course, in the process of cultivation, he found that using the killing move consumed too much energy. With his current cultivation, he could only use the killing move once at most. The Heaven Shocking Sword was the name of the killing move. Fang Chen didn't know who created this sword move, but he knew that this sword move was very terrifying. Because his cultivation was too low, he couldn't really understand the mystery of the Heaven Shocking Sword. When his cultivation reached the condensing reality realm, the true power of the Heaven Shocking Sword would be completely exposed. Good Harvest. Chapter 447. After learning the Heaven Shaking Sword, Fang Chen left the canyon. When he came out of the canyon, Fang Chen discovered that Xing Feng had already disappeared. He carefully examined the area and found that there were traces of a battle here. Could it be that someone came here and fought with Xing Feng? Fang Chen was extremely puzzled. After thinking about it for a moment, Fang Chen didn't think about it anymore. Xing Feng was no longer here. There were only two possibilities. The first was that Xing Feng had fled. The second was that he had been forced out of the mountain range. Fang Chen believed that Xing Feng shouldn't have been forced out of the mountain range. So he believed that Xing Feng had most likely fled. Fang Chen then took out a transmission jade pendant and sent a message to Xing Feng. Even after a while, there was no response from Xing Feng's side. Sensing that, Fang Chen's expression changed. This transmission jade pendant was something that Elder Mo and the others had specially made for this event. Not only could it send martial artists out of the mountain range, but it could also send messages to each other. At this moment, Fang Chen sent a voice transmission to Xing Feng, but there was no response from the latter. This meant that Xing Feng was either seriously injured or unconscious, or dead. There was another possibility, and that was that Xing Feng had encountered danger and crushed his communication jade pendant to leave the mountain range. With Elder Mo watching, the disciples shouldn't kill each other. So Xing Feng should have been forced out of the mountain range. Fang Chen thought for a moment before speaking. Fang Chen adjusted his state of mind and softly said, "No matter what, Xing Feng and I are in the same group. Being forced out of the mountain range like this is really embarrassing." After saying that, Fang Chen turned and left. Although he didn't know who had attacked Xing Feng, he believed that one day he would find the culprit. In the following time, Fang Chen continued to search for spirit pearls. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. By relying on his powerful spiritual strength, Fang Chen had found a total of 15 spirit pearls. If the other disciples knew of this, their jaws would definitely drop. In just 3 days, Fang Chen had found 15 spirit pearls. At this moment, countless disciples were still searching for soul pearls in the entire mountain range. As for the top 10 soul-type disciples, each one of them had a powerful soul force. It was very easy for them to find them. On this day, Fang Chen was walking when he suddenly heard the sound of fighting in front of him. His heart skipped a beat and he quickly walked forward to see who was fighting. When Fang Chen arrived, he realized that the person fighting was Puyang. Puyang. When Fang Chen saw Puyang, he was a little surprised. Beside Puyang, there was a tyrannical warrior. Fang Chen guessed that this person should be Puhan, the elder brother of Puyang that Xing Feng had mentioned. The two brothers, Puyang and Puhan, were attacking a disciple together. The disciple's cultivation base was also at the mid-third level of the condensing reality realm. If it was a one-on-one battle, even Puhan wouldn't have the confidence to defeat this person. However, if he joined forces with his younger brother, the other party wouldn't even have the chance to fight back. "Fu Gu, hand over your soul pearls. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you." Suddenly, Puhan threw out a punch and directly hit Fu Gu's body, causing the latter's body to continuously retreat. After Fu Gu stabilized his body, he took a deep breath. His face was solemn as he looked at the two brothers, his heart filled with anger. Pu Han, I will definitely take revenge for what happened today. After Fu Gu finished speaking, he flicked his wrist and 3 soul pearls flew towards Pu Han. When Pu Han saw this, he clenched his fist and kept the 3 soul pearls. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. In fact, Fu Gu's choice was very wise. He wasn't a match for the two brothers, so he directly took out the soul pearls. This way he would be safe. As long as he was still in the mountain range, he could still find the soul pearls after meeting up with his teammate. Humph, you just wait. Fu Gu coldly snorted and turned to leave. When Pu Han saw this, he didn't chase after him. After all, this was an activity for the soul type to train the disciples. What he wanted was the soul pearls. There was no need to kill. Big brother, with these 3 soul pearls, the number of soul pearls we have has reached 12. Pu Yang walked towards Pu Han and grinned. If they relied on themselves, it would be very difficult to obtain so many soul pearls. But by robbing others, it seemed to be faster to obtain soul pearls. It's a pity that we couldn't get the soul pearls from Xingfeng. Pu Yang cursed in a low voice. Their soul pearls are probably with Fangchen. Don't worry, we have plenty of time. The next time we meet Fangchen, we will definitely take them back with interest. Pu Han grinned. When Fangchen heard the two brothers' words, his face turned completely gloomy. Xingfeng was forced out of the mountain range by these two guys. Thinking of this, Fangchen's figure flashed and he directly walked out of his hiding place. Who is it? Hearing the footsteps, Pu Yang roared loudly. Just at this moment, Pu Han suddenly turned and saw that the person who had come was Fangchen. When he saw him, a sinister smile appeared on his face. You can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Pu Han sinisterly smiled. Pu Yang also saw Fangchen. His eyes were filled with dense killing intent as he icily said, Fangchen, you actually dared to deliver yourself to us. You're really courting death. When Fangchen walked in front of the Pu brothers, a strange smile appeared on his face. Xingfeng was forced out of the mountain range by the two of you? Fangchen suddenly asked. He's lucky he ran fast. Otherwise, this day next year would be his death anniversary. Pu Han sneered. Fangchen nodded. No matter what, Xingfeng is still my teammate. You attacked my teammate without my permission. What do you think will happen to me? Fangchen, stop acting. If my big brother Pu Han wants to kill you, it'll be as easy as crushing an ant. Pu Yang sneered. Hand over the soul bead and I'll give you a chance to crush your communication jade pendant. Pu Han stared at Fangchen. And if I don't hand it over? Asked Fangchen. If you don't hand it over, you'll die an extremely miserable death. Fangchen could sense that at this moment, Pu Han was exuding an extremely wild killing intent. Pu Han wanted to kill Fangchen. Fangchen had never been soft-hearted towards cultivators who wanted to kill him. Furthermore, in this huge mountain range, as long as he hid himself well, no one would be able to find him. After all, there were many powerful demonic beasts in this mountain range. Very good. Fangchen grinned. He glanced at Pu Han and his brother. He also wanted to kill them, but he hid his killing intent very deeply. Are you going to hand it over or not? At this moment, Pu Yang looked at Fangchen and asked. Fangchen shook his head slightly. He spread out his hands and said, The soul bead is on me. If you have the ability, then take it. Hearing Fangchen's words, Pu Yang was furious. He looked at his big brother Pu Han and said, Big brother, this kid doesn't know what's good for him. Kill him. You're courting death. A wild aura instantly appeared around Pu Han's body. In the next moment, Pu Han's mid-condensing reality realm aura burst out. Kill Pu Yang first. Fangchen instantly made a decision. He would kill Pu Yang first. This way, he could kill Pu Han without any worries. But once he killed Pu Han, he would have to use the Heaven Shocking Sword that he had learned before. After using the Heaven Shocking Sword, Fang Chen didn't know how weak he would be. Therefore, he had to kill this unknown danger. Crash! Fang Chen used the great Luo soul-killing flame. A thick soul flame directly shot towards Pu Han. Seeing this, the latter sneered and used a soul attack to block it. Seeing that Pu Han was fooled, Fang Chen sneered. The hidden star sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He instantly used the 12th level of the water and fire sword art. The sword will of the illusion spread out and enveloped Pu Yang. Pu Yang, who was about to attack, suddenly fell into an illusion. In the next moment, his heart was filled with fear. No! Pu Yang roared. He wanted to break free from the illusion, but it was too late. With a poochie sound, Fang Chen's hidden star sword had already pierced into Pu Yang's head. Bang! Pu Yang's soul instantly dissipated. His body softly fell to the ground. At this moment, Pu Han's soul attack had just shattered Fang Chen's soul flame. When he suddenly saw this scene, his heart was filled with anger. Little brother! Pu Han roared furiously. At the same time, he quickly came to Pu Yang's side and hugged him. He checked Pu Yang's body and found that his little brother was already dead. Even his soul was completely shattered. Arg! Pu Han roared towards the sky. His heart was burning with anger. He gently placed his little brother's body on the ground. Then, his scarlet eyes looked at Fang Chen. Even if you die 100 times, it won't be enough, Pu Han said in a hoarse voice. In the next moment, a wild soul aura was released from his head. Pu Han's soul attack was very powerful. At least, it was much stronger than Fang Chen's great Luo soul-killing flame. Bang! Bang! Fang Chen used the 12th level of the water and fire sword art while using the great Luo soul-killing flame. He instantly clashed with Pu Han. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged hundreds of rounds. In the beginning, the two of them were evenly matched. However, as time passed, Pu Han gradually controlled the rhythm of the battle. In the end, Pu Han directly suppressed Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I want to avenge my little brother! Pu Han roared furiously. The hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand was constantly brandishing. His body was also constantly flapping. At this moment, he could clearly feel that Pu Han was using his ultimate move to kill him. It's time, Fang Chen thought in his heart. Immediately, a small person appeared in his mind. He held a long sword in his hand and brandished a sword move that looked simple but was extremely powerful. One sword move, only one sword move, the only sword move. This sword move contained the lifelong efforts of that mighty swordsman. Heaven's startling sword. Following Fang Chen's roar, the heaven's startling sword was instantly unleashed. Chapter 448. Fang Chen felt the spiritual qi within his qi being crazily absorbed the moment he unleashed this move. In the blink of an eye, all the spiritual qi within his qi had been completely absorbed by the hidden star sword. After absorbing that spiritual qi, the hidden star sword let out a powerful sword cry. Puchi! The power of the heaven's startling sword was too tyrannical. This was the culmination of that sword Dao powerhouse's lifetime of hard work. Although Fang Chen was unable to unleash the true power of the heaven's startling sword with his current strength, it was enough to kill Pu Han. Unleashing this move consumed an enormous amount of energy. It instantly emptied Fang Chen's qi. Sensing that his qi had been emptied, Fang Chen's hidden star sword stabbed at Pu Han. How is this possible? At this moment, the originally incomparably furious Pu Han actually felt a trace of fear. Even his soul was trembling. No! In the next moment, Pu Han discovered that his body was unable to move. A wild aura had instantly locked onto him. He did his best to struggle free, but it was to no avail. Seeing this sharp and tyrannical sword about to stab him, Pu Han's heart was filled with unprecedented fear. No matter how hard Pu Han struggled, it was to no avail. The hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand pierced into Pu Han's body with a frightening might. When the hidden star sword stabbed into Pu Han's body, an extremely wild aura immediately passed through the hidden star sword and into Pu Han's body. In the end, it gathered in Pu Han's head, destroying his soul. No! Pu Han let out an unwilling roar. However, he discovered that as this powerful energy corroded his body was unable to move. His soul was rapidly crumbling. Puchi! When Fang Chen saw this, he pulled out the hidden star sword. It was at this moment that Pu Han's body weakly fell to the ground, lifeless. Crash! After killing Pu Han, Fang Chen's body was also extremely weak. Unleashing this move had emptied all the spiritual qi within his qi si. At this moment, he no longer had any ability to fight. Let's leave this place first, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he took Pu Han's interspatial ring and quickly left. Just as Fang Chen left, a figure suddenly appeared. This figure also sensed the fluctuations of the battle and came over. Pu Han and Pu Yang. When the person saw the two brothers' corpses, his expression changed. Just who was it that killed Pu Han? This person carefully sized up Pu Han and discovered that the interspatial ring on his finger had disappeared. Instantly, he thought of something. Pu Han's space ring must have been obtained by someone. Jin Chang thought for a moment before saying in a low voice. Jin Chang's strength could be considered as one of the top soul cultivators. Although he was only at the late stage of the third condensing reality realm, his strength was much stronger than Pu Han's. Looking at the traces of the battle, the warrior who killed Pu Han must not be very strong. He must not have gone far. This is an opportunity. Jin Chang laughed sinisterly. Then, his figure flashed as he chased after Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen's speed was extremely fast. In a short while, he had left that place and appeared on a plain. Then, Fang Chen walked across the plain and arrived at a mountain peak. He sat down cross-legged and prepared to recover his strength. At this moment, Jin Chang appeared on the plain he had just passed. His aura still lingers in the air. It seems that he must be nearby. Jin Chang thought to himself. Then, Jin Chang continued forward. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain peak, he immediately saw Fang Chen on the mountain peak. Fang Chen. After seeing Fang Chen, a strange expression appeared on Jin Chang's face. He immediately climbed up the mountain peak. Crash! Fang Chen was concentrating on recovering the spiritual qi in his qi si when he suddenly sensed someone climbing up the mountain peak. Fang Chen opened his eyes and saw Jin Chang on the mountainside. His face was extremely solemn. Fang Chen. Jin Chang shouted loudly when he saw Fang Chen. However, before Fang Chen could do anything, a black figure covered in a black aura suddenly appeared from the mountainside and blocked Jin Chang's path. Kiki, it's been a long time since a human came here. The black figure exuded a wild aura. He was a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. He had been hiding here for a long time. Because he was seriously injured, he had been recovering from his injuries. When Fang Chen went up, he had not yet come out of seclusion and did not notice Fang Chen at all. At this moment, he had just come out of seclusion and met Jin Chang. He grinned sinisterly, as if he wanted to taste the fresh soul of a human warrior. Remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Seeing that he was blocked by the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect, Jin Chang's face changed slightly. He immediately roared angrily, Fang Chen, how dare you collude with the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect? As soon as Jin Chang's voice fell, the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect suddenly launched a fierce battle with Jin Chang. Seeing such a great opportunity, Fang Chen naturally chose to escape at once. After a while, Fang Chen disappeared from the mountain peak. At this moment, the battle between the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect and Jin Chang had reached its climax. Bang! With a loud bang, the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect punched Jin Chang and sent him flying. After stabilizing his body, Jin Chang's face turned ugly. His communication jade pendant appeared in his hand. Fang Chen colluded with the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. After Jin Chang sent the message, he crushed his communication jade pendant and disappeared from the mountain range. The moment Jin Chang sent the message, all the disciples in the mountain range received the same message through their communication jade pendant. Fang Chen colluded with the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. How can this be? Fang Chen colluded with the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect? Is this true? It should be true. After Jin Chang sent the message, he crushed his communication jade pendant. He must have encountered a life and death crisis. Who would have thought that the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect would infiltrate our Baron's sect? Kill Fang Chen. In an instant, countless disciples in the mountain range were shouting. Fang Chen had become a street rat that everyone wanted to beat up. Of course, Fang Chen was aware of all this. This was because his communication jade pendant had also received the message. At that time, he knew that things weren't going well. However, he couldn't stop Jin Chang's message. Let's hide and recover our strength first, Fang Chen said to himself. Fang Chen was also surprised that the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect was hiding in the mountain range. However, the most important thing now was to recover his strength. In a secluded place in the mountain range, Fang Chen had been there for 6 hours. During these 6 hours, Fang Chen had been absorbing the spiritual energy within the upper-grade spiritual stones. In the beginning, the spiritual energy was extremely lacking. Later on, the spiritual energy was extremely thin. Now, the spiritual energy had already recovered. Of course, in these 6 hours, Fang Chen had wasted a total of 300,000 upper-grade spiritual stones. Continue. Fang Chen checked his qi and said in a low voice. In the following time, Fang Chen continued to absorb the spiritual energy within the upper-grade spiritual stones. After about 10 hours, Fang Chen finally stopped. At this time, his body was surrounded by an extremely dense spiritual energy. Within his qi, the wild spiritual energy was constantly rolling. Adding the 300,000 upper-grade spiritual stones from before, I have consumed a total of 800,000 upper-grade spiritual stones this time. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Using the heaven-shocking sword once had consumed so much spiritual energy. However, this couldn't be helped. If he didn't use the heaven-shocking sword, he wouldn't have been able to kill Pu Han. After pondering for a while, Fang Chen stopped thinking about it. He took out Pu Han's space ring and opened it. He was surprised to find that there were 12 spirit pearls in Pu Han's space ring. Adding my 15 spirit pearls, there are a total of 27 spirit pearls. Fang Chen said to himself. Even the top 10 experts might not be able to possess 27 spirit pearls. After all, there were only 100 spirit pearls in the entire mountain range. 27 spirit pearls accounted for 1/3 of the total. Now, there must be a lot of disciples looking for me outside. I have to increase my strength as soon as possible. There are still a few days before the event ends. Fang Chen thought to himself. In the outside world, on the barren sex spirit flow mountain, Jin Chang's face was ugly. His heart was filled with anger. Jin Chang, what exactly happened? Explain it clearly. Elder Mo asked with a grave expression. Elder Mo, I was originally chasing after Fang Chen. However, along the way, I encountered a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. This remnant of the Yellow Spring sect did not attack Fang Chen. Instead, he helped Fang Chen stop me. From this point alone, it is enough to prove that Fang Chen is colluding with the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Jin Chang said in a low voice. The remnant of the Yellow Spring sect has infiltrated the Barren sect. Elder Mo said in a low voice. The other elders also shook their heads. At this moment, Xing Feng opened his mouth and said, I'm afraid this alone is not enough to prove that Fang Chen is colluding with the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Xing Feng was in the same group as Fang Chen. Now that someone was slandering Fang Chen, he naturally had to speak up for Fang Chen. Xing Feng, you are in the same group as Fang Chen. I even suspect that you are in cahoots with the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Hearing this, Jin Chang roared in anger. You, Jin Chang! Don't go overboard! Xing Feng shouted in anger. Humph! Trash like you is not qualified to speak to me, Jin Chang said coldly. In the square, the atmosphere was very heavy. At this moment, Elder Mo spoke. No matter what, let's talk about it after the event ends. Chapter 449. Within the mountain range, after Fang Chen recovered the spiritual qi in his qi si, he left the secluded place. This event was also a form of training. There were only a few days left before the event ended. Fang Chen wanted to train himself well before the event ended. Who knows, he might even be able to break through to the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. Fang Chen randomly walked through the mountain range. Along the way, he encountered several soul-type disciples. When the disciples saw Fang Chen, their faces flickered. One by one, they brought out their communication jade pendants, seemingly trying to send him a message. As for them, they knew that they weren't a match for Fang Chen, so they didn't dare to attack Fang Chen. In a short period of time, the news of Fang Chen appearing on a piece of flat land spread throughout the mountain range. Countless disciples rushed over at once, especially the top 10 disciples. As official disciples of the Baron sect, they hated the Yellow Spring sect. When they heard that Fang Chen was in cahoots with the Yellow Spring sect, they naturally wanted to take action. Fang Chen didn't care about this. If any disciples came looking for trouble, he would deal with them if they were weak. If they were strong, he could choose to escape. After walking for about 6 hours, Fang Chen suddenly found a cliff in front of him. The cliff was shining. What is this? Fang Chen was puzzled. His body flashed and he rushed towards the cliff in the depths of the mountain range. After a short while, Fang Chen arrived at the bottom of the cliff. Only then did he realize that there was a quicksand on the cliff. Fang Chen looked at the sparkling quicksand and was puzzled. Kid, your luck is really good. You actually encountered the golden quicksand. Ancestor Bronze's voice came from the python's sword. Golden quicksand. Fang Chen had naturally heard of the golden quicksand. The so-called golden quicksand was a very special type of quicksand. This type of golden quicksand was specially used by blacksmiths to refine weapons. If one could inject the golden quicksand into a weapon, the grade of the weapon would increase by at least 1 grade. Why is there golden quicksand here? Fang Chen looked at the golden quicksand on the cliff with a wild smile on his face. At this moment, the little mouse and the Banxianshu came out of the special space ring and quickly climbed up the cliff in front of Fang Chen's stunned eyes. Then, it stopped in front of the golden quicksand and absorbed it madly. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and collect the golden quicksand, Patriarch Bronze urged. Fang Chen nodded and arrived in front of the cliff. There were some vines on the cliff. Fang Chen wrapped himself around the vines and climbed up the golden quicksand step by step. When Fang Chen approached the golden quicksand, he could feel the scorching aura coming from it. What a powerful flame aura! Fang Chen could not help but sigh. After that, Fang Chen began to absorb the golden quicksand with his spatial ring. The golden quicksand was originally very rare, so it was enough to find so much. After the little mouse and the Banxianshu swallowed some, the amount of golden quicksand that Fang Chen kept in his spatial ring was only the size of a washbasin. If a blacksmith knew that Fang Chen had so much golden quicksand, they would definitely be shocked. After successfully collecting the golden quicksand, Fang Chen slowly descended from the cliff. At this moment, 2 sonic booms came from the distance, following which 2 figures appeared in front of the cliff. When they saw Fang Chen, a sinister smile appeared on their faces. Fang Chen, you really are here? Qi Yang sneered. Fang Chen, you actually dared to collude with the Yellow Spring sect. Today, let us clean up the sect, Buhan said sinisterly. Qi Yang and Buhan were the top 10 disciples of the Soul Stream. They were ranked 10th and 9th respectively. For this event, they were also in the same group. Hearing their words, Fang Chen's expression changed. He silently took out his transmission jade pendant. "I'm not colluding with the Yellow Spring sect," said Fang Chen. "If you say you're not, then you're not. Let us first search your spatial ring to see if there's anything from the Yellow Spring sect." Qi Yang pressed forward step by step, a wild aura coming from his body. He was forcing Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, I'll give you a chance. Die, or let us search your spatial ring," said Buhan. When Fang Chen saw the expressions of the two, he instantly understood. These two were using this as a pretense to snatch his spirit pearl. "What if I don't choose either of them?" Fang Chen narrowed his eyes at the two of them. "Then, you can go to hell." When Qi Yang heard this, he let out a low growl. His figure flashed and a wild aura erupted from his body. He immediately launched a fierce attack at Fang Chen. At this time, Fang Chen raised his hand and gently pinched the transmission jade pendant. "This enmity will definitely be avenged in the future." Crash! The transmission jade pendant shattered, and Fang Chen disappeared from the mountain range. At this time, Elder Mo was chatting with several other elders on the Soul Stream's mountain peak. Suddenly, space fluctuated, and a figure appeared. "Yes, Fang Chen," Elder Mo hastily said when he saw Fang Chen appear. The other elders also quickly arrived in front of Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, what's going on?" Elder Mo still trusted Fang Chen, so he immediately asked Fang Chen what had happened. "Jin Chang is framing me." Fang Chen cupped his hands towards Elder Mo and the others. "Fang Chen, do you have any proof?" asked the other elders. "I don't have any proof," said Fang Chen bluntly. Elder Mo narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. His eyes flickered, and after a long while, he shook his head slightly. "Fang Chen isn't lying." With Elder Mo's cultivation base, and the fact that he specialized in the Soul Dao, even if Fang Chen covered it up well, he wouldn't be able to escape Elder Mo's eyes. However, after Elder Mo's investigation, he came to the conclusion that Fang Chen wasn't lying. "Since that's the case, call Jin Chang over," said the other elders. A moment later, Jin Chang arrived at the plaza. Xing Feng had also come with him. Xing Feng was very happy to see Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, you still dare to come back?" Jin Chang was infuriated to see Fang Chen. "Jin Chang, Elder Mo said that Fang Chen isn't lying," reminded an elder. "How is that possible? When I went to chase Fang Chen, he was cultivating on a mountain peak. Just as I reached the middle of the mountain, a Yellow Spring sect member suddenly appeared and blocked my path. If they weren't colluding, then why did that Yellow Spring sect member only attack me and not him?" roared Jin Chang. The other elders were also discussing this matter. This matter wasn't easy to say. Since it involved a Yellow Spring sect member, they had to carefully investigate it. Otherwise, there would be trouble in the future. However, right at this moment, Fang Chen took a glance at Elder Mo and said, "Elder Mo, may I have a word with you?" Elder Mo was a bit puzzled, but he still followed Fang Chen to a secluded area. "Fang Chen." Just as Elder Mo was about to speak, a silent soul ripple suddenly enveloped him. The next moment, Elder Mo actually saw the scene of Fang Chen in the mountain range. In just 10 seconds, the image disappeared and Elder Mo returned to his original state. However, Elder Mo was still incomparably shocked. To be able to affect my mind and record what happened just now, just which expert was it? Elder Mo's heart was in turmoil. Although it had only been 10 seconds, that kind of method was not something Elder Mo could compare to. Fang Chen. Elder Mo tried his best to calm the excitement in his heart as he looked at Fang Chen with a burning gaze. "Elder Mo, I presume you also saw what happened just now?" asked Fang Chen. Elder Mo nodded. "Fang Chen? Just which expert is it?" "This senior doesn't want others to know of his existence," said Fang Chen softly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Elder Mo nodded heavily. Such an expert could kill him with a flip of his hand. In order to clear Fang Chen's name, this expert had actually recorded what happened just now for him to see. It seemed this expert's relationship with Fang Chen was very good. Fang Chen, I've already seen what happened just now. You have nothing to do with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Although Elder Mo was very curious, he still held back from asking. Such an expert was actually able to affect his mind in an instant. He even suspected that expert was right beside him. It was just that he hadn't been able to discover him. The more he thought about it, the more Elder Mo felt that Fang Chen was incomparably mysterious. Not long later, Fang Chen and Elder Mo returned. Elder Mo, Fang Chen definitely has something to do with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, said Jin Chang loudly. Elder Mo waved his hand for everyone to quiet down. He then said, "Don't mention this matter again in the future. Fang Chen has nothing to do with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. If anyone brings this up again, they will be punished according to the sect's rules." Elder Mo's words shocked the other elders. They had never seen Elder Mo defend a disciple in such a way. Just what kind of background does this Fang Chen have? Everyone was guessing. The reason Fang Chen had been able to clear his name was naturally because of Ancestor Bronze. Within the Python Sword, Ancestor Bronze's remnant will was a bit weak. "Kid, I've sacrificed a lot for the sake of copying this image. Give me some spirit stones to help me recover," old Ancestor Bronze said weakly. Fang Chen didn't even think about it. He directly tossed over 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones to Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen didn't want Elder Mo to know about Ancestor Bronze's existence. However, Elder Mo believed that a mysterious expert had appeared. Elder Mo even thought that this mysterious expert had been secretly protecting Fang Chen. Standing in the independent courtyard, Fang Chen recalled the scene that Ancestor Bronze had recorded today. He was still shocked. To be able to record everything that had happened in an instant, even an expert like Elder Mo couldn't do it. Chapter 450. Read on mobile phone. A few days later, the Spirit Stream event ended and all the disciples returned to the Spirit Stream mountain peak. The moment Qi Yang and Buhan returned, they immediately clamored to find Fang Chen. After the two of them said that, the other disciples began to discuss the matter of Fang Chen colluding with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. For a moment, all the Spirit Stream disciples wanted to know the truth of the matter. Where is that traitor Fang Chen? Where is he? Come out and face your death. Trash. As a disciple of the Baron sect, he actually colluded with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. This is a disgrace to our Baron sect. That's right. Our Spirit Stream actually produced a traitor. How shameful. This kid should be killed. Following Qi Yang and Buhan's secret instigation, the emotions of many disciples were stirred up. They were extremely angry and were denouncing Fang Chen. However, the top 10 disciples did not say anything. They were all waiting for Elder Mo to appear. Indeed, Elder Mo appeared shortly after they returned. Hearing the angry shouts of the crowd from afar, Elder Mo's face was a little displeased. After he walked to the square, he waved his hand to signal for everyone to be quiet. He then said, "Everyone, I can understand your feelings of hatred towards traitors. However, I want to tell you that Fang Chen is not a traitor. This matter has been verified by me. In the future, you are not allowed to say that Fang Chen is a traitor." Elder Mo said sternly. When the disciples heard this, their faces kept changing. In the end, there was still a disciple who questioned him. "Elder Mo, we need a sufficient reason," a disciple shouted. The other disciples also looked at Elder Mo without blinking. "A mysterious expert has recorded the scene that happened in the mountain range. I saw the scene and I can clearly tell that Fang Chen is not a traitor." Elder Mo shook his head slightly and said. Hearing Elder Mo's words, many disciples were shocked. Even the top 10 disciples' faces changed slightly. At this moment, they were no longer concerned about whether Fang Chen was a traitor. Instead, they were concerned about the mysterious expert who recorded the scene. To be able to record the scene of the past, what a great existence! This, a disciple cried out in shock. Elder Mo looked around and said, "Don't tell me that you don't even believe my words?" Upon hearing Elder Mo's words, everyone finally stopped talking. Even though their eyes were filled with disbelief, they couldn't not believe what Elder Mo had said. "Elder Mo, is that person a senior of our spirit type?" asked one of the top 10 disciples. Elder Mo shook his head slightly, indicating that it was inconvenient for him to reveal the details. After the disturbance, the crowd finally stopped attacking Fang Chen. Although they still held grudges against Fang Chen in their hearts, Elder Mo's words were very trustworthy. He was the person in charge of the soul stream, and also one of the Baron sect's leading figures. His words were the most convincing evidence. After the commotion, Elder Mo began to inspect the soul pearl. "Everyone, since the event has ended, hand over the soul pearls you obtained to me," said Elder Mo. After that, each group quickly handed over their soul pearls. An hour later, all the groups had handed over their soul pearls. At this time, Elder Mo had determined the top 3. "After our appraisal, the group that obtained the most soul pearls is Lung Ninghua and Wu Qiu. They obtained 25 soul pearls." Following Elder Mo's announcement, many disciples nodded their heads. This result was within their expectations. After all, Lung Ninghua and Wu Qiu were the 2 strongest people in the entire soul stream. When the 2 of them joined hands, no one could defeat them. Lung Ninghua and Wu Qiu smiled when they heard the news. Next, Elder Mo announced the second group. It was Wang Tong and Shi Mingfu. These 2 people's strength was second only to the first group. The number of soul pearls they obtained was also second only to the first group. They obtained a total of 20 soul pearls. As for the third group, contrary to everyone's expectations, it wasn't the 5th or 6th group. Instead, it was the 9th and 10th group. It was Qi Yang and Buhan. How is this possible? The third place is actually Qi Yang and Buhan. Although Qi Yang and Buhan's strength was in the top 10 of the soul stream, they were at the bottom of the top 10. No one had expected the 2 of them to obtain third place. The 2 of them were very happy to obtain third place. After announcing the results, Elder Mo said, "Since the results are already out," Elder Mo hadn't finished speaking when a voice suddenly rang out in his ears. "Elder Mo, have you forgotten someone?" The person who had spoken was Xing Feng. When the disciples had returned, he had come to the plaza. He had thought that Fang Chen would come, but he hadn't expected that Fang Chen wouldn't come even after the competition ended. He finally couldn't help but ask. Although he didn't know how many soul pearls Fang Chen had obtained, he still had to remind him. Furthermore, Fang Chen had given him too many surprises. He even had some fantasies about whether Fang Chen would be able to obtain even more soul pearls. Hearing Xing Feng's words, Elder Mo looked around and instantly saw that Fang Chen hadn't come. He grinned. "Xing Feng, are you talking about Fang Chen?" "Correct. Although Fang Chen left the mountain ahead of time, he still obtained soul pearls. This time, Fang Chen should be included in the competition," said Xing Feng. Hearing Xing Feng's words, many disciples' faces were filled with disdain and ridicule. A piece of trash. Even if he didn't leave the competition ahead of time, it's impossible for him to obtain more soul pearls. Yeah, so what if he's here? Can he change the result of the competition? What a joke. Fang Chen is a joke. Does he have as many soul pearls as Qi Yang and Buhan? He probably doesn't have as many as I do. Hearing those disciples' ridicule, Buhan and Qi Yang's eyes were also filled with disdain. They had already seen Fang Chen. In their eyes, Fang Chen was nothing more than an ant. How many soul pearls could a piece of trash like him obtain? Elder Mo waved his hand, indicating for everyone to quiet down. He then looked at Xing Feng. "Since that's the case, Xing Feng, go call Fang Chen over." Hearing this, Xing Feng quickly retreated. A moment later, Xing Feng arrived at Fang Chen's courtyard. He saw that Fang Chen was inside the pavilion. "Fang Chen!" Xing Feng called out. There was no response. Xing Feng was just about to call out a second time when the door creaked open and Fang Chen walked out. "Xing Feng, what's the matter?" asked Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, today's the end of the competition. Aren't you going to take a look?" Xing Feng glanced at Fang Chen. "Oh, I was cultivating and forgot about that." Fang Chen patted his head and laughed. He then asked, "It's still not too late, right? The top 3 have already been announced by Elder Mo. But if you have more soul pearls than third place, you can fight for it," said Xing Feng. "How many soul pearls did third place get?" asked Fang Chen. "Third place got 18 soul pearls. How many did you get?" Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded and said, "It's all right, I'll go now." After saying that, Fang Chen took the lead and left the courtyard. Seeing Fang Chen's departing back and hearing Fang Chen's words, Xing Feng was shocked. He then hastily chased after Fang Chen. Could it be that he really did get more soul pearls than third place? Xing Feng was incomparably excited. When Fang Chen had appeared in the plaza, many disciples had looked at him with hatred. But Fang Chen had directly ignored them. "Fang Chen, you've come." Elder Mo smiled when he saw Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded, but before he could say anything, Qi Yang said, So what if he's here? I don't believe he can get so many soul pearls by himself." "That's right. If he has more than 18 soul pearls, no, more than 10, I'll eat all of them," sneered Buhan. "Childish." Fang Chen sneered. "Fang Chen, who are you calling childish? You trash, you dare call me childish?" Buhan was enraged. "Fang Chen, if this wasn't the Soul Flow Peak, I would break your legs," said Qi Yang. Elder Mo sensed the anger of both sides and directly asked, "Fang Chen, how many soul pearls did you get?" "Not many." Fang Chen nodded to Elder Mo. "Some people must have gotten so few soul pearls that they don't dare to take them out to embarrass themselves. Of course, he doesn't even dare to say the exact number. What trash." Hearing Qi Yang and Buhan's ridicule, Fang Chen frowned slightly. Looking at the two of them, he said, "It's not that I don't dare to say it, but that I'm afraid I'll scare you." Hearing Fang Chen's arrogant tone, the other disciples were also a bit displeased. They all began to mock Fang Chen. For a moment, Fang Chen had become the target of public criticism. "If you have the ability, then take out your soul pearls. Don't just shoot your mouth off." "That's right. Anyone can talk, but the key is to take out your soul pearls." "Ha ha ha, what arrogance! I don't believe you have that many soul pearls." Fang Chen didn't care about their mocking. That was because he knew that if you wanted to slap someone in the face, you had to slap them hard. So Fang Chen didn't say anything. Instead, he gently took out the soul pearls he had obtained from his spatial ring. 27 soul pearls instantly appeared in the plaza. Countless martial artists had their souls ejected from their bodies and landed on the soul pearls to determine the number of soul pearls. Once they determined the number of soul pearls, their hearts were filled with shock. How is this possible? Even Elder Mo was incomparably shocked. 27 soul pearls. Fang Chen had actually obtained so many soul pearls by himself. Not only had he surpassed third place, but he had even surpassed first place. It had to be known that first place Leng Ninghua and Wu Qiu had only obtained 25 soul pearls. For a moment, the entire plaza was in an uproar. Chongqing Bookstore's Primordial Sword Empyrean only represents the views of the author, Qingshi Whisper. If any content is found to violate the country's laws, please delete it. Our position is only to provide a healthy and green reading platform. Chapter 451. At this moment, the gazes of the top 10 disciples were all attracted by the 27 spirit pearls. Their eyes were also filled with shock. Leng Ninghua and Wu Qiu had only obtained 25 spirit pearls. Fang Chen had withdrawn from the event a few days ago, but he had obtained 27 spirit pearls. What's more, he got it all by himself. What a crazy concept! Seeing the 27 spirit pearls, even Ling Ninghua and Wu Qiu were a bit moved. They tried their best to suppress the shock in their hearts and shook their heads slightly, sighing. They knew that in this event, it wasn't possible to obtain first place by relying on martial strength. It also required intelligence. Although they were shocked that Fang Chen had obtained 27 spirit pearls, they were still able to accept it when they thought about it carefully. However, the others were different. They didn't think the same way. Fang Chen being able to obtain so many spirit pearls was simply unimaginable. How is this possible? He can't possibly obtain so many spirit pearls. I don't believe it. Some disciples directly roared in disbelief. As for Qi Yang and Buhan, their expressions were ugly. Their hearts were filled with anger. Fang Chen obtaining so many spirit pearls had infuriated them. Damn it! Buhan was constantly cursing in his heart. His gaze was so vicious that it seemed like he wanted to kill Fang Chen. After his shock, Elder Mo revealed a brilliant smile. He waved his hand and put away the spirit pearls. Then he laughed, as expected of a disciple with shocking potential. Fang Chen, this old man didn't misjudge you. Elder Mo then looked at the disciples and said, Fang Chen obtained 27 spirit pearls. His team has obtained first place in this event. The other teams will be pushed back by 1 place. Hearing Elder Mo's words, Qi Yang and Buhan became even more furious. Just like that, Fang Chen had obtained first place. The third place that they had originally obtained had also disappeared. Damn it! Qi Yang was furious. Only the top 3 would be rewarded in this event. They were about to get the reward, but Fang Chen had interfered. This made Qi Yang and Buhan even more furious. They even regretted that they hadn't killed Fang Chen and snatched his spirit pearl back in the mountain range. Originally, we had a chance to win first place, Qi Yang and Buhan thought at the same time. If they had killed Fang Chen with lightning speed and snatched his soul pearl, they would have been the undisputed number 1 in this event. But now, they couldn't even keep their third place. Some were angry while others were happy. At this moment, the happiest person was none other than Xing Feng. He hadn't placed much hope in Fang Chen to begin with. He had even attacked Fang Chen before the event. Thinking of this, Xing Feng found it laughable. I'm really too childish, Xing Feng thought to himself as he laughed. Elder Mo waved his hand and the square instantly quieted down. Next, I will announce the rewards for the top 3. The reward for the third place is a grade 4 spirit cultivation technique. The reward for the second place is a peak grade 4 cultivation technique. As for the first place, there is one condition. One condition that is within my ability. One condition. Hearing Elder Mo's words, the few winners were full of smiles. As for the others, their faces were filled with envy. As for Qi Yang and Buhan, their hearts were filled with anger. A grade 4 spirit cultivation technique was important even to them. Fang Chen, just you wait. In the end, the two of them vented all their anger on Fang Chen. They believed that Fang Chen was the main cause of all this. One day I will make you beg for death, Qi Yang said in his heart. As for Buhan, his eyes flickered with murderous intent. He was already thinking about how he could kill Fang Chen without anyone noticing. In the following time, the disciples in the last 2 groups went to receive their spirit cultivation technique. As for Fang Chen and Xing Feng, they were called away by Elder Mo. Within Elder Mo's study, Fang Chen and Xing Feng were calmly standing there. Speak. What conditions do you two have? Asked Elder Mo. Elder Mo, we can raise any conditions, said Xing Feng excitedly. Let's see, said Elder Mo. Xing Feng pondered for a moment. In the end, he decided to ask for a spirit cultivation technique. After all, his main cultivation technique was a cultivation technique. Only a cultivation technique was most suitable for him. I want a cultivation technique, said Xing Feng. Elder Mo nodded. That's fine. But the highest grade can only be peak grade 4. That's enough. Ha ha ha, said Xing Feng excitedly. Elder Mo casually tossed a medallion to Xingfeng, telling him to go to the cultivation technique hall and choose a cultivation technique. After Xingfeng left, Elder Mo looked at Fang Chun and asked, "What about you?" "Elder Mo, I won't be choosing a cultivation technique," Fang Chun said with a smile. Truth be told, Fang Chun had initially considered choosing a spiritual cultivation method. However, after giving it some thought, he realized that although the Baron sect was divided into 3 major schools, the Soul School was not that outstanding. Although there were powerful soul cultivation techniques within the Soul School, for a true soul cultivator like Fang Chun, they weren't that useful. The most important thing was to choose a cultivation technique that was most suitable for him. Otherwise, he would rather not have one. That was what Fang Chun thought. Therefore, he gave up on choosing a cultivation technique. "Oh, then what do you want?" asked Elder Mo as he looked at Fang Chun with interest. "Elder Mo, I wonder if there are any Grandmaster blacksmiths in our Baron sect?" asked Fang Chun after pondering for a moment. "Grandmaster blacksmiths?" Hearing this, Elder Mo was a little surprised. He then asked, "You are looking for a Grandmaster blacksmiths to refine a weapon?" Fang Chun nodded his head in agreement. Elder Mo said, "Fang Chun, it is not easy to get a Grandmaster blacksmiths to refine a weapon. You will have to pay a great price." "There is no need for Elder Mo to worry about this," Fang Chun said. Upon seeing this, Elder Mo said, "A weapon refining Great Grandmaster is considered a peak existence even in the southern mountain land. My desolate sect does not have a weapon refining Great Grandmaster. However, there is a weapon refining Great Grandmaster in Water-Leaning City. He can be considered to have some friendship with me. If you need, I can help you contact him." "Then I'll have to thank Elder Mo." Fang Chun cupped his hands in thanks. "This is what you deserve. Go back and wait for my news," said Elder Mo. Fang Chun nodded his head and turned to leave. Fang Chun's greatest harvest from this event was naturally the golden quicksand and the powerful killing move. However, the killing move could not be used casually. The price to pay was too great. However, its power was really great. When it was used, it instantly killed Pu Han. Fang Chun's cultivation had already reached a bottleneck. Therefore, he temporarily gave up on cultivating. Instead, he prepared to strengthen his weapon. Otherwise, he would be letting down the golden quicksand. This event allowed Fang Chun to gain some fame in the spirit stream. Many disciples remembered Fang Chun's name. In this event, more than a dozen disciples had died in the mountain range. The upper echelons of the spirit stream did not investigate how these disciples died. As a disciple of the Baron sect, if he could not even withstand such a small test, then what was the use of having him? A large sect like the Baron sect was not used to raise trash. Instead, it was used to nurture elite. As for Pu Yang and Pu Han, Jin Chang had told him that they were killed by Fang Chun. If it was before, Elder Mo might have punished Fang Chun. However, ever since he found out about the mysterious Almighty behind Fang Chun, he naturally gave up on this decision. Moreover, from the fact that Fang Chun was able to obtain 27 spirit pearls alone, Elder Mo was very satisfied with Fang Chun's performance. Fang Chun's potential was much better than he had expected. He had already treated Fang Chun as a seed disciple of the spirit stream and was prepared to nurture him with all his might. In the past few days after returning from the mountain range, Fang Chun had been studying the minor success sword body. Although the minor success sword body was incomplete, it was still very suitable for Fang Chun to cultivate. When Fang Chun transformed into a sword body, his Dao body had reached 4 stars. Therefore, it was very easy for him to cultivate the minor success sword body. It didn't take long for him to reach the minor success sword body. After reaching the minor success sword body, Fang Chun felt that his sword body had become even more powerful. Now, with just a thought, he could activate the sword body. The sword intent was even more illusory and the aura was even more harmonious. However, as his sword body improved, Fang Chen realized that the illusory aura was slowly unable to keep up with the strength of his sword intent. It was fine for a short period of time. However, as time passed, cracks would definitely appear between the two, causing them to be unable to fuse. Therefore, Fang Chen decided that if he had time, he would head to Luisui City to purchase some illusory herbs to consume. After all, the illusory sword path was not only powerful, but it could also confuse enemies. It was very suitable for Fang Chen to cultivate. 3 days later, Fang Chen received news from Elder Mo that the weapon refining grandmaster in Luisui City had been contacted. Furthermore, Elder Mo had also told the weapon refining grandmaster to ask Fang Chen to head over when he had time. However, Elder Mo also confessed to Fang Chen that the weapon refining grandmaster's personality was a little strange. He couldn't guarantee that the weapon refining grandmaster would refine a weapon for Fang Chen. Of course, as long as he could contact the weapon refining grandmaster, that was enough. Fang Chen could handle the rest by himself. I'd better head over as soon as possible, Fang Chen thought after receiving the news. However, just as Fang Chen was about to leave, Xing Feng arrived. Fang Chen, Xing Feng called out. Xing Feng. Fang Chen was a little puzzled when he saw Xing Feng. Fang Chen, thank you so much for this activity. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to obtain such a good mind cultivation technique. Xing Feng cupped his hands and thanked Fang Chen. Even though I treated you like that before, you still disregarded our past enmity and teamed up with me. Before Xing Feng could finish speaking, Fang Chen interrupted him. Fang Chen said, "There's no need for that." Xing Feng laughed mischievously. The more he interacted with Fang Chen, the more Xing Feng realized that Fang Chen was actually quite charming and suited to be a boss. He had already made up his mind to follow Fang Chen in the future. You definitely didn't come to find me just to talk about this, right? Fang Chen asked. Hearing this, Xing Feng slapped his head and said, I almost forgot about the important matter. When I went down the mountain yesterday, I met 2 martial path disciples. One of them was a good friend of mine, and the other seemed to be called Long Ting. After we chatted for a while, Long Ting realized that I knew you and our relationship wasn't bad, so he wanted me to pass on a message to you, said Xing Feng. What message? Fang Chen asked. Chapter 452. Hearing Xing Feng's words, Fang Chen was taken aback. He immediately asked, What else did he say? Xing Feng shook his head and said, Only that? Fang Chen nodded and said, I understand. After that, Fang Chen left the pavilion and headed towards the Martial Path Mountain. Because of Fang Chen's special identity, he easily entered the Martial Path Mountain. After that, he asked around and found out the location of the Soaring Dragon Marquis. At this moment, in a certain square, a few disciples were arguing. Many disciples were watching. Han He, don't go overboard. The Soaring Dragon Marquis face was filled with anger. Han He was clearly suppressing him on purpose. He was too shameless. Soaring Dragon, this is not the honorary disciple area. Here, strength is respected. I'm stronger than you, and I think you're affecting my cultivation here. So, please get out of this square. Han He's voice was filled with disdain. The surrounding disciples were already used to it. Ever since Han He and the Soaring Dragon Marquis came to the Martial Path Mountain, there would often be friction between the two. However, because Han He's strength had always been stronger than the Soaring Dragon Marquis, the Soaring Dragon Marquis had always been bullied by Han He. Of course, in the martial path, this was nothing. Strength was respected here. As long as you had the strength, your words were the truth. Therefore, in the eyes of the crowd, Han He's request was understandable. However, in the eyes of the Soaring Dragon Marquis, this was naked humiliation. Han He was humiliating him. After entering the Martial Path Mountain, Han He had been suppressing him. The reason was because he had a good relationship with Fang Chen. He couldn't go to the Spiritual Path Mountain to find trouble with Fang Chen, so he had been suppressing him. in the Martial Path Mountain, there were countless disciples. If you cultivated slightly slower, you would be surpassed by other disciples. Han He had been suppressing the Soaring Dragon Marquis, causing the Soaring Dragon Marquis various resources to decrease. The surrounding disciples also distanced themselves from the Soaring Dragon Marquis. As a result, it was very difficult for the Soaring Dragon Marquis to cultivate. After entering the martial path, the Soaring Dragon Marquis cultivation was very slow. On the other hand, because Han He was stronger than him, he was not suppressed by others. He had endless resources, and his cultivation speed was very fast. Within a short period of time, Han He's cultivation had already reached the mid-second level of the condensing reality realm. If he was given a little more time, he would be able to break through to the peak second level of the condensing reality realm. Of course, in the beginning, the Soaring Dragon Marquis was still suppressing it. However, in the end, the Soaring Dragon Marquis could no longer bear it and finally erupted. But the result was that the Dragon Soaring Martial Marquis was beaten by Han He until he was looking for his teeth on the ground. The Dragon Soaring Martial Marquis was filled with resentment towards Han He. There would be a day when he would take revenge on Han He. Han He, you are too despicable, the Soaring Dragon Marquis said furiously. Are you going to scram or not? Han He did not want to waste any more words with the Soaring Dragon Marquis and directly shouted out. The Soaring Dragon Marquis expression kept changing. His eyes flickered. Even though his face was filled with fury, he still made a concession. If he refused to back down, Han He would definitely find an opportunity to beat him up. At this moment, Fang Chun had already followed the route and arrived at the square. His face was originally full of smiles, but after hearing the conversation between the Soaring Dragon Marquis and Han He, his smile disappeared and was replaced by anger. Could it be that the Soaring Dragon Marquis has been suppressed by Han He all this time? Fang Chun inwardly thought. A trace of displeasure also appeared on his forehead. Just at this moment, Han He told the Soaring Dragon Marquis to scram. The Soaring Dragon Marquis was forced to leave under the pressure. Fang Chun took a step forward and directly appeared behind the Soaring Dragon Marquis, blocking his retreat. He put a hand on the Soaring Dragon Marquis' shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Retreating like this will not solve the problem." When the Soaring Dragon Marquis heard this, he turned around and saw that the person who had spoken was Fang Chun. A trace of worry appeared on his face as he said, "Brother Fang, this is not the place to talk. Let's go." Originally, Han He was already very angry with Fang Chun. Now that Fang Chun had appeared at the Martial Path Peak, Han He would definitely make a move on Fang Chun. The Soaring Dragon Marquis naturally didn't want to see that happen. However, it was already too late, because Han He had also seen Fang Chun. Ha ha ha! Fang Chun, are you finally willing to set foot on the Martial Path Peak? A wild smile appeared on Han He's face the moment he saw Fang Chun. He hated Fang Chun to the core. Every day and night, he would think about how he would trample Fang Chun beneath his feet and make him suffer a fate worse than death. However, he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't go to the Spiritual Path Peak, and if Fang Chun didn't come to the Martial Path Peak, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Fang Chun. Therefore, he vented all of his anger on the Soaring Dragon Marquis. However, at this moment, Fang Chun had appeared at the Martial Path Peak. Furthermore, he had appeared in front of him. This was definitely a good opportunity for revenge. Fang Chun shook his head slightly and said, "Soaring Dragon Marquis, since I'm here, I naturally have to help you solve this problem." The reason why the Soaring Dragon Marquis was worried about Fang Chun was because he was worried that Fang Chun's strength was inferior to Han He's. However, in Fang Chun's eyes, Han He was nothing to be afraid of. "Fang Chun, today I will let you know how I humiliate you, the so-called disciple who passed the 3 major factions test." Han He laughed wildly. Hearing Han He's words, the surrounding disciples were all shocked. They had long heard that there was a disciple who passed the 3 major factions test but ultimately joined the spiritual path. They hadn't expected it to be this person. Furthermore, they had also heard from Elder Wu that this person could enter the other 2 peaks as he pleased. Everyone's eyes turned to Fangchen. They were all curious. To be able to pass the 3 major factions tests, he definitely wasn't simple. You still don't have the qualifications, said Fangchen. Han He's hatred for him had been vented on the soaring dragon Marquis. Now that Fangchen had arrived, how could he remain indifferent? Since that's the case, then I'll let you see whether or not I have the qualifications. Han He shouted. In the next instant, his figure flashed and he clenched his fist. All his strength gathered in his fist as he punched at Fangchen. Scram! Fangchen directly said a single word. Then, he threw a simple punch at Han He. Bang! With a loud bang, Han He fell to the ground. His fist had been smashed into pieces. Blood spurted out as he screamed miserably. Isn't this too exaggerated? This sudden turn of events caused many of the surrounding disciples to be extremely shocked. He had become an official disciple at the same time as Han He. He hadn't cultivated in the Spirit Stream Mountain for long, but his strength was actually so strong. A simple punch was able to send Han He flying and heavily injure him. This kind of strength was at least comparable to the 3rd level of the condensing reality realm. What a terrifying genius! No wonder he was able to pass the 3 major factions test. What's laughable is that Han He actually dared to provoke this kind of genius. Not only the surrounding disciples, even the soaring dragon Marquis behind Fangchen was completely shocked. Fangchen's strength had risen too quickly. Fangchen, I'll kill you! Han He let out a miserable cry. Because of what had happened here, some disciples had come over. In the end, even Elder Wu had appeared. Elder Wu had a straight face at first. He thought that it was a spar between disciples and that he had used too much force, causing someone to be injured. However, when he saw Fangchen, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Fangchen, why didn't you inform me that you were coming over? Elder Wu grinned and laughed. Fangchen cupped his hands at Elder Wu and said, I came in a bit of a hurry, so I didn't have time to inform Elder Wu. Ha ha ha, I was wondering why you didn't come to my martial stream mountain after going to the physical stream mountain. If you didn't come, I was going to look for you. Let me tell you, although you're in the spirit stream mountain, you're still a common disciple of the 3 major factions. Elder Wu laughed. The surrounding disciples were completely dumbfounded. They had never seen Elder Wu treat a disciple so well. I'll definitely come more often in the future. Fangchen smiled and said. Elder Wu nodded, then turned to look at Han He and said, You disciples only know how to fight every day. You don't know how to cultivate properly. Hearing this, Fangchen said embarrassedly, Elder Wu, this person was injured by me. What? You said he was injured by you? At first, Elder Wu did not react. When he did, his face was filled with astonishment as he asked hurriedly. Fangchen was a little embarrassed. He had just arrived at the Martial Stream Mountain and he had already injured a disciple. Elder Wu, Han He was indeed injured by him. And it was a heavy injury with a single punch. The surrounding disciples said. Hearing this, Elder Wu was even more surprised. Fangchen, your strength has improved quite well. After all, Elder Wu was an elder who had been through a lot. Elder Wu quickly calmed down and said slowly. Elder Wu, you must be joking. Fangchen said. Alright, you guys help him back. Don't embarrass yourself here. Elder Wu turned around and waved to the surrounding disciples. After a while, only the soaring dragon Marquis, Fangchen, and Elder Wu were left in the square. After everyone left, Elder Wu said, Fangchen, I was going to look for you if you didn't come. Because tomorrow, our martial stream school's Mu Rin Gang will open. You can go and try. Mu Rin Gang? Fangchen was a little confused. I asked Brother Fang to come here because of this. The soaring dragon Marquis grinned. Fang Chen had injured Han He with a single punch. At the very least, Han He would not be able to recover in a short period of time. He also did not have to suffer from Han He's suppression. He was very happy. So little fellow, you've already notified Fang Chen, Elder Wu said after hearing that. What is this Mu Rin Gang? Fang Chen asked. Chapter 453. Mu Rin Lane was a special cultivation holy land for martial artists. Because it required a huge amount of spirit stones every time it was only opened once every 3 years. After all, if it was opened all year round, even the Baron sect wouldn't be able to afford such a huge amount of wealth. Within Mu Rin Lane, there were countless wooden puppets. Every martial artist who entered Mu Rin Lane could attack the wooden puppets. The more wooden puppets they attacked, the more benefits they would receive. Of course, the wooden puppets were also divided into different grades. Generally speaking, the wooden puppets were divided into ordinary wooden puppets, wooden warrior, wooden king, and wooden spiritual knight. Ordinary wooden golems could be activated as long as one had some spirit stones. Their attack power wasn't too high. The strength of a wooden warrior was slightly stronger than an ordinary wooden golem. So on and so forth. Wooden golems that could be called wooden spiritual knights already possessed a certain amount of intelligence. It was too difficult to defeat them. Every martial arts disciple would carry a sensor with them before they entered the labyrinth of wooden dummies. This sensor was also a specialized one, and it could record the number of wooden dummies attacked. Once they left Mu Rin Lane, they would receive their reward. After listening to Elder Wu's introduction, Fang Chen was very interested in Mu Rin Lane. Within Mu Rin Lane, there were many wooden puppets. Not only would he be able to receive rewards, but most importantly, he would be able to train his combat experience, which would help him make a breakthrough in his cultivation. How is it? Are you tempted? Elder Wu looked at Fang Chen and smiled. Any martial artist who focused on the martial path would be tempted after hearing about Mu Rin Lane, and Fang Chen was no exception. Fang Chen heavily nodded and said, Elder Wu, are there any requirements for entering Mu Rin Lane? Hearing Fang Chen's words, Elder Wu said, there are a few requirements, but for official disciples they aren't much. Before entering Mu Rin Lane, you will have to pay a fee. How much? Fang Chen asked. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Elder Wu said. Fang Chen nodded. Elder Wu then said, you can rest at Long Ting's place today. Tomorrow you will go with him to Mu Rin Lane. Many thanks, Elder Wu, Fang Chen said. After that, Fang Chen followed Marquis Long Ting out. On the way, Marquis Long constantly praised Fang Chen for his tyrannical strength and heaven-defying potential. Fang Chen only smiled. After a night of silence, Fang Chen followed Marquis Long Ting to Mu Rin Lane. Mu Rin Lane was located in a very spacious square on the Martial Path Mountain. There was a huge palace on the square. Even though it looked like a palace, it was actually a small independent space. Mu Rin Lane was located here. After arriving, Fang Chen realized that there were martial arts disciples everywhere. All the disciples had their attention focused on the wooden dummies alley, and no one cared about Fang Chen. Is this Mu Rin Lane? That's right. This is the wood dummy alley. According to the older disciples, if you can travel further in the wood dummy alley, your strength will definitely increase. The Soaring Dragon Marquis said. Fang Chen and Marquis Long Ting each paid 100,000 high-grade spirit stones and then waited in line. Mu Rin Lane. Only one person could enter at a time, so everyone else had to wait. Fang Chen looked at the line. He didn't know where he was, but in order to enter Mu Rin Lane, he still chose to wait patiently. Rumble, just as Fang Chen was waiting, the palace in the square suddenly began to tremble. The palace's door opened, and an ancient aura came out of the palace. Mu Rin Lane has opened, many disciples excitedly said. Elder Wu appeared at the entrance of the labyrinth of wooden dummies and scanned the crowd. Everyone, the labyrinth of wooden dummies is only opened once every 3 years. This time, it will be open for a month. Mu-Ren Lane opened once every 3 years. Every time, it would be open for half a month to a month. This time, it would be open for a month, which was quite long. As time passed, it gave many disciples a chance. Because if some people failed in Mu-Ren Lane, they could pay 100,000 high-grade spirit stones and try again. Shoo! As soon as Elder Wu finished speaking, a figure stepped out and disappeared into the wooden dummies alley. It's senior brother Tai Wushuang. He was the first one to enter Mu-Ren Lane. A disciple shouted. Tai Wushuang was a famous disciple of the martial school. His strength was ranked first in the martial school. He was at the peak of the 5th condensing reality realm. He was only one step away from the 6th condensing reality realm. But this step had troubled him for 3 years. For 3 whole years, his cultivation had not improved at all. He had tried countless methods, but he still could not succeed in the end. When Elder Wu heard the news, he could not help but sigh. He could see that Tai Wushuang had an obsession in his heart. If he could not get rid of this obsession, he would not be able to reach the 6th condensing reality realm. Maybe this is a chance. Elder Wu looked at Tai Wushuang's disappearing figure and said in a low voice. Tai Wushuang entered Mu-Ren Lane. Many disciples were waiting for the news. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. After half an hour, Tai Wushuang came out of Mu-Ren Lane. His face was full of frustration, as if he was not satisfied with his performance. Elder Wu took Tai Wushuang's sensor and checked it, then announced. Tai Wushuang passed the first 4 Mu-Ren Lanes, but failed the 5th one. Hearing Elder Wu's words, many disciples were shocked. Mu-Ren Lane was very difficult. Being able to pass the first 4 meant that even the Wood King warrior was not Tai Wushuang's opponent. However, he was defeated by the Wood Spiritual Knight in the last Mu-Ren Lane. After Tai Wushuang, the other disciples entered Mu-Ren Lane one after another. Time passed bit by bit. In the beginning, the strong disciples took a long time to pass the Mu-Ren Lane, but later on, the weak disciples were eliminated almost immediately. Mu-Ren Lane was divided into 5 levels. The first Mu-Ren Lane was a normal Mu-Ren Lane. There were 72 Mu-Ren warriors in it. Only by defeating all the Mu-Ren warriors could one enter the second Mu-Ren Lane. The second Mu-Ren Lane also had 72 wood warriors. So on and so forth. Every Mu-Ren Lane had 72 Mu-Ren warriors. According to the classification of strength, the ordinary wooden puppets in the first wooden puppet lane were at the first level of the condensing reality realm. Although they were weak, the 72 wooden puppets together had a very strange attacking style. Even a second-level condensing reality realm warrior would be eliminated if he was not careful. Not to mention the other Mu-Ren lanes. Therefore, Tai Wushuang was already very powerful to be able to pass the 4th Mu-Ren lane. On the martial arts peak, after waiting for a whole day, it was finally the Soaring Dragon Marquis' turn. Fong Chen, I'll go in first and scout the way for you. The Soaring Dragon Marquis grinned and directly entered Mu-Ren Lane. After a while, the Soaring Dragon Marquis came out. His face was full of confusion, as if there were a lot of things that he did not understand. How was it? Fong Chen asked. Brother Fong, the Mu-Ren in Mu-Ren Lane have very strange attacks. You have to be careful. The Soaring Dragon Marquis reminded. Fong Chen nodded. When it was his turn, he entered the Wood Dummies Alley. Just as he entered Mu-Ren Lane, Fong Chen found himself in a long lane. In this lane, there were 72 Mu-Ren. These Mu-Ren were all made of wood. They felt Fong Chen enter and moved their bodies mechanically. What a mysterious guy! Fong Chen carefully sized up the Mu-Ren and grinned. Just as Fong Chen was grinning, the first Mu-Ren had already approached Fong Chen. With a whoosh, the Mu-Ren's arm directly attacked Fong Chen. As the first ordinary wooden puppet began its attack, the wooden puppets behind it also began their fierce attack. In an instant, Fong Chen was surrounded by the wooden puppet. However, Fong Chen's reaction was fast. He used his full strength and instantly forced back a few Mu Ren. However, Fang Chen found that the Mu Ren's defense was very strong. It seemed that they could not hurt him. Bang bang bang. After a battle, Fang Chen was trapped in the center of Mu Ren Lane. He took out the hidden star sword and used the 12th level of the fire and water sword technique to continuously attack the Mu Ren around him. However, there were 72 Mu Ren here. Moreover, their attacks made Fang Chen not know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of strange attack is this? This is clearly a combined attack array. Fang Chen could not help but have the urge to curse. The Almighty of the Baron sect who set up Mu Ren Lane was too naive. How could the disciples pass through such a difficult Mu Ren Lane? Although Fang Chen kept cursing, he still moved forward slowly. Under Fang Chen's powerful attacks, the Mu Ren could not get close to Fang Chen. The Mu Ren's cultivation was only at the first level of the condensing reality realm. Even if they used a combined attack array, they could not trap Fang Chen. They just needed some time. Whoosh! After countless fierce battles, Fang Chen finally found the Mu Ren's weakness and directly attacked it. Crash! In an instant, the Mu Ren retreated one after another. Some were even directly defeated by Fang Chen. This is my chance. Seeing that there were no more Mu Ren blocking his path, Fang Chen's figure flashed and directly disappeared into the end of Mu Ren Lane. Crash! The scene in front of Fang Chen changed. This meant that he had passed the first Mu Ren Lane and entered the second. Chapter 454. The fact that Fang Chen was able to pass the normal wooden dummy lane with his Qi High Realm cultivation could be considered as making history in the Baron sect. In the history of the Baron sect, there had never been a Qi High Realm warrior who had entered the wooden dummy lane. Of course, although Fang Chen was only at the Qi High Realm, his strength had already reached the early stage of the third condensing reality realm. If he used a shocking sword attack, he could kill a mid-stage of the third condensing reality realm warrior. This kind of strength was enough to make many condensing reality realm warriors feel ashamed. After entering the second wooden dummy lane, Fang Chen discovered that these wooden warriors were different from the normal wooden warriors. The normal wooden warriors were gray in color, but the wooden warriors were dark gray. This time, Fang Chen was experienced. Before the wooden warriors moved, he attacked first. With a flick of his wrist, the hidden star sword slashed out a sword light and directly sent the nearest wooden warrior flying. Of course, this was because he was caught off guard, and there was no such thing as good luck. After colliding with the wooden warriors, Fang Chen discovered that the wooden warriors were much stronger than the normal wooden warriors. The 12th stage of the water and fire sword art. To deal with the wooden warriors, one could only use pure physical attack. As for soul attacks, they could not be used at all because the wooden warriors did not have souls. Bang bang bang. The wooden warriors' attacks were even more tricky. Fang Chen almost lost a few times, but luckily, Fang Chen's battle experience was very rich. He was able to control the rhythm of the battle effectively, so he was not eliminated by the wooden warriors. If I train here for a long time, I will definitely be able to improve my battle skills. Fang Chen thought to himself. At the same time, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. The fact that Tai Wu Shuang could pass the fourth wooden dummy lane was enough to prove that his battle skills were unparalleled. Compared to Tai Wu Shuang, I still have a long way to go, Fang Chen said. But soon, Fang Chen regained his confidence, because he was only at the peak of the 8th Qi High Realm. If he could break through to the condensing reality realm and form his Dharma idol, his power would increase tremendously. At that time, he might not be able to surpass Tai Wu Shuang, but he would at least be able to close the gap between them. Time slowly passed. An hour later, Fang Chen discovered that his combat skills had improved a great deal. This was all because of the intense battle with the wooden warriors. The attacks of the wooden warriors were extremely crafty and hard to defend against. Fighting with them was an effective way to improve one's combat skills. Continue. After improving his combat skills, Fang Chen was naturally excited and continued to fight. At a certain moment, Fang Chen discovered that his water and fire sword art had reached the 12th level of the transformation stage. This scene made Fang Chen pleasantly surprised. Fang Chen's water-fire sword technique, which had reached the perfection stage, had completely displayed his true strength. His hidden star sword was incomparably magnificent. It displayed a majestic sword light that constantly bombarded the wooden warrior's body. Bang bang bang. After an hour of intense fighting, Fang Chen finally barely passed the second wooden puppet alley and entered the third. Not long after entering the third wooden puppet alley, Fang Chen came out. When Fang Chen came out, Elder Wu's eyes brightened and he asked, "How was it?" Fang Chen handed the censer to Elder Wu. After examining it, Elder Wu's face was filled with shock. He actually passed 2 wooden puppet alleys. Fang Chen's censer showed that he had passed 2 wooden puppet alleys. He had been eliminated in the wooden warrior alley. What a monster! After a long while, Elder Wu muttered to himself. Fang Chen nodded to Elder Wu and then walked over to the soaring dragon marquee. The latter asked, "How was it?" "This really is a good place to improve one's combat skills." Fang Chen grinned. After entering the wooden puppet alley for more than 2 hours, his combat skills had greatly improved. Moreover, his water and fire sword art's 12th level had reached the transformation realm. Fang Chen turned his head and looked at the huge palace. He thought to himself that in a few days, when there were fewer people in the wooden puppet alley, he would definitely come a few more times. After all, he had a lot of spirit stones. When Murin Lane first opened, there were a lot of people, but after a while, there were almost no people left. First, it was because their fighting skills had already been dug out, so there was no point in going in anymore. Secondly, they didn't have enough spirit stones. After bidding farewell to the soaring dragon marquee, Fang Chen left the Martial Path Mountain. His destination this time was Water City. He wanted to find a weapon refining grandmaster to upgrade the Hidden Star Sword to the Profound Weapon grade. If the Hidden Star Sword's grade could be upgraded, he would definitely be able to go further after entering the wooden puppet alley. After arriving at Water City, Fang Chen followed the address given to him by Elder Mo and found a quiet and remote mansion. This mansion was very low-key. There was not even a golden plaque above the mansion. There were also no guards at the mansion's entrance. However, the true upper echelons of Water City knew very well how terrifying this mansion was. This was because this mansion belonged to the weapon refining grandmaster, Ku Fa. Ordinary people would not be able to set foot in this mansion. When Fang Chen arrived at the mansion, he cupped his hands and said, "Grandmaster Ku Fa, I am Baron Sek's disciple, Fang Chen. Elder Mo has contacted you before." Hearing Fang Chen's words, the door creaked open. When Fang Chen saw this, he entered the mansion and the door closed behind him. The mansion was very small and there were not many buildings. There were only 2 or 3 rooms in total. Fang Chen carefully sized it up. He discovered that there was a lounge chair in the garden. An old man was lying quietly on the lounge chair, enjoying the warm sunlight. Great Grandmaster Ku Fa. Fang Chen came to the garden and cupped his hands at the old man. Grandmaster Ku Fa slowly opened his eyes and asked, "Are you the genius disciple that Elder Mo strongly recommended?" Fang Chen chuckled and said, "How could I dare call myself a genius in front of Grandmaster Ku Fa?" Grandmaster Ku Fa raised his head and looked at Fang Chen. "Elder Mo has already told me why you have come. Although I have some friendship with Elder Mo, if you want me to help you refine a weapon, you will have to follow the rules." Fang Chen replied, "Grandmaster Ku Fa, I actually want to ask you to help me improve the grade of my weapon." "Oh, take out your weapon and let me take a look," Grandmaster Ku Fa said. As a weapon refining Grandmaster, Ku Fa's status was so high that countless martialists in the Southling land looked up to him. Normally, Ku Fa wouldn't casually meet people. If Elder Mo hadn't come looking for him, he definitely wouldn't have met Fang Chen. Taking the hidden star sword, Ku Fa carefully examined it. After a long while, he said, "Not bad. The person who refined this sword also knows a bit about the Tao of weapon refining. Furthermore, he was able to fuse meteoric metal into the sword. That is truly rare." In Ku Fa's eyes, the peak weapon refining grandmaster of the Jin Guangua was only not bad. The difference between a weapon refining grandmaster and a weapon refining grandmaster was not just a little bit. The true difference was something only insiders like them knew best. "What kind of price is needed to upgrade this sword to a profound weapon?" asked Fang Chen. "If it were an ordinary top-grade spirit weapon, the price to upgrade it to a low-grade profound weapon wouldn't be too high. However, your spirit weapon has been added with meteoric iron, so it's rather difficult to upgrade it. Therefore, the price will be slightly higher." Great Grandmaster Ku Fa said. "Grandmaster Ku Fa, there's no harm in asking," said Fang Chen. Since he had come, he had made all the necessary preparations. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Ku Fa wasn't in a rush to make any demand. Instead, he asked, "Do you have meteoric metal?" Fang Chen was startled when he heard this. He immediately nodded and said, "This junior does have one." Fang Chen's words caused Ku Fa's eyes to brighten. He had only casually asked. He hadn't expected Fang Chen to actually have it. "In that case, things will be much easier. If you are willing to give me some meteoric iron, I can help you upgrade your weapon for free," Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa said with a smile. Although he was a weapon refining grandmaster, meteoric metal was still an extremely important refining material to him. "All right," said Fang Chen. In any case, he still had a lot of meteoric metal. Giving some to Ku Fa wouldn't be a problem. "Good, straightforward. Since you're so straightforward, Ku Fa, will definitely not disappoint you." Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa grinned. "How much meteoric metal do you have?" asked Ku Fa. "Around 5 kilograms. Fang Chen gave a random number. Of course, that wasn't the true number. He had said a lot less. "Give me 6 kilograms. I'll fuse the remaining 4 kilograms into your sword." "How about it?" asked Ku Fa. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before nodding. "That's fine. However, Grandmaster Ku Fa, I have a question. If I fuse meteoric metal into the sword, can I fuse other things into it?" asked Fang Chen. "What do you want to fuse with?" asked Ku Fa. "Golden quicksand." Chapter 455. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa stared at Fang Chen as if he was a monster. This martialist before him was so young, yet he actually possessed golden quicksand and extraterrestrial meteoric iron. This shocked him greatly. One had to know that meteoric iron and golden sand were top-quality materials for crafting weapons. In the southern mountain land, it was extremely difficult to find them. One could only purchase them from those large merchant guilds. However, the price was really too high. At first, when Elder Mo had come to look for Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa, the latter hadn't been willing to refine a weapon for a junior. However, Elder Mo had said that no matter what, they should meet first. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa had been a little surprised when he had seen Fang Chen. However, when he had discovered that Fang Chen's hidden star sword had contained extraterrestrial meteoric iron, a thought had formed in his mind. Of course, he had only asked casually. He hadn't expected that this kid would really possess extraterrestrial meteoric iron. Extraterrestrial meteoric iron was a very important material for refining weapons for martial grandmasters, let alone Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa, who was obsessed with refining weapons. Therefore, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa had only needed a little extraterrestrial meteoric iron to upgrade Fang Chen's weapon. However, he hadn't expected that Fang Chen would actually want to add golden quicksand into the weapon. This shocked Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa greatly. "You have golden quicksand?" Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa asked hurriedly as he looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded and said, Roughly how much golden quicksand would be needed if it could be incorporated. Despite having lived for so many years, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa was still shocked when he heard Fang Chen's words. After a long time, he calmed himself down and said, "Because of the extraterrestrial meteoric iron, you don't need to add too much golden quicksand. 1/2 kilogram would be enough." 1/2 kilogram of golden quicksand, which was the size of a wash basin, was at least a few dozen kilograms. However, 1/2 kilogram was nothing to Fang Chen. "Thank you very much, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa." Fang Chen flicked his wrist, and a jean of golden quicksand appeared in his hand. The dazzling golden quicksand lay in Fang Chen's hand and emitted a gentle light. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's eyes were fixed on the golden quicksand. He also wanted the golden quicksand, but he had just obtained a few kilos of meteoric iron from Fang Chen. How could he ask for it now? Fang Chen could naturally tell what Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa was thinking. After Ku Fa received the 500 grams of golden quicksand, another golden quicksand light cluster appeared in Fang Chen's hand. This light cluster was much larger than the previous one. "Great Grandmaster Ku Fa, this junior obtained some golden quicksand by chance. I still have quite a bit. Here are 2 kilograms. Consider this junior's thanks for your help," Fang Chen said with a smile while holding the golden quicksand. What a joke! How could Fang Chen miss such an opportunity to make friends with a refining grandmaster? One had to know that refining grandmasters were top-notch figures in the entire Nanling land. Although their combat strength wasn't necessarily strong, their connections were very wide. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa was a little stunned when he heard Fang Chen's words. He immediately lifted his head to look at Fang Chen, who was smiling at him. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa hadn't expected that this kid would actually give him 2 kilograms of golden quicksand so casually. One had to know that golden quicksand was very valuable. As a senior, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa naturally felt a little embarrassed to accept Fang Chen's golden quicksand. "Great Grandmaster Ku Fa, you should accept it. Perhaps this junior will need your help in the future." Fang Chen grinned. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa no longer put on an act. He immediately accepted the 2 kilograms of golden quicksand and laughed heartily. "Fang Chen, I like your character. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to me at any time. I, Ku Fa, will definitely help you." From this moment on, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa truly approved of Fang Chen. "Thank you, Great Grandmaster Ku Fa." Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked. "Fang Chen, you rest here first. I will be able to upgrade your weapon in half a day." Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa let Fang Chen rest as he went to upgrade Fang Chen's weapon. Half a day later, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa chuckled as he arrived at Fang Chen's location. He held a faintly glowing longsword in his hand. The sword was very sharp, and the blade faintly emitted the aura of a king. "It's done." Fang Chen's eyes brightened when he saw the weapon. Fang Chen, with the addition of golden quicksand and meteoric metal, the upgrade process was very smooth. "Your weapon has already reached the initial profound weapon level. Because you're upgrading it, you can't upgrade it in one go. Otherwise, your longsword won't be able to handle it. If you were refining it separately, I would definitely refine an even better one for you." Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa handed the Hidden Star Sword to Fang Chen with a smile. Fang Chen held the Hidden Star Sword. A trace of an icy aura entered his palm. At this moment, Fang Chen felt like the Hidden Star Sword had gained a trace of spirituality. "Is this an initial profound weapon?" Fang Chen thought to himself. Profound weapons were much stronger than spirit weapons. Now that the Hidden Star Sword had reached the profound weapon level, Fang Chen could clearly sense the changes in it. After a long time, Fang Chen put away the Hidden Star Sword. He looked at Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa and grinned. "It's my battle companion." Fang Chen's meaning was very clear. The reason he wanted to upgrade the hidden star sword was because he didn't want to refine a new weapon and give up on the hidden star sword. In a sword cultivator's life, they would only use their blood and sweat to raise a battle companion that belonged to them. Fang Chen was no exception. Good, very good. Brother Fang, the more I look at you, the more I like you. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa laughed heartily. Since the weapon had been upgraded, Fang Chen also had to take his leave. After all, the wood puppet alley would only be open for a month. During this month, he had to work hard to raise his cultivation base. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa, I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave first. I'll come visit again when the situation changes. Fang Chen cupped his hands and said, Alright, go ahead. You can come to my place anytime in the future. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa smiled. After Fang Chen left Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's residence, he hurriedly rushed towards the Barren Sex mountain peak. However, when he was halfway there, he discovered that someone was following him. He quietly advanced towards the barren sect in the distance. As he neared the desolate Sex mountain peak, he noticed that it was a desolate and uninhabited place. Usually, no one would come here. Fang Chen increased his speed. He wanted to reach the desolate sect as soon as possible before the person who was secretly following him appeared. However, it was obvious that the other party wouldn't give Fang Chen this opportunity. Suddenly, a black figure appeared out of thin air. He smiled eerily and said, Your soul power is pretty good. It seems like you're a disciple of the Barren Sex soul style. This black figure was a middle-aged cultivator. He had 2 scars on his face and his entire body emitted a fiendish aura. Who are you? Fang Chen asked in a deep voice. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you've been in Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's residence for half a day. I'm very curious as to how you managed to stay in Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's residence for such a long time. The black figure sneered. What does that have to do with you? Fang Chen said coldly. Ha ha ha, brat, you dare to say such words in front of me, Ghost Face Guangxing. Do you not want to live any more? Ghost Face Guangxing said eerily. Ghost Face Guangxing was a condensing reality realm expert from Water-Leaning City. It was said that he was originally a very righteous cultivator. However, when he was condensing his Dharma idol, he suffered from chi deviation and almost died. However, in the end, he still managed to condense his Dharma idol. However, what he condensed was the Dark Shadow Dharma idol. This kind of Dharma idol was a Dharma idol that carried an evil intent. After condensing the Dark Shadow Dharma idol, Ghost Face Guangxing's personality changed greatly. He became a bloodthirsty madman. Ghost Face Guangxing's cultivation had already reached the 5th layer of the condensing reality realm, which was equivalent to the standard of the Barren Sect's top official disciples. Although Ghost Face Guangxing's cultivation had reached the 5th layer of the condensing reality realm, he was not invincible in the same realm. If it were not for the Dark Shadow Dharma idol, he would not have been able to establish himself in Water-Leaning City. It was precisely because of the Dark Shadow Dharma idol that Ghost Face Guangxing could freely hide in the darkness. No one could detect him. In this way, he was able to avoid the pursuit of countless almighty experts. Ghost Face Guangxing believed that what he lacked was a suitable weapon. Within Water-Leaning City, the most famous person was Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa. Originally, he went to Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa to ask him to refine a profound weapon for him. However, he was rejected by Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa. Every time he went, he would be rejected. In the end, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa refused to see him. This made Ghost Face Guangxing very angry, but there was nothing he could do. Afterwards, Ghost Face Guangxing had always been hiding in front of Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's residence. He secretly watched the warriors who entered Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's residence, hoping to find an opportunity from them. However, his first few attempts had all failed. This time, Fang Chen's appearance had caused his eyes to brighten. So he had followed Fang Chen. Ghost-face Kuang Sheng. When Fang Chen heard the words ghost-faced wildlife, his expression also changed. "Little fellow, if you obediently cooperate with me, I can spare you from death," said Ghost-face Kuang Sheng. "What are you planning on doing?" asked Fang Chen. He wasn't a match for Ghost-face Kuang Sheng, so he was waiting for an opportunity to flee. "The fact that you can stay in Martial Grandmaster Ku Fei's residence for half a day is enough to prove your relationship with him. I just want you to go to Martial Grandmaster Ku Fei's residence and refine a profound weapon for me. I'll provide the materials," said Ghost-face Kuang Sheng. "You want to refine a profound weapon?" asked Fang Chen. "Correct. If you don't agree, I'll personally kill you," said Ghost-face Kuang Sheng sinisterly. Fang Chen thought about it for a moment. His eyes spun, but in the end, he agreed to Ghost-face Kuang Sheng's request. "All right, I agree. But you have to give me the materials first," said Fang Chen. "Little fellow, you'd best not play any tricks. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial ground," said Ghost-face Kuang Sheng icily. Chapter 456. Fang Chen received the spatial ring. When he opened it, he was immediately stunned. There were too many materials inside. All kinds of precious refining materials could be found inside. "This net is worth collecting. If you sell these materials, you'll definitely make a huge profit," thought Fang Chen. Swish! Ghastly Wildlife's figure flashed and he appeared in front of Fang Chen. Without any warning, he fed Fang Chen a black pill. "Brat, now that you've eaten my fatal 7-killing pill, if you don't get the antidote within 7 days, you'll definitely die. So don't think you'll get lucky." Ghastly Wildlife laughed sinisterly. At this time, Fang Chen felt a movement in his throat as the pill entered his body. Just at this moment, the golden heart began to rapidly beat, and the poison was sucked into the golden heart. In the blink of an eye, the poison had vanished without a trace. It was as if Fang Chen had never experienced it. Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. However, he still put on a very hurt expression. "What if I help you refine a weapon, but you don't give me the antidote?" Fang Chen's face was filled with pain as he looked at Ghastly Wildlife. "Don't worry. Although I'm vicious and merciless, I still keep my word," said Ghastly Wildlife. Fang Chen helplessly nodded. Under Ghastly Wildlife's watch, he once more arrived in front of Ku Fei's residence. "I'll wait for you outside." After saying that, Ghastly Wildlife's figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. Fang Chen turned and entered his residence. However, a bright smile appeared on his face. "Brother Fang, why have you come again?" Seeing Fang Chen return, Grandmaster Ku Fei asked with a smile. A wisp of helplessness appeared on Fang Chen's face as he said, "Supreme Grandmaster Ku Fei, there was a cultivator called Ghost-faced Mad Lifeform who saw me staying in your residence for half a day. He thought that we had a good relationship, so he intercepted me halfway and forced me to come to you to refine a profound weapon for me. I was forced to come to you because I had no other choice." Preposterous, such a thing actually happened. Hearing that, Grandmaster Ku Fei was naturally furious. He looked to Fang Chen and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. However, I'm afraid that I won't be able to return to the Baron sect for the time being," said Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, you have given me so much golden quicksand and meteoric iron. Naturally, I will help you with such a small matter. Let's go. I will personally escort you back to the Baron sect," said Grandmaster Ku Fei. "How can I accept that?" said Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, don't say any more." "Let's go," said Grandmaster Ku Fei straightforwardly. In the end, Fang Chen left the mansion under the accompaniment of Grandmaster Ku Fei and headed towards the Baron sect. When Ghost-faced Mad Life, who was hidden in the darkness, discovered this scene, his heart was filled with anger. Was this brat not afraid of death? He actually dared to embezzle his materials. "I don't believe that there is anyone who can cure the poison in your body," said ghost-faced Mad Life sinisterly. Grandmaster Ku Fa sent Fang Chen to the barren Sex mountain peak before bidding farewell and leaving. As for Fang Chen, he leisurely headed towards the Martial Way's mountain peak. "Fortunately, I have the golden heart. Otherwise, I would really have to refine a weapon for ghost-faced Mad Life. I wonder if I can be considered immune to poison now." After discovering this function of the golden heart, Fang Chen was extremely excited. Never in his wildest dreams would the ghost-faced Mad Life form have thought that he was not poisoned at all. These materials can be considered as interest. Just you wait, ghost-faced Mad Life. When Fang Chen arrived at the Martial Way's mountain peak, he thought to himself, if ghost-faced Mad Life had not tried to kill Fang Chen, he would not have embezzled his refining materials. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame himself for being ruthless. The total value of these refining materials was at least tens of millions of upper-grade spirit stones. Just thinking about it made him excited. At this moment, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles as he arrived at the Wooden Dummies Alley. At this moment, there were still disciples in front of the Wooden Dummies Alley, but the number was not as many as before. Fang Chen paid 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones and continued to queue. After queuing for about an hour, it was finally Fang Chen's turn. This time, with experience, Fang Chen entered the Wooden Dummies Alley. He easily passed the first and second Wooden Dummies Alley, and then entered the third Wooden Dummies Alley. In the third Wooden Dummies Alley, there were only Wooden Dummies warriors. The strength of these Wooden Dummies warriors was equivalent to the LV3 condensing reality realm. Fang Chen's true strength was at the LV3 condensing reality realm. With the help of a low-grade profound weapon, his strength increased again. This time, he was not directly eliminated by the Wooden Dummies warriors. Instead, he fought with them. The 12th level of the Water and Fire Sword art. Fang Chen used the Hidden Star Sword, a low-grade profound weapon, to display the 12th level of the Water and Fire Sword art. Suddenly, a rainbow-like sword light pierced the body of a Wooden Dummies warrior. Crack! The Wooden Dummies warrior's body directly shattered and scattered on the ground. However, the scattered Wooden Dummies warriors on the ground instantly reassembled. However, the reassembled Wooden Dummies warriors did not attack Fang Chen anymore, because they had already lost. Continue. Seeing this, Fang Chen grinned and continued to fight. 10 minutes later, Fang Chen had already defeated more than 20 Wooden Dummies warriors. This made Fang Chen very excited. Just because of a low-grade profound weapon, he was able to persist for such a long time in the third Wooden Dummies Alley. No wonder it was called a profound weapon. However, he could only persist for such a long time. When he defeated the 30th Wooden Dummies warrior, he was besieged by the other Wooden Dummies warriors and was instantly forced out of the Wooden Dummies Alley. After Fang Chen came out, his face was full of excitement. He directly found a quiet place and sat down cross-legged, and began to comprehend the process of his battle. In this way, he continued to comprehend and fight. Half a month later, in the entire Wooden Dummies Alley, only Fang Chen was left. At this time, Fang Chen had entered the Wooden Dummies Alley 20 times. 20 times, he had spent a total of 2 million high-grade spirit stones. However, spirit stones were nothing to Fang Chen. Most importantly, in these 20 times, Fang Chen had gained a lot. He was now able to defeat more than 60 Wooden Dummies warriors. If he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to pass the third Wooden Dummies Alley. At this time, Fang Chen could faintly feel that his cultivation that had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time was finally showing signs of loosening. Am I going to break through? Fang Chen's heart slightly moved as he thought to himself. In the next moment, Fang Chen realized that his Qi was expanding. After being stuck at the peak of the 8th Qi High Realm for so long, he was finally going to break through. Rumble, rumble, rumble within his Qi, spirit Qi gushed out, and a deafening sound entered Fang Chen's ears. His body was filled with a wild aura. After half an hour, Fang Chen's cultivation had finally broken through to the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. After reaching the 9th level of the Qi High Realm, Fang Chen suddenly realized that the expansion of his Qi Si had not stopped. It was still expanding. Fang Chen was puzzled. He carefully examined his Qi Si and was surprised to find that his cultivation was still breaking through. After a while, his cultivation had reached the middle stage of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. Good preparation? Fang Chen murmured. Originally, Fang Chen thought that his cultivation would stop when he reached the middle stage of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. However, he was wrong. He had already laid down a good foundation. Now that he had accumulated enough, his Qi Si had expanded to its maximum. After 2 hours, Fang Chen's cultivation had finally stabilized. At this time, the aura around Fang Chen's body had increased significantly. Peak of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. Fang Chen's face was filled with excitement. After half a month of training in the Mu Ren Lane, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. Such a strong feeling. Fang Chen was very excited. When he was at the peak of the 8th level of the Qi High Realm, he could already fight with a warrior at the 3rd level of the Condensing Reality Realm. Now that he had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm, he could even fight against a warrior at the 4th level of the Condensing Reality Realm. Let's try the Mu Ren Lane again. Fang Chen still had more than 10 days before the Mu Ren Lane closed. After Fang Chen paid the spirit stones, he continued to enter the Mu Ren Lane. When he arrived at the 3rd Mu Ren Lane, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and performed the 12th stage of the water and fire sword art. Fang Chen was shocked to find that he could defeat dozens of Mu Ren warriors at the same time. So strong. Fang Chen grinned and kept on waving the hidden star sword. After about 3 minutes, Fang Chen defeated all 72 Mu Ren warriors and successfully passed the 3rd Mu Ren Lane. Then, he entered the 4th Mu Ren Lane. The Mu Ren Lane was filled with Mu Ren King warriors, whose strength was comparable to a warrior at the 4th level of the Condensing Reality Realm. Mu Ren King warriors were much stronger than Mu Ren warriors. As soon as Fang Chen entered, 72 Mu Ren King warriors immediately attacked. Fang Chen performed the 12th stage of the water and fire sword art and attacked the Mu Ren King warriors. If it was one-on-one, Fang Chen would not be afraid. But the attacks of these Mu Ren King warriors were even more strange than Mu Ren warriors. Their attacks were linked together. As expected of Mu Ren King warriors. After a fierce battle, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. These Mu Ren King warriors were too strong. Although Fang Chen's strength had increased a lot, he was still eliminated after defeating 25 Mu Ren King warriors. Standing outside the Mu Ren Lane, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. It seems that with my current strength, which is equivalent to a warrior at the middle 4th level of the Condensing Reality Realm, it is impossible for me to pass the 4th Mu Ren Lane. Fang Chen thought to himself. At this moment, Elder Wu came to the Mu Ren Lane. He had already heard from the staff that Fang Chen had entered the Mu Ren Lane more than 20 times. More than 20 times in a row, this was too crazy. Fang Chen, I heard that you entered the Mu Ren Lane more than 20 times in a row. Elder Wu asked. Fang Chen nodded and said, I feel that I have gained a lot from fighting against the Mu Ren Lane. Then how did you gain? Crash. Chapter 457. You broke through? Sensing Fang Chen's aura, Elder Wu's face was full of smiles as he asked. Fang Chen nodded. The wooden dummies alley had brought him a lot of benefits, which made him very happy. However, even though the wooden dummies alley was very useful to him, there was still a limit. Now that Fang Chen had reached that limit, there was no point in continuing. You little brat. Elder Wu grinned and said. After chatting with Elder Wu for a while, Fang Chen left the Martial Stream Mountain and returned to the Spirit Stream Mountain. At this moment, on the Spirit Stream Mountain, A weak disciple saw Fang Chen return and immediately ran away. After a while, the warrior arrived at a courtyard. "Brother Gu, Fang Chen is back." "Oh, he's back." Hearing this, Gu Yong's eyes emitted a terrifying golden light as he said eerily. Gu Yong, on the Spirit Stream Mountain, could be considered as a mid-level cultivator. His cultivation had reached the early stage of the fourth condensing reality realm. A few days ago, he left the barren sect and entered the Water City to buy some pills. Who knew that he would encounter the ghost-faced mad student? Moreover, the ghost-faced mad student had forced him to swallow the poison. If he did not have the antidote, he would definitely die within 7 days. The ghost-faced mad student's request was very simple. He wanted him to kill Fang Chen and bring back Fang Chen's space ring to him. Then, he would naturally give him the antidote. In order to save his own life, Gu Yong had no other choice. It just so happened that he did not like Fang Chen. However, after returning to the Spirit Stream Mountain, Gu Yong found that Fang Chen was not there. He was very worried. If Fang Chen did not return within 7 days, what would he do? Fortunately, Fang Chen had already returned. The next step would be for him to take action. 2 hours later, a piece of news spread throughout the Spirit Stream Mountain. Gu Yong was going to have a deathmatch with Fang Chen. As soon as this news came out, it caused a huge uproar. Countless disciples were shocked. Why would Gu Yong, who was usually so low-key, suddenly become so high-profile? Furthermore, he wanted to have a deathmatch with Fang Chen. No one knew the inside story of this matter, but everyone was paying attention to this matter. They didn't know if Fang Chen would dare to accept the challenge. At this time, Fang Chen was quietly sitting in his pavilion. He had already heard the news. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and thought to himself, "We don't usually interact with each other, so why do they want to fight me to the death? Could it be because of Qi Yang and Buhan?" However, before Fang Chen could figure it out, Gu Yong appeared in Fang Chen's courtyard. Gu Yong was followed by many disciples, all of whom were here to watch the fun. "Fang Chen, do you dare accept my challenge?" Gu Yong stood in the courtyard, his aura surging as he roared. Fang Chen walked out of his pavilion and narrowed his eyes at Gu Yong. His expression fluctuated, but he didn't say anything. Many disciples didn't think that Fang Chen would dare accept Gu Yong's challenge. After all, with Fang Chen's strength, he wasn't a match for Gu Yong. Only an idiot would accept such a challenge. However, Fang Chen's answer was outside of everyone's expectations. "Are you in such a hurry to die?" softly asked Fang Chen. "So you're saying you accept my challenge?" Gu Yong wildly laughed. "If you want to die, then I'll help you out," said Fang Chen sinisterly. "Fang Chen, you really are arrogant." "You won't be so arrogant in a bit because you won't have another chance," said Gu Yong sinisterly. Gu Yong's figure flashed and he directly left Fang Chen's courtyard. He said, "I'll wait for you at the martial practice stage." When the disciples heard that Fang Chen had accepted Gu Yong's challenge, they were all incomparably shocked. Once they saw Gu Yong leave, they all scattered to fight for a spot in front of the martial practice stage. At this moment, Elder Mo hastily rushed over. "Fang Chen, are you crazy? How could you accept Gu Yong's deathmatch?" asked Elder Mo hastily. Fang Chen glanced at Elder Mo. "Elder Mo, do you know where I went when I wasn't in the spiritual flow mountain for the past half a month?" "Where?" Elder Mo was usually very busy, so he naturally didn't pay attention to every disciple's movements. "The martial path, the wood dummy alley," said Fang Chen. "You went to the wood dummy alley?" asked Elder Mo. "However, even if you went to the wood dummy alley, you still wouldn't be a match for Gu Yong. You should give up." Fang Chen shook his head and released his wild aura. In the next moment, Elder Mo's expression changed and he no longer said anything. "Are you confident?" asked Elder Mo. "I am." "Good, go ahead and do it." Elder Mo nodded and turned around to leave. In Elder Mo's eyes, he could naturally see that Fang Chen's strength had increased. Since Fang Chen said he was confident, then he must have a certain level of confidence. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so reckless. After Elder Mo left, Fang Chen headed to the martial arts arena. When Fang Chen arrived at the martial arts arena, there were many disciples in the arena. They were all here to watch the show. Even Qi Yang and Bu Han were here. Fang Chen, that brat, got lucky. I originally wanted to kill him with my own hands, but Gu Yong beat me to it. Qi Yang said. Yeah, but as long as I can see that brat die, I'll be very happy. Bu Han grinned and said. His strength is at most equivalent to the third condensing reality realm. Gu Yong's cultivation is at the early fourth condensing reality realm. He is no match for Gu Yong. Overestimating himself, he actually dared to accept Gu Yong's deathmatch challenge. He's really courting death. Qi Yang and Bu Han seemed as if they could already see the scene of Fang Chen dying at Gu Yong's hands. They were very happy. Fang Chen's arrival caused an uproar in the entire martial arts arena. Stepping onto the martial arts arena, Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Yong. He asked, I don't understand. I have no enmity with you. Why do you want to have a death match with me? Gu Yong was furious when he heard this. He said, Brat, don't pretend to be ignorant. If it weren't for you, how could I have been poisoned? Hearing Gu Yong's words, Fang Chen was startled. He immediately thought of something. Ghost face madness. Could it be that ghost face madness used poison to force him to kill me? Fang Chen thought inwardly. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that ghost face madness must be eliminated. You're the one who proposed this deathmatch. I won't be lenient, said Fang Chen. He never showed mercy to people who wanted to kill him. If it was before, he might not have been Gu Yong's match. But now, he could easily kill Gu Yong. Arrogant! Gu Yong roared. A wild aura instantly erupted from his body. In the next instant, Gu Yong's palm smashed towards Fang Chen. This was Gu Yong's strongest attack. When this palm strike was unleashed, the entire martial arts stage emitted a buzzing sound. Seeing Gu Yong take the initiative to attack, Fang Chen didn't hesitate to take out the hidden star sword. With a flick of his wrist, he instantly used the 12th level of the water flame sword art. An extremely wild sword light of water and fire suddenly pierced out like a cold light. Its speed was so fast that it was hard for anyone to react to it. Swish! The water and fire sword light pierced Gu Yong's palm. With a poochie sound, it pierced Gu Yong's palm, and blood immediately flowed out. Ah! Gu Yong let out a miserable scream. He found that his palm had been pierced, and he was forced back. Your strength. At this moment, Gu Yong discovered that Fang Chen's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Outside the martial arts arena, Qi Yang and Bu Han also discovered this. How is this possible? How did this kid's strength increase again? How long has it been? In less than a month, his strength is already comparable to a fourth-stage condensing reality realm martial artist. This is too monstrous. No, we must find a way to kill him as soon as possible. This kid is too big of a threat. That's right, we must kill him. At this moment, Qi Yang and Bu Han felt a little pressure in their hearts. Fang Chen's growth was too fast. It was so fast that it shocked the two of them. Boom! On the martial arts arena, a 7-colored flower suddenly appeared above Gu Yong's head. After this flower appeared, the martial arts arena was filled with an illusory aura. Dharma idol? When Fang Chen saw this Dharma idol, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. Gu Yong's Dharma idol was an illusory flower that could increase the illusory aura. If it was used against other people, it might work, but against Fang Chen, it paled in comparison. Fang Chen cultivated the illusory sword principle. Fang Chen, go to hell! Gu Yong urged his Dharma idol and attacked with all his strength, directly rushing towards Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen also used the illusory sword principle. The illusory sword principle was many times stronger than Gu Yong's illusory technique. With a poochie sound, the hidden star sword directly pierced Gu Yong's chest. In the next moment, Gu Yong's soul directly dissipated, and his body fell limply to the ground. In a flash, Gu Yong, a fourth-stage condensing reality realm martial artist, died at the hands of Fang Chen. This shocked all the disciples in the martial arts arena. He died. Gu Yong died just like that, I'm not dreaming. Oh my God, how did Fang Chen do it? All the disciples' hearts were filled with shock. Even Qi Yang and Bu Han were dumbfounded as they watched everything that happened on the martial arts arena. Fang Chen killed Gu Yong in a flash with lightning speed. He put away the hidden star sword, turned around and left the martial arts arena, leaving behind a shocking back view. After Fang Chen left, the martial arts arena was completely in an uproar. How strong is his sword technique? Gu Yong was not his opponent even when he urged his Dharma idol. He killed Gu Yong, a fourth-stage condensing reality realm martial artist, in just a breath's time. His strength has already reached such a level? 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and in less than 10 minutes, this news spread throughout the entire Spirit Stream Mountain. After the top 10 disciples heard this, they were all shocked. Even Ling Ninghua and Wu Qiu, who had not paid attention to the other disciples, appeared. Elder Mo, who was observing everything in the dark, was even more shocked to the extreme. In less than a month, he has already grown to such a level. Although Elder Mo knew that Fang Chen had entered the wooden dummy alley, he did not expect him to grow to such a level. Chapter 458. Gu Yong's provocation not only made Fang Chen an influential figure in the spirit sect, but it also made Fang Chen wary of Ghost-Faced Berserk Ghost. Although Ghost-Faced Berserk Ghost did not dare to enter the Baron sect, he could threaten a Baron sect disciple to kill him. Fortunately, it was Gu Yong this time. If it was any other disciple, Fang Chen might not have been able to kill him so easily. Fortunately, the crisis this time was resolved. At this moment, Fang Chen remembered that the large amount of refining materials in Ghost-Faced Berserk Ghost's spatial ring had yet to be sold. He had a beginner-level profound weapon and had no use for these materials, so he might as well sell them. Soon after, Fang Chen arrived at the exchange hall. Among the official disciples of the 3 main sects, there was only one common exchange hall. This exchange hall was extremely huge. As long as you had enough spirit stones, you could exchange for anything you wanted here. Of course, if you had treasures, you could also exchange them for spirit stones here. Fang Chen arrived at the exchange hall and directly informed the staff of his purpose. He took out his spatial ring and handed it over to the staff. The staff checked the spatial ring and his expression changed instantly. He then hurriedly ran into the conference hall to look for the deacon elder. After a while, the deacon elder came out. He glanced at Fang Chen and asked, "Little brother, are you sure you want to exchange all of them for upper-rank spirit stones?" Fang Chen nodded and said, "Yes." The deacon elder was extremely excited. He then began to clean up the materials. After about an hour, the deacon elder finally finished cleaning up. There were about 30 types of materials and they were basically all rare materials. If a weapon refining grandmaster were to obtain these materials, he would be able to refine a high-grade profound weapon at the very least. The price of a high-rank profound weapon was at least 30 million upper-rank spirit stones. "Little brother, I'll give you a total of 20 million upper-rank spirit stones for these materials," the deacon elder asked. Fang Chen nodded. These materials were roughly worth this price. Only in the hands of a master blacksmith would these materials become profound weapons. After becoming profound weapons, they would naturally be more valuable. As for the individual materials, even if they were extremely precious, their price was limited. 20 million upper spirit stones was within Fang Chen's expectation. After Fang Chen took the spirit stones, he turned around and left. With the addition of the 20 million high-grade spirit stones, Fang Chen's total number of spirit stones had finally broken through the 100 million mark. If the other disciples knew that he had more than 100 million high-grade spirit stones, who knew what they would think? Even a core disciple at the 6th stage of the condensing reality realm would not have that many top-rank soul stones. As for the official disciples, they would not have that many top-rank soul stones. After completing the exchange, he walked around the exchange hall. "Brother, what do you want to buy?" the managing elder asked. "Transcendence pills," Fang Chen asked. "The transcendence elixir is a profound level elixir. Only an alchemy grandmaster can refine it. It is very expensive. We do have it here, but only 3. The deacon elder thought for a moment and said slowly. 3. Fang Chen thought for a moment and said, "How much for one?" The transcendence elixir was a low-level profound level elixir. In terms of price, it was not as expensive as a low-level profound weapon, but it was still more than 1 million. You are a disciple of the Baron sect, so the price is naturally the best. I will give you the lowest price, 3 million for one. 9 million for 3. The managing elder said. Fang Chen nodded and said, "All right, I will take all 3. After that, Fang Chen paid the 9 million high-grade spirit stones and left with the 3 transcendence elixirs. Back in the pavilion, Fang Chen started to adjust his body, preparing to take the transcendence elixir. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Qi High Realm. If he could take the transcendence elixir, he might be able to form a transcendence dharma and step into the condensing reality realm. The transcendence elixir was the most attractive item for a warrior at the 9th stage of the Qi High Realm. The effect of the transcendence elixir could help a warrior at the 9th stage of the Qi High Realm increase the chances of forming a transcendence dharma. Many warriors were stuck at the Qi High Realm, unable to form a transcendence dharma and break through to the condensing reality realm. The transcendence elixir, which could only be made by an alchemy grandmaster, was the elixir that they needed the most. However, the price of the transcendence elixir was very high, and normal warriors could not afford it. Fang Chen also had a strong family background, which was why he could afford to buy the transcendence elixir. I wonder if 3 transcendence elixirs can help me break through to the condensing reality realm. Fang Chen thought to himself. After a while, Fang Chen found that his body had already adjusted to its best condition. Next, he started to take the transcendence elixir. After swallowing the first transcendence elixir, Fang Chen found that the effect of the transcendence elixir had spread out in an instant and entered his qi si. Rumble, 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 the wild liquefied spirit qi kept spinning, and Fang Chen felt that his qi si was boiling. Condense the transcendence dharma. Fang Chen shouted and started to condense the transcendence dharma. Under Fang Chen's control, the liquefied spirit qi started to condense the transcendence elixir. However, it had only condensed a little before it shattered with a crack. This meant that the condensation of the transcendence elixir had failed. At this time, Fang Chen swallowed the remaining 2 transcendence elixirs. Suddenly, the quiet qi si boiled again, and the wild spirit qi started to condense the transcendence elixir. Condense. Fang Chen saw that the transcendence elixir had started to condense. The condensation of the transcendence elixir was determined by one's overall strength. This was beyond one's control. For example, Fang Chen could only try his best to condense the transcendence elixir. As for what kind of transcendence elixir he condensed, he had no control over it. Time passed by slowly. Fang Chen felt that he had already tried his best, but he still did not succeed in condensing the transcendence elixir. After an hour, Fang Chen finally could not hold on any longer. In his qi si there was a crack. The condensation of the transcendence elixir had failed. Poochie! Fang Chen's throat moved, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Did I fail? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Although the transcendence elixir could increase a warrior's chances of condensing the transcendence elixir, Fang Chen had only swallowed 3 transcendence elixirs. If he had eaten a few more transcendence elixirs, he might have succeeded. From this point, Fang Chen also felt the difficulty of condensing the transcendence elixir. Just a little more, Fang Chen said to himself. After failing to condense the transcendence elixir, Fang Chen started to recover. At this moment, the golden heart started to beat rapidly. Traces of clear energy flowed out of the golden heart and finally flowed to his limbs and bones. After a while, Fang Chen felt refreshed. There were no sequelae in his body. Under normal circumstances, if one failed to condense the transcendence elixir, there would be sequelae. Perhaps it was because of the golden heart, but Fang Chen's body was intact. I wonder what the transcendence elixir I condense will be like. Fang Chen always felt that his failure to condense the transcendence elixir had something to do with the golden heart. However, he did not know what it was exactly. Forget it, it's not time yet. After losing 3 transcendence elixirs, Fang Chen directly gave up on condensing the transcendence elixir. In a hidden courtyard in Water-Leaning City, the ghost-faced wildlife was extremely angry. Damn it, that useless thing was actually killed by that kid. It seems like I have to think of another way. The ghost-faced wildlife said eerily. Even an early-stage condensing reality realm warrior was killed. It seemed like this kid's strength had increased a lot. I don't believe that you can survive this time. The ghost-faced wildlife said eerily. Fang Chen, who was in the Baron sect, naturally did not know what the ghost-faced wildlife was thinking. He had been cultivating on the Spirit Stream Mountain. Just like that, 3 months passed by peacefully. In these 3 months, Water-Leaning City was very peaceful. The southern mountain land was also very peaceful. Of course, the southern mountain land was only peaceful on the surface. In the dark, a storm was brewing. It was said that a mysterious big force had entered the southern mountain land and had secretly subdued many small forces. Some people said that the mysterious big force's goal was to take over the entire southern mountain land. Then, with the southern mountain land as the foundation, they would launch a strong attack on the other 3 territories and finally take over the entire 5 elements state. Of course, the warriors who knew about this were all powerful warriors. As for the weaker warriors, they had no way of knowing. In these 3 months, the 3-3-star sect leaders of the southern mountain land would occasionally meet to discuss countermeasures. This foreign forces attack was too fierce. They were almost unable to withstand it. Of course, everything in the Baron sect was peaceful as usual. In these 3 months, Fang Chen thought of ways to obtain 5 transcendence elixirs. After swallowing them all at once, he finally condensed the transcendence elixir in one breath. When the transcendence elixir was condensed, the hidden star sword rushed out of the space ring and stabbed into the ground. It worshipped the transcendence elixir above Fang Chen's head. Fang Chen's transcendence elixir was a giant golden sword. Yes, it was a giant golden sword. The reason why Fang Chen was able to condense the transcendence elixir was because of the golden heart. Ever since he condensed the transcendence elixir, Fang Chen realized that his understanding of swordsmanship had become more thorough. When he casually displayed the 12th level of the water and fire sword technique, the power was several times stronger than before. Fang Chen was a sword cultivator. Condensing the transcendence elixir into a giant golden sword was definitely the best choice for a sword cultivator like Fang Chen. Just condensing the transcendence elixir was enough to make Fang Chen excited for a long time. Moreover, after a period of observation, Fang Chen realized that his transcendence elixir could actually resonate with the golden heart. It was very magical. After reaching the condensing reality realm, Fang Chen finally understood the true difference between the Qi High realm and the condensing reality realm. Condensing reality realm warriors could refine treasures in the Qi Sea and condense the transcendence elixir. Once they had the transcendence elixir, their power would multiply. At this time, they could slightly control the surrounding spiritual qi and could fly for a short period of time. Yes, it was flying. Fang Chen tried it out. Flying felt really good. When he was on Earth, Fang Chun had read a lot of fantasy novels. Some warriors, after reaching a certain level of cultivation, could fly. Now, he could finally feel how good it was. Chapter 459. Condensing the Dharma Idol and reaching the condensing reality realm, Fang Chun could be considered as one of the strongest among the official disciples. With the condensing reality realm cultivation, a powerful sword body, an early orange level soul, and the hidden star sword, Fang Chen's overall strength was without a doubt among the top 10 disciples of the soul stream. Condensing reality realm. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with passion. He had walked step by step from the Xingfeng nation to where he was now and finally reached the condensing reality realm with his own efforts. The condensing reality realm, even in the Jin Guan nation, was a peak existence. In the Xingfeng nation, it would definitely be a legendary existence. The condensing reality realm is only the starting point. Fang Chen had heard about the legends of the extraterritorial realm a long time ago, so he knew that the condensing reality realm was considered a strong existence in the southern mountain land, but in the extraterritorial realm, it was even lower than an ant. Therefore, Fang Chen would never be arrogant, he would continue to work hard, and one day, he would step out of the extraterritorial realm to find his mother. However, Fang Chen was still very excited to reach the condensing reality realm. The fire and water sword art's power seems to be a bit lacking. I need to find a stronger martial art, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Before, Fang Chen had obtained the Absolute Heaven sword art from the Absolute Heaven martial marquis. He wanted to practice it, but he never did. Now, Fang Chen was no longer interested in the Absolute Heaven martial marquis martial art. He wanted to find a stronger martial art. Let's go to the skills library, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Then, Fang Chen left the pavilion and went to the skills library. While walking in the square, Fang Chen met Qi Yang. When the latter saw Fang Chen, his eyes lit up, and he quickly walked up and blocked Fang Chen's path. Fang Chen, you bastard, hiding in the pavilion for 3 whole months, you really know how to hide. Qi Yang sneered. What does it have to do with you? Fang Chen replied coldly. Brat, I'll let you be arrogant now. In a few days, you won't be able to be arrogant anymore. Qi Yang's eyes were filled with mockery as he sneered. Ignorant. Fang Chen shook his head. He didn't want to talk to Qi Yang, so he turned and left. Seeing that Fang Chen had ignored his words, Qi Yang was furious. However, he held himself back in the end. Brat, I'll make sure you die a horrible death during the Soul-type Grand Competition. Qi Yang roared furiously. Fang Chen ignored Qi Yang and went to the skills library. After searching for a while, Fang Chen found 3 books that were suitable for him. Of the 3 books, 2 were rank 4 cultivation techniques, and the last one was actually a rank 5 cultivation technique. Of course, this was the only rank 5 cultivation technique in the entire cultivation technique hall. Illusion God Sword Technique. In the end, Fang Chen still chose the 5th grade cultivation technique, the Phantom God Sword Art. This was because the Phantom God Sword Technique was also an illusory sword technique. When combined with Fang Chen's illusory sword principle, it would definitely be very powerful. Rank 5 cultivation techniques were considered more precious in the southern mountain land. Therefore, the price was a little more expensive. Cost 30 million upper spiritual stones. This price is almost the same as a dark weapon, Fang Chen thought to himself. However, Fang Chen still bought the Phantom God Sword Technique. After a while, Fang Chen finished copying the Phantom God Sword Technique. He took the copied version and left the skills library. In the end, he paid 30 million upper spiritual stones and returned to the pavilion. In the pavilion, Fang Chen focused all his attention on the Phantom God Sword Technique. In a short while, he had memorized all the moves of the Phantom God Sword Technique. In the next moment, Fang Chen began to cultivate. Just as Fang Chen was circulating the chant of the Phantom God Sword Technique, the golden giant sword in his chi suddenly rushed out and floated above Fang Chen's head. Then, the golden heart rapidly trembled and resonated with the golden giant sword. Fang Chen realized that a clear stream was flowing through his body. Then, Fang Chen suddenly stood up. He held the hidden star sword and began to use the first level of the Phantom God sword technique. Whoosh! The hidden star sword was constantly waved. One after another, illusory swords appeared in the void. These illusory swords were constantly changing, as if they were moving at any time. In the end, these illusory swords were all gathered together. In an unexpected manner, they directly bombarded the ground in the distance. Bang! A large pit appeared on the ground. Of course, this was because Fang Chen did not use his spiritual qi. This, Fang Chen was shocked. Although it was only a large pit, Fang Chen was the one who used the Phantom God sword technique. He knew the power of the Phantom God sword technique the best. The moment he used the Phantom God sword technique, the combination of the Phantom God sword technique and the Phantom sword principle allowed him to quickly set up a simple illusion. Think about it. If the enemy's strength was on par with yours and they were caught off guard and fell into an illusion, would you be able to seize the opportunity to kill them? Even if the opponent was a cultivator stronger than you, as long as they were not too much stronger, they would fall into an illusion and give you enough time to escape. Moreover, Fang Chen did not use his spiritual qi. If he did, the power of the Phantom God sword technique would definitely be extraordinary. Of course, it would require the cooperation of the Golden Giant Sword. The Phantom God Sword technique had a total of 9 levels. After cultivating the first level, Fang Chen felt that it was extremely powerful. He could not wait to try it out. Going down the mountain to give it a try was Fang Chen's idea. Ever since he had offended the ghost-faced mad scholar, Fang Chen had not left the Baron sect. Now, he could finally leave the Baron sect openly. Since the ghost-faced mad scholar could threaten the Baron sect's disciples to kill him, he would naturally keep an eye on the Baron sect's movements. As long as he went down the mountain, the ghost-faced mad scholar would definitely come to kill him. As soon as he thought of this, Fang Chen immediately left the Baron sect and appeared in Luoshui City. When Fang Chen appeared in Luoshui City, the ghost-faced mad scholar was the first to know. He immediately rushed towards Fang Chen's location. Not long after, the ghost-faced mad scholar saw Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen was still in a sparsely populated area and had yet to enter the main city of Luoshui City. "This will be your burial ground," the ghost-faced mad scholar sinisterly said. Soon after, the ghost-faced mad scholar's figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Chen, blocking his path. "Brat, you still dare to appear!" the ghost-faced mad scholar angrily roared. Sure enough, he came. Seeing the ghost-faced mad scholar, Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile. Just as he had expected, the ghost-faced mad scholar had rushed over at the fastest speed to kill him. How could he miss such a live target? Moreover, he could also solve this problem in an instant. "Brat, obediently hand over the materials I gave you," the ghost-faced mad scholar sinisterly said. "Your materials," Fang Chen said. "I have already exchanged them for transcendence pills and swallowed them." Hearing Fang Chen's words, the ghost-faced mad scholar was thoroughly enraged. His materials were worth at least 20 million high-grade spirit stones. Yet, this brat had actually taken them all for himself. "Brat, I will tear you to pieces," the ghost-faced mad scholar furiously roared. In the next moment, he unleashed an extremely wild attack. Crash! Seeing the ghost-faced mad scholar's attack, Fang Chen immediately displayed his transcendence body. A huge golden sword floated above his head, emitting a terrifying aura. At the same time, the hidden star sword also appeared in his hand. After seeing Fang Chen's transcendence body, the ghost-faced mad scholar felt an inexplicable pressure. However, he did not think too much about it and continued to attack Fang Chen. Phantom Sword Art, First Level. Fang Chen displayed the first level of the Phantom Sword art. This was the first battle after Fang Chen had reached the condensing reality realm. He immediately displayed his most powerful move to deal with the ghost-faced mad scholar. Rumble. The moment the Phantom Sword art was displayed, countless illusory swords appeared in the sky. These illusory swords pierced towards the ghost-faced mad scholar. At the same time, the huge golden sword above Fang Chen's head continuously spewed out a wild sword intent, increasing the power of the illusory swords. For a moment, even the ghost-faced mad scholar was stunned. At this moment, his mind went blank. Not good. The ghost-faced mad scholar instantly sobered up. However, at this moment, those illusory swords had already appeared in front of him. He suddenly punched out to block those illusory swords. Bang! Bang! The ghost-faced mad scholar's fists blocked dozens of illusory swords. Just when he thought that Fang Chen's attack would not be able to do anything to him, he suddenly heard a sound. He looked down at his chest and was shocked to find that there was an illusory sword piercing his chest. How is this possible? The ghost-faced mad scholar was shocked. He could not believe that Fang Chen's strength had increased to such an extent. His transcendence body is strange. The ghost-faced mad scholar's body kept retreating as he thought to himself. Seeing the ghost-faced mad scholar retreating, Fang Chen's face revealed a smile. My transcendence body is indeed different. It seems to be much stronger than the transcendence bodies of other condensing reality realm experts. Fang Chen thought to himself. His transcendence body, the huge golden sword, seemed to be related to the golden heart. No matter what it was, as long as it was related to the golden heart, it would definitely not be simple. Looks like the one who will die today will be you. Fang Chen sneered. Kid, it's too early for you to be happy. The ghost-faced mad scholar roared angrily. Ghost fire. Following the ghost-faced mad scholar's roar, a gloomy flame suddenly appeared around his body. These flames turned into countless small fireballs and directly rushed towards Fang Chen. Phantom Sword Art. Chapter 460. Ghost-faced wildlife displayed the ghost fire. He didn't believe that Fang Chen's strength had reached such a level. He wanted to kill Fang Chen. Rumble. The wild attack directly appeared in front of Fang Chen. At this moment, ghost-faced wildlife seemed to have sunk into the darkness and disappeared in an instant. Bang! Fang Chen's phantom sword technique heavily bombarded ghost-faced wildlife's ghost fire. Suddenly, a wild sound erupted. However, at this moment, Fang Chen also noticed ghost-faced wildlife's disappearance. This made Fang Chen extremely vigilant. Ghost-faced wildlife was famous in Luisui City because of his dark shadow Dharma idol. As long as he activated this Dharma idol, ghost-faced wildlife could easily enter the darkness and launch a sneak attack on his opponent. Fang Chen looked around vigilantly. At the same time, the wild sword intent in his body constantly surged into the hidden star sword. Fang Chen was accumulating power, preparing to display the heaven-shocking sword at any time. Just as Fang Chen was preparing, ghost-faced wildlife suddenly appeared behind Fang Chen. In an instant, ghost-faced wildlife's attack fiercely appeared behind Fang Chen. I've been waiting for you. Fang Chen sneered. Immediately, a wild aura erupted from his body. In the next moment, he displayed the heaven-shocking sword. With Fang Chen's current strength, if he used a shocking sword move, not to mention ghost-faced Kuang Xing, even a martial artist stronger than ghost-faced Kuang Xing would not be able to withstand it. Ghost-faced wildlife didn't even have time to speak. A cold light flashed past, and ghost-faced wildlife's corpse directly fell to the ground, lifeless. After displaying the heaven-shocking sword, Fang Chen felt that more than half of the spiritual qi in his qi sea had been consumed. His body was very weak. Much better than before. Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile as he said faintly. Before breaking through to the condensing reality realm, Fang Chen's qi sea was directly emptied when he displayed the heaven-shocking sword. But now, his chi wasn't emptied yet. As his strength increased, displaying the heaven-shocking sword would become easier. After confirming ghost-faced wildlife's death, Fang Chun turned around and returned to the barren sect. Ghost-faced wildlife's death made Fang Chun realize his own strength. Although he was now only a condensing reality realms, his combat power was comparable to a 5th-stage condensing reality realm expert. However, if he were to fight against Lung Ninghua and Wu Qiu, who were both at the 5th stage of the condensing reality realm, he would still be no match for them. Therefore, he still needed to work. Fang Chun had just returned when he heard a piece of news. The soul sex, spiritual sex, spirit sect, S-sex, spirit sect. A friendly competition between disciples. Fang Chun's heart skipped a beat as he said in a low voice. Fang Chun had been in the barren sect for a while now. He could be considered as one of the top disciples in the barren sect. Among the official disciples, other than the top few disciples, no one was his match. However, Fang Chun had never seen those core disciples. He didn't know how strong the core disciples were. Before Fang Chun returned to his residence, he met Qi Yang and Bu Han. When the two of them saw Fang Chun, they couldn't wait to kill Fang Chun. However, due to Elder Mo and the others' prestige, they didn't dare to do so. Although they didn't dare to kill Fang Chun, it didn't mean that they didn't dare to humiliate Fang Chun. Therefore, when they saw Fang Chun, Qi Yang and Bu Han quickly walked up and blocked Fang Chun's path. The two of them mocked and ridiculed Fang Chun. Fang Chun, you piece of trash. You better pray that you don't meet me in the Spirit Sect's grand competition 3 days later. Qi Yang sneered. Fang Chun, if you meet me in the Spirit Sect's grand competition, I'll make you wish you were dead. Bu Han said in a gloomy voice. Looking at the two of them, Fang Chun didn't even bother to talk to them. He turned around and left. Fang Chun, stop right there. Seeing Fang Chun ignore the two of them, Qi Yang's face changed and he said in a cold voice. If you have something to say, just say it. Fang Chun said directly. Fang Chun, do you think that you can act all high and mighty just because you got first place in the event? Let me tell you, in the face of absolute strength, everything else is fleeting clouds, Qi Yang said. Fang Chun, just you wait. If I don't kill you, I swear that I'm not human, Bu Han said. Fang Chun didn't say anything else and turned to leave. Just as Qi Yang had said, in the face of absolute strength, everything else was fleeting clouds. Since the two of them wanted to kill him, he naturally wouldn't show them any mercy in the Spirit Sect's grand competition. In the face of absolute strength, everything else is fleeting clouds. Fang Chun muttered to himself. The corners of his mouth curled upwards as a cold smile appeared on his face. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the day of the Spirit Sect's grand competition. All the disciples on the Spirit Sect's mountain peak were gathered in the plaza. Many of the higher-ups of the Spirit Sect were also accompanied by Elder Mo to the main platform in the plaza. When Fang Chun arrived, the plaza was already packed with people. All the disciples were present. Elder Mo, who was on the main platform, nodded his head in satisfaction when he saw that everyone was present. He then said, Everyone, today is the Spirit Sect's grand competition. The main purpose of this competition is to test your strength. I hope that you can do your best. After a while, Elder Mo briefly explained the rules. It was nothing more than a one-on-one battle. The first round was an elimination round. Fang Chun's opponent was a LV3 condensing reality realm martial artist. Before the battle even started, this martial artist was directly eliminated. What a joke! Although Fang Chun's cultivation wasn't high, this disciple knew that Fang Chun's true strength was definitely comparable to a LV3 condensing reality realm martial artist. The other disciples who were ranked at the top also easily won the first round of the competition. After about 2 hours, the second round of the competition began. This round was still a battle between the weak and the strong. Because after all the weak were eliminated, The battle between the strong was the highlight of this spirit sect's grand competition. None of the top 10 disciples made a move. They stood on the martial arts stage and already intimidated their opponent. As the top 10 disciples won, the other disciples won and lost. When it was Fang Chen's turn, his opponent was a LV4 condensing reality realm martial artist. This disciple seemed to think that his strength was enough to defeat Fang Chen, so he launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen only used the wind and cloud sky extinguishing scripture and easily defeated this opponent. At this time, Fang Chen still didn't reveal his condensing reality realm cultivation. All the disciples thought that Fang Chen's cultivation was still at the Qi High realm. Next was the third round of the competition. After 2 rounds of elimination, there were only 20 disciples left. These 20 disciples were basically the top disciples of the spirit sect. Fang Chen was also among them. From the third round onwards, the battles gradually became more intense. In this round, Fang Chen's opponent was an early LV5 condensing reality realm martial artist. He was very powerful. Being able to be in the top 20 of the spirit sect, he must have some skills. However, since he was up against Fang Chen, he could only be eliminated. Fang Chen just admit defeat. This disciple was called De Pei. He looked at Fang Chen and said in a deep voice. On the square, after seeing Fang Chen's opponent, many disciples started to discuss. This time, Fang Chen was finally going to lose. Fang Chen's strength is increasing very fast. However, he is up against De Pei. He is definitely going to lose. De Pei is at the early LV5 condensing reality realm. Fang Chen is definitely not his opponent. That's right. Fang Chen is definitely going to lose. If I lose to Fang Chen, I will just admit defeat. If I continue fighting, I might get injured. He knows that he is going to lose, but he is still fighting. This is the most unwise choice. Many disciples did not think that Fang Chen would win. Even Elder Mo nodded slightly. He thought that this was Fang Chen's limit. What a pity. I did not expect him to meet De Pei. He is definitely going to die this time. Qi Yang said with some regret. Yeah. If he meets me, I will definitely make him wish he was dead. Buhan said with a gloomy voice. At this moment, on the martial arts stage, Fang Chen looked at De Pei quietly and said, If I were you, I would not say such stupid words. I would even admit defeat. Fang Chen's words seemed to have angered De Pei. De Pei's face was filled with anger. All right, since you want to die, then don't blame me. Just as De Pei finished speaking, suddenly, a wild aura gushed out from his body. In the next moment, a strong soul power appeared around De Pei's head. De Pei's soul power had reached the late orange rank. He was only 1 step away from the peak of the orange rank. Hence, De Pei's attainments in soul power were extremely high. At this moment, De Pei decisively used a strong soul attack. He wanted to defeat Fang Chen directly. Daluo Soul Killer Flame. Fang Chen used the Daluo Soul Killer Flame. His soul power instantly turned into a strong flame and attacked De Pei. Pucci. Indeed, as everyone had expected, Fang Chen's soul attack was instantly shattered when it came into contact with De Pei's soul attack. Trash. You dare to use such a weak soul attack? That's right. What a piece of trash. If I were De Pei, I would destroy his soul. Seeing this, Qi Yang and Buhan continued to mock and ridicule. Bang. Just as De Pei's soul was about to hit Fang Chen, it suddenly exploded. The wild air current caused Fang Chen's body to continuously retreat. Now, do you know the difference between us? De Pei looked down at Fang Chen and said in a deep voice. Fang Chen nodded and said, Yes, I do. De Pei thought that Fang Chen knew that he wasn't as good as him. However, he didn't know that Fang Chen had thoroughly understood his strength after that attack. Therefore, the battle can end now. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, a wild aura gushed out from his body. In the next moment, a huge golden sword appeared above Fang Chen's head. Upon seeing this, Elder Mo's expression changed slightly. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Chapter 461. Condensing Reality Realm. Elder Mo cried out after recovering from his shock. Fang Chen had broken through to the 9th level of the Qi High Realm in the Mu Rin Lane. Who would have thought that he would break through to the condensing reality realm so quickly? Moreover, the Dharma idol that he formed was a huge golden sword. The power that was contained within the huge golden sword made Elder Mo feel pressured. On the square, many disciples were also surprised. Fang Chen was already so strong when he was at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. How strong would he be when he reached the condensing reality realm? Condensing reality realm, so this is your trump card. De Pei sneered as he saw the huge golden sword floating above Fang Chen's head. Fang Chen did not say anything. He used the hidden star sword in his hand to perform the phantom sword art. With a swoosh, countless illusory swords appeared in an instant. At the same time, the huge golden sword was trembling non-stop. The wild sword intent directly penetrated into Fang Chen's hidden star sword. Boom! Instantly, the phantom god sword skill was displayed and attacked towards De Pei. Soul attack. De Pei still used his soul attack. He believed that his soul attack was not weaker than Fang Chen's sword art. Boom, boom, boom! When the two attacks collided, a deafening sound was heard on the whole martial arts stage. The soul attack and the illusory sword collided. In an instant, De Pei felt his vision go black, and he fell into an illusion. Not good. When De Pei regained his consciousness, the illusory sword had already destroyed his soul attack, and there was a long sword at his neck. De Pei glanced at Fang Chen as a bitter smile appeared on his face. He then said, "I've lost." De Pei lost. It was out of everyone's expectations. No one would have thought that De Pei would lose to Fang Chen so easily. Fang Chen's strength is too strong. This kid's potential is too scary. Many disciples were discussing. At this moment, on the VIP stage, Elder Mo was extremely excited when he saw this scene. When he was recruiting Fang Chen, Elder Mo had said that Fang Chen's potential was the strongest he had ever seen. Now, Fang Chen had finally grown up. With only the first level of the condensing reality realm, he defeated De Pei, who was at the 5th level of the condensing reality realm. Good job. Elder Mo laughed in his heart. Although Fang Chen's battle had shocked countless disciples, the competition still continued. However, the following battles did not attract the attention of the crowd. When Qi Yang and Bu Han saw that Fang Chen had won instead of losing, the two of them were very unhappy. I hope you'll meet me next time, Qi Yang and Bu Han thought at the same time. Not long after, the third round of the competition also ended. A total of 10 people were eliminated. In other words, the 10 people who advanced were the top 10 disciples. Among the original top 10 disciples, the disciple ranked 8th was a little unlucky. He encountered the disciple ranked 4th during the battle and lost the match, unable to enter the top 10. And Fang Chen had successfully replaced this disciple and entered the top 10. Among the top 10 disciples, only Fang Chen was a new disciple. The rest were all veterans. The 10 of you are the top 10 disciples of the Spirit Stream. The following battles will be 2-on-1. Elder Mo laughed. He was very happy that the Spirit Stream could produce an elite disciple like Fang Chen. With Fang Chen's current potential, it would not take long for him to become a core disciple. At that time, the sect leader would definitely reward the Spirit Stream. In the 4th round of the competition, Fang Chen met his arch-rival. It was Qi Yang, the top 10 disciple. When Qi Yang found out that his opponent was Fang Chen, his face was filled with joy. He was extremely excited. Ha ha ha, Fang Chen, you're dead. Qi Yang looked at Fang Chen as if he was looking at his prey. There was no expression on Fang Chen's face. He calmly walked up to the arena and waited for Qi Yang to come up. After Qi Yang went up to the stage, he looked at Fang Chen and said with a sinister smile, "Fang Chen, I told you before that if I met you in the Soul-type Grand Tournament, I would make you wish you were dead. I'm afraid you don't have the strength, Fang Chen said indifferently. Qi Yang heard this and laughed wildly. He thought that Fang Chen was too arrogant. Although Fang Chen defeated De Pei, Qi Yang's strength was many times stronger than De Pei's. Qi Yang's cultivation was at the late stage of the fifth condensing reality realm, while De Pei was only at the early stage of the fifth condensing reality realm. The gap between them was huge. I'll let you show off now. I hope you won't kneel and beg for mercy later. Qi Yang sneered. Fang Chen looked at Qi Yang, his heart filled with killing intent. However, he knew that Qi Yang was very strong. He didn't have 100% confidence that he could kill Qi Yang unless he used a shocking sword attack. Then, Fang Chen shook his head. Let's take it one step at a time. Battles are constantly changing. I'll just have to adapt to the situation. Fang Chen, I will slowly torture you. Qi Yang looked at Fang Chen and said in a low voice. At the same time, a wild soul aura appeared in his mind. He was using a soul attack. Extinguishing sky flames. Qi Yang shouted and used the extinguishing sky flames. Suddenly, his powerful soul power turned into rolling flames. These flames contained an extremely majestic power and attacked Fang Chen. Phantom Sword Art. Without any hesitation, Fang Chen unleashed the first level of the Phantom God Sword technique. Wild sword lights floated in the sky and blasted towards the soul flames. Bang! 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 Fang Chen's Phantom Sword Art created illusory swords that constantly collided with the soul flames. However, what surprised Fang Chen was that each soul flame was extremely strong. When it came into contact with the illusory swords, it was able to consume the energy of the illusory sword. What a powerful soul attack! Fang Chen sighed inwardly. If it was just a soul attack, he wouldn't be Qi Yang's opponent. Fortunately, his martial strength was also very strong. Otherwise, he would have been defeated by Qi Yang. Whoosh! Qi Yang shattered Fang Chen's attack and continued to control the soul flames to attack Fang Chen. Fang Chen used the Phantom Sword Art again. The wild illusory aura, along with the extremely dense sword intent, bombarded out once again. However, although Fang Chen's attack was powerful, it was still mercilessly shattered by Qi Yang. On the square, Buhan sneered when he saw this scene. Trash, said Buhan. During this entire battle, Qi Yang had been suppressing Fang Chen the entire time. Because of this, all the disciples thought that Qi Yang would end Fang Chen's life. However, Elder Mo still believed that Fang Chen still had a trump card. What is this brat waiting for? Elder Mo saw that Fang Chen was dodging Qi Yang's soul attacks while waiting for an opportunity. At this moment, on the martial arts stage, Fang Chen was dodging while performing the Phantom Sword technique to block Qi Yang's attacks. At the same time, he was rapidly approaching Qi Yang. About a minute later, he finally found the best opportunity to attack. It was also at that moment that Qi Yang was enraged. Fang Chen, weren't you very fierce just now? Why are you dodging now? Qi Yang roared furiously. His wild soul aura once more increased, and he directly launched a fierce attack at Fang Chen. Now's the time. Fang Chen found the exact moment when Qi Yang was about to unleash his soul attack and suddenly unleashed a shocking sword strike. When he unleashed that heaven-shaking sword, the huge golden sword above Fang Chen's head trembled. A wild sword intent poured into the hidden star sword, emptying over half of Fang Chen's qi. Rumble in an instant, the shadow of a giant sword appeared in the sky. The aura emanating from the shadow of the giant sword made Qi Yang's expression change drastically. Qi Yang was puzzled. However, despite his doubts, he still didn't stop his attacks on Fang Chen. Not good. On the rostrum, after Elder Mo sensed the danger of this move, he was prepared to intervene and stop the battle between the two. However, at that moment the sword image stabbed into Qi Yang's body. No. Qi Yang was just about to attack when the huge sword stabbed him. He didn't have the slightest ability to block it. He cried out in pain, unable to believe what was happening. He had just been suppressing Fang Chen, but in the blink of an eye, he had been pierced by Fang Chen's sword. Furthermore, he realized that his life force was fading. This sword was too powerful. Even his consciousness was starting to fade. I can't accept this, Qi Yang roared furiously. However, his body was also swaying. By the time Elder Mo arrived on the martial stage, Qi Yang's body had already collapsed to the ground. He had lost his life force. After glancing at Qi Yang, Elder Mo's gaze landed on Fang Chen. Qi Yang has fallen. Everyone in the plaza was dumbfounded. Qi Yang had actually fallen at Fang Chen's hands. That sword just now was too powerful. How could Fang Chen know such a fierce sword move? Damn it! Buhan roared furiously. The entire plaza was in an uproar. Just at this moment, Buhan stepped forward and loudly questioned, Elder Mo, this brat's cultivation technique is too vicious. He actually killed Qi Yang during the competition. He should be executed. That's right. With such vicious thoughts, he doesn't have the qualifications to be a disciple of our spirit stream. Following Buhan's words, many disciples began to shout loudly. They wanted to seek justice for Qi Yang. Fang Chen, how could you know such a vicious sword technique? Elder Mo calmly looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen glanced at him. His body was a bit weak. My sword technique is vicious. In my eyes, there is only the viciousness of a person's heart. There is no viciousness of a cultivation technique. Then you still shouldn't have killed Qi Yang, continued Elder Mo. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. If I hadn't killed him, the one lying on the ground would have been me. After saying that, Fang Chen didn't say anything else. Hearing the commotion in the plaza, Elder Mo sank into silence. Qi Yang's hatred for Fang Chen was something he could see. But now that Qi Yang was dead, he had to give all the disciples an explanation. But, Chapter 462. Elder Mo's face was filled with helplessness. He turned around and looked at the countless noisy faces in the plaza. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. Fang Chen had used up more than half of his spiritual qi to unleash that heaven-shocking sword. His body was a little weak, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Elder Mo, today, Fang Chen must give us an explanation. Otherwise, where are the rules of our barren sect? The person who spoke was Buhan. His face was filled with anger. He actually killed his own fellow disciple in the large competition of soul style. This kind of disciple is the disgrace of our large competition of soul style. That's right. Elder Mo, please punish Fang Chen. Otherwise, who among our large competition of soul-style disciples will abide by the sect's rules in the future? Elder Mo, if you don't give us an explanation, does that mean that in the future, we can kill whoever we want in the large competition of soul-style? We can kill whoever we don't like. Many disciples directly questioned Elder Mo. Fang Chen didn't say anything. He had been watching this scene the entire time. When he killed Qi Yang, he had already made his preparations. It wasn't just the ordinary disciples. Even the top 10 disciples spoke in support of Buhan. They also felt that Fang Chen had gone too far. It was just a large competition of soul style, yet he had killed Qi Yang. It was truly intolerable. However, from the beginning to the end, Leng Ninghua and Wu Qiu didn't say anything. The two of them looked thoughtfully at Fang Chen, then shook their heads slightly. No matter what, Fang Chen was an extremely talented person. If nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely be able to enter the ranks of the Baron sect's core disciples in the future. But now, it would be a little difficult for him to pass this hurdle. Fang Chen, get out of the large competition of Soul Style Mountain. Many disciples loudly shouted under Buhan's lead. Elder Mo was struggling in his heart. If it was an ordinary small matter, he could use his authority to suppress it. But now, he had no other choice. Qi Yang had died in the large competition. If he didn't give these disciples an explanation, which disciple would abide by the rules of the large competition of soul style in the future? Which disciple would be willing to join the large competition of soul style? At this moment, Elder Mo felt that he had let down Fang Chen. After a long time, Elder Mo turned around and looked at Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with pain. Fang Chen. Elder Mo, you don't need to say anything more. I was the one who did this, so I will naturally take responsibility for it. As for what they want, so what if I give them an explanation? Fang Chen said solemnly. Fang Chen, why don't you train in the martial arts school or the physical body school? Elder Mo asked. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said, I've made up my mind. Since he was going to leave, he might as well leave thoroughly. Then, he turned around and left. However, before he left behind a sentence. If you want to avenge Qi Yang, come find me. After that, Fang Chen left the square and returned to his residence. After returning, Fang Chen began to pack his things. He threw everything that belonged to the Baron's sect into the pavilion. After that, he sighed slightly and left the Spirit Stream Mountain. It seems that I'm still not suitable to stay in the sect, Fang Chen said. When everyone was denouncing him, he had already made this decision. To be honest, Elder Mo had treated him very well. He didn't want to make things difficult for Elder Mo, so he chose to leave the Baron sect. Just as Fang Chen was about to leave the Spirit Stream Mountain, Elder Mo suddenly chased after him with quick steps. Fang Chen, I'm sorry. I can't do anything about this matter. However, you can train in the other two schools, Elder Mo said as he looked at Fang Chen's back. Fang Chen shook his head and said, Elder Mo, thank you very much. However, I still have to leave. From today onwards I, Fang Chen, will leave the Baron sect. In the future, I will have nothing to do with the Baron sect. After Fang Chen finished speaking, he turned around and left, gradually disappearing from Elder Mo's sight. At this moment, Elder Mo seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. His expression was ugly as he slowly turned around and once again returned to the main stage. The battles in the Spirit Stream Grand Competition were still ongoing. However, Elder Mo was not in the mood to watch. After Bu Han knew that Fang Chen had left the Baron sect, he was very happy. As long as Fang Chen left the Baron sect, killing Fang Chen would be as easy as crushing an ant. Around afternoon, the Spirit Stream Grand Competition had ended. The first place was still Ling Ninghua. He was extremely powerful, and no one could shake his position as the first place Spirit Stream Grand Competition. The second place was also Ling Ninghua's old partner Wu Qiu. The latter's strength was second only to Wu Qiu. The two of them were the most promising disciples of the Spirit Stream to enter the ranks of the core disciples. As for the remaining disciples, there was a certain gap between their strength and the two people in front of them. As for the culprit who denounced Fang Chen, Bu Han, he was ranked 5th. After the event, the news of Fang Chen leaving the Baron sect was passed on to Elder Jin and Elder Wu by Elder Mo. Two elders hurriedly rushed to the Spirit Flow Mountain Peak to look for Elder Mo. When the two of them found Elder Mo, they hurriedly asked, Old Mo, what exactly happened? Why would Fang Chen withdraw from the Baron sect for no reason? That's right, Old Mo. It's not like you don't know Fang Chen's potential. Why did he leave the Baron sect? Hearing this, Elder Mo lightly sighed and said, Fang Chen killed a disciple in the Spirit Stream Grand Competition. All the disciples are denouncing him. I can't do anything about it. Leaving the Baron sect is his own choice. Old Mo, you are really muddle-headed. Fang Chen's potential is so high. It was not easy for us to find such a disciple. Just because of the disciples denouncing him, we can only watch as he leaves. Elder Wu was more impatient and said directly, Didn't you let him come to our two factions to train? Elder Jin asked. I did, but Fang Chen has already made up his mind. Elder Mo was a little sad. The three elders fell into silence. Within the three factions, disciples were allowed to fight. However, killing each other was forbidden unless it was in the life and death arena. However, Fang Chen had openly killed a disciple in the Spirit Stream Grand competition. The impact of this was too great. If they did not punish him, how would they manage the other disciples in the future? Therefore, Fang Chen did not want to make things difficult for Elder Mo and chose to leave the Baron sect. Of course, Fang Chen had another reason for leaving the Baron sect. Life within the Baron sect was too comfortable. What he wanted was a life where his blood boiled. After Fang Chen left the Baron sect, he appeared in Luoshui City. Unknowingly, he had already arrived in front of Martial Grand Master Ku Fei's mansion. He knocked on the door and entered the mansion. "Brother Fang, why are you here?" Seeing Fang Chen arrive, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fei revealed a trace of a smile. "I left the Baron sect." Fang Chen sat on a chair and said, "What? Why did you leave the Baron sect for no reason?" Martial Grandmaster Ku Fei was puzzled as he asked. "I killed a disciple in the Spirit Stream Grand competition. In order to not make things difficult for Elder Mo, I left the Baron sect. Furthermore, I'm tired of that peaceful life. If I want to increase my strength, I must fight on the edge of life and death," Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fei's gaze towards Fang Chen changed. "Fang Chen, you're really something. In order to not make things difficult for Elder Mo, you actually left the Baron sect," Martial Grandmaster Ku Fei said. "However, this is also good. You have great potential. There's no point in staying in the Baron sect. Why don't you temper yourself in the southern mountain land?" Martial Grandmaster Ku Fei said. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fei was one of the top martial grandmasters in the southern mountain land. His vision was naturally very high. Furthermore, he had experienced many things and could see things more comprehensively. "I'll have to trouble Martial Grandmaster Ku Fei for the next few days," Fang Chen said with a grin. "What are you talking about? If you want to stay, feel free to stay," Martial Grandmaster Ku Fei said with a grin. For the time being, Fang Chen hadn't decided where he wanted to go. Therefore, he came to Martial Grandmaster Ku Fei's mansion. He planned to stay here for a few days before leaving Leaning Water City. Right now, his strength had reached the 5th condensing reality realm. As long as he didn't meet some powerful experts, he would definitely be able to protect himself. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Although Fang Chen had left the Baron sect, everything was normal in the Baron sect. The 3 great sects were still operating normally. Only the 3 great elders were regretful about Fang Chen's departure. However, there was nothing they could do about it. They couldn't change Fang Chen's decision. During these few days, Fang Chen had nothing to do, so he was actually refining tools with Martial Grandmaster Ku Fei. Of course, Fang Chen had a master in Guzong. His talent in refining tools was pretty good. Fang Chen discovered that refining tools could allow him to be completely focused. It could even allow him to reach a state of emptiness. When Martial Grandmaster Ku Fei discovered Fang Chen's talent in refining tools, he kept clamoring to accept Fang Chen as his disciple. However, Fang Chen said that he already had a master. In the end, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fei gave up on accepting a disciple. However, after seeing Fang Chen's outstanding talent in refining tools, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fei was prepared to wholeheartedly teach Fang Chen how to refine tools. Under Martial Grandmaster Ku Fei's guidance, Fang Chen's refining skills continued to improve. One day, Fang Chen had just finished refining tools when he saw Martial Grandmaster Ku Fei coming over. "Martial Grandmaster Ku Fei," Fang Chen said with a smile. "Brother Fang, your talent in refining tools isn't ordinary. It's only been a few days, and you're already able to refine a top-grade mortal weapon." Martial Grandmaster Ku Fei smiled when he saw the weapon in Fang Chen's hand. Being able to refine a top-grade mortal weapon meant that Fang Chen was already a true master of refining tools. As long as he took one more step, he would be able to reach the title of Master Refiner. He was so young, yet he already had such powerful refining skills. Even some of the disciples of the great sect in Nanling Land wouldn't be able to do so. Oh right, I almost forgot to tell you something. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa slapped his forehead and smiled. What is it? Fang Chen asked. Chapter 463. Fang Chen's state of mind had also transformed a lot during the time he spent refining with Grandmaster Kufa. Grandmaster Kufa had helped him a lot, so he naturally had to help with this small matter. No problem. Fang Chen smiled. Afterward, Great Grandmaster Ku Fa told him about Elder Fang Chen's information and handed him the interspatial ring, asking him to send it to the Divine Statue Gate. Although the Divine Statue sect belonged to Water-Leaning City, their headquarters were not in Water-Leaning City, but outside of it. The Divine Statue Gate was one of the only three-star sects in Nanling. They had countless disciples and were one of the overlords of the entire Nanling region. The Black Armor Marquis who had come with Fang Chen had joined the Divine Statue Gate. It was unknown how he was doing. When Fang Chen arrived at the Divine Statue Gate, he was stopped by a guard. Who are you? This is the Divine Statue Gate's restricted area. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter, said the guard. I'm here to deliver a weapon to Elder Mu, said Fang Chen. Oh? A weapon for Elder Mu? The guard looked at Fang Chen suspiciously. The weapon that Great Grandmaster Ku Fa forged for Elder Mu, Fang Chen said. The guard hastily let him pass. If it was an ordinary person, he would naturally question them. But since this person had said Ku Fa's name, how could he dare to question him? Within Water-Leaning City, no one dared to impersonate Ku Fa. After smoothly entering the Divine Statue Gate, Fang Chen encountered a few disciples. He walked up to one of them and smiled. Brother, where is Elder Mu? Asked Fang Chen. You're looking for Elder Mu? Fang Chen nodded. The disciple said, Elder Mu is on that mountain peak. After Fang Chen expressed his gratitude, he walked towards the mountain peak. Soon, he arrived at the peak. At this time, there was a conflict happening on the mountain peak. Black armor, what's there to be proud of with your broken defense? Sneered one of the disciples. Xiaohe, don't go too far. The Black Armor Marquis roared angrily. The Black Armor Marquis and Xiaohe were both Elder Mu's disciples. They had always been cultivating on this mountain peak. Because the Black Armor Marquis talent was stronger than Xiaohe's, he was deeply favored by Elder Mu. Normally, Elder Mu would take care of the Black Armor Marquis. On the other hand, the Black Armor Marquis's strength had also increased quite quickly. He had only been in the Divine Statue School for a short while, but his cultivation had already reached the fourth condensing reality realm. Of course, although Xiaohe's talent was inferior to the Black Armored Marquis, his cultivation from the very beginning was much higher than the Black Armored Marquis. Thus, even now, the Black Armored Marquis cultivation was inferior to Xiaohe's. When the Black Armor Marquis reached the fourth condensing reality realm, Xiaohe's cultivation had already reached the early fifth condensing reality realm. However, an expert like Elder Mu could tell with a glance that the Black Armor Marquis would surpass Xiaohe in a short period of time. Today, Xiaohe had exchanged blows with the Black Armor Marquis. During the battle, Xiaohe's moves were too ruthless and directly injured the Black Armor Marquis. Of course, he did it on purpose to make the Black Armor Marquis extremely furious. After Xiaohe injured the Black Armor Marquis, he even mocked the Black Armor Marquis's defense for being too weak. The Black Armor Marquis could not bear it and instantly exploded. Black Armor, although you are Master's proud disciple, with your little bit of cultivation, you really do not have the qualifications to make me fight. In the future, don't come and spar with me, it's embarrassing. Xiaohe deliberately provoked him. Xiaohe, you're going too far. The Black Armor Marquis roared in a deep voice. Black Armor, don't be so shameless. Seeing the Black Armor Marquis's expression, Xia, he coldly said. You. The black armor Marquis was furious. He suddenly roared and fiercely punched towards Xia. You're courting death. Xia was furious. With a bang, his fist landed on the black armor Marquis's body and sent him flying. Just as the black armor Marquis was about to fall to the ground, he was suddenly supported by a pair of hands. The black armor Marquis was stunned and immediately turned to look. Fang Chen. When the black armor Marquis saw Fang Chen, his heart was filled with shock. Are you all right? Fang Chen looked at the incomparably shocked black armor Marquis. I'm fine. The black armor Marquis instantly recovered from his shock, his face filled with excitement. Just at this time, Xia icily asked, Who are you? What does who I am have to do with you? Fang Chen icily asked. Brat, are you courting death? Xia was furious and suddenly launched a fierce attack, wanting to teach Fang Chen a lesson. Scram! Fang Chen roared and waved his hand, using the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture. A wild aura immediately smashed into Xia's body. With a bang, Xia was sent flying by Fang Chen. Seeing this, the black armor Marquis was completely stupefied. Fang Chen's strength had actually reached such a terrifying level. Brother Fang. The black armor Marquis was incomparably shocked. His eyes burned as he looked at Fang Chen. After a long while, the black armor Marquis sighed, as expected of the former sword Marquis. Fang Chen's potential was still the same as before. He had originally thought that he was dead, but now that he had met him again, his strength was already enough to easily defeat Xia. After being sent flying, Xia looked at Fang Chen with shock. The commotion here had disturbed Elder Mu. Creak, the door opened and Elder Mu walked out. Yes? He had originally thought that Xia and the black armor Marquis were fighting, but when he saw his own disciple lying on the ground and an unfamiliar man standing in front of him, he became displeased. Are you the one who injured Xia? Icily asked Elder Mu. Master, he is my good friend Fang Chen. Just now, in order to save me, he injured senior apprentice brother Xia. Sensing his master's displeasure, the black armor Marquis hastily explained. Elder Mu. Fang Chen nodded to the black armor Marquis. I came to the Divine Statue Gate to help Grandmaster Ku Fa deliver a weapon to you. But in the process, I just so happened to see someone bullying my good friend, so I took action. Elder Mu, who was about to fly into a rage, immediately changed his expression upon hearing Fang Chen's words. Then, a bright smile appeared on his face. Little friend is one of Grandmaster Ku Fa's people? Elder Mu chuckled. Fang Chen took out a spatial ring and handed it to Elder Mu. This is something Grandmaster Ku Fa told me to give to you. Elder Mu received the spatial ring and inspected it. He found that it truly was his weapon. Now he was even more certain of Fang Chen's identity. Furthermore, his attitude toward Fang Chen had greatly changed. Little brother, I hope you don't take offense for not coming out to greet you. Elder Mu chuckled. Seeing this sudden change, the black armor Marquis was stunned. He looked at Fang Chen in shock. His master's position in the Divine Statue Gate was extremely high. Even his master treated Fang Chen like this. It's fine, said Fang Chen. In the end, Elder Mu invited Fang Chen in for a chat, but Fang Chen refused. Fang Chen requested to have a chat with the black armor Marquis. Elder Mu directly agreed. Furthermore, Elder Mu even warned Xia not to harass the black armor Marquis in the future. In a certain plaza, Fang Chen and the black armor Marquis were walking side by side. After hearing Fang Chen's story, the black armor Marquis sighed endlessly. Fang Chen's experience was too fantastical. Brother Fang, what do you plan to do next? Asked the black armor Marquis. I plan to travel the world and increase my strength, said Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen and the black armor Marquis were walking, they suddenly encountered several disciples. Originally, these disciples didn't feel anything, but when they saw the black armor Marquis, A mocking expression appeared on their faces. "Oh, isn't this the Black Armor Marquis? Black Armor, you son of a bitch, you finally dare to come down the mountain. Black Armor, you coward, you actually dare to come down the mountain? Are you tired of living?" Fang Chen and the Black Armor Marquis were walking when they suddenly heard these words. Then the Black Armor Marquis's expression changed. "What's wrong?" asked Fang Chen. "Some old grudges," the Black Armor Marquis whispered. Fang Chen nodded and walked forward. "Don't harass my good friends in the future." "Brat, who do you think you are?" said one of them disdainfully. Scram! Fang Chen became impatient and suddenly released a wild aura, instantly intimidating these people. Bang bang bang! They were unable to withstand Fang Chen's aura and instantly retreated. This, after sensing Fang Chen's aura, they were actually intimidated by Fang Chen's aura. "Let's go," said the leader coldly. He then turned and left. "Brother Fang, you helped me again," said the Black Armor Marquis. "It's fine. We help each other," said Fang Chen. After chatting with the Black Armor Marquis for a while, Fang Chen also realized how powerful the Divine Statue sect was. A 3-star sect was not something a 2-star sect could compare to. In the eyes of the Divine Statue sect, the Desolate sect was nothing. Fang Chen bid farewell to the Black Armor Marquis and left the Divine Statue sect, returning to Water-Leaning City. At this moment, in a hidden place in Water-Leaning City, there were 2 figures paying attention to Fang Chen. "Buhan, is this the brat you were talking about?" asked an unfamiliar man. "Shui Guang, don't underestimate this brat. He killed Qi Yang in one blow," whispered Buhan. "Oh, he killed Qi Yang in one blow? It seems this brat's strength isn't bad. But if the 2 of us work together, he'll definitely die," said Shui Guang. "I really didn't expect this brat to be related to Grandmaster Ku Fa. We have to do this secretly. Otherwise, if Grandmaster Ku Fa learns of this, he might take revenge for him. We can't bear the consequences of that," said Buhan. "Don't worry, Buhan. I, Shui Guang, never fail. Even if I fail, I won't implicate you," said Shui Guang confidently. Chapter 464. After returning to Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's residence, Fang Chen went straight to rest. Over the next few days, Fang Chen continued to learn how to refine weapons and temper his mental state. Finally, after some hard work, Fang Chen managed to refine a low-grade yuan weapon. This way, Fang Chen had become a blacksmith grandmaster. "Brother Fang, congratulations on becoming a blacksmith grandmaster." Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa grinned from the side. Fang Chen smiled faintly. "In front of a martial grandmaster, my little achievement is nothing." "Brother Fang, you can't say that. I wasn't even a blacksmith grandmaster when I was your age," said Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa. "Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa, my mental state has improved a lot after learning how to refine weapons from you. It's time for me to leave this place," said Fang Chen suddenly. "Fang Chen, where are you going?" asked Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa. During the time he had spent with Fang Chen, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa had discovered that Fang Chen's personality and other aspects were rather perfect. He could be considered a pretty good member of the younger generation. "I'll take it one step at a time," said Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, the Nanling continent is filled with danger. You have to be careful," warned Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa. Fang Chen nodded. The next day, Fang Chen left Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's residence and left Leaning City. The instant Fang Chen left Water-Leaning City, 2 black figures followed closely behind him. Of course, after the 2 black figures left, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's figure appeared on the streets of Water-Leaning City. As expected, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he watched the 2 of them leave. After leaving Luisui City, Fang Chen appeared in a wasteland. Although he could fly for a short period of time, Fang Chen still wanted to experience the scenery of the southern mountain range. However, what Fang Chen didn't know was that not far away from him, Shui Guang and Buhan were trembling on the ground in horror. "Senior, please let us go," Buhan cried out in fear. "Humph! When you want to kill others, you have to be prepared to be killed by others." Grandmaster Ku Fa did not want the two of them to disturb Fang Chen, so he had taken a step forward and captured the two of them. After interrogating him, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa discovered that the warrior named Buhan was actually a disciple of the Baron sect. As he had a grudge with Fang Chen, he wanted to kill Fang Chen. Pucci Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa pressed his palm down and killed the two of them. He glanced in the direction that Fang Chen had left, then turned around and returned. After walking for about 6 hours, Fang Chen arrived at the foot of a mountain. Just as he was about to rest, he suddenly met an acquaintance. Green-robed sword Marquis. When Fang Chen saw this person, he called out. The green-robed sword Marquis also noticed Fang Chen. The first time they met was in the tomb of the condensing reality realm expert. Back then, when the two of them exchanged blows, Fang Chen had gained the upper hand. After parting ways, they finally met again. "We finally meet again." The green-robed sword Marquis did not know Fang Chen's name, but he recognized Fang Chen. When he saw Fang Chen, his face was full of smiles. At this moment, the green-robed sword Marquis was surrounded by dense sword intent. His eyes were filled with battle intent. "Let's fight." The green-robed sword Marquis was a martial arts fanatic. Back then, he was proud and arrogant, but he was defeated by Fang Chen. This time, he naturally wanted to fight again. "All right." Fang Chen nodded. The green-robed sword Marquis had a good character. Fang Chen was happy to make friends with this kind of person. Whoosh! Just as the green-robed sword Marquis finished speaking, a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. His wrist shook and a wild sword intent appeared on the long sword. "Be careful." The green-robed sword Marquis growled and launched a fierce attack. "Not bad." When Fang Chen saw the green-robed sword Marquis attack, he nodded with satisfaction. The latter had made great progress. Although in his eyes there was nothing to be afraid of, this kind of progress was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Moreover, the green-robed sword Marquis control of sword intent had also reached a certain level. Illusion God Sword Art. Fang Chen used the Illusion God Sword Art. The wild illusory chi was integrated into the sword intent and instantly bombarded towards the green-robed sword Marquis. Crack! The green-robed sword Marquis originally thought that he would be able to defeat Fang Chen. But in just one move, he had been defeated. How is this possible? The green-robed sword Marquis was a bit puzzled. "You've actually become so strong. Your strength isn't bad either," Fang Chen said. "Why did I lose to you?" The green-robed sword Marquis seriously asked. "There are 3 reasons why you lost to me. The first is because of the illusion sword Dao. The second is because your weapon is a low-level profound weapon. The third is because my sword intent has reached the 3rd minor realm." Fang Chen said. "What?" The green-robed sword Marquis was thoroughly shocked by Fang Chen's words. He had originally thought that he was a genius in the sword Dao and was complacent. But compared to Fang Chen, his so-called genius was simply laughable. Not to mention the difference in weapons, just the difference in sword intent was impossible to make up for. "Your sword intent has actually reached the 3rd minor realm. Truly amazing." The green-robed sword Marquis sighed inwardly. The green-robed sword Marquis was known as a genius in the sword Dao in the Water City. But after so many years, his sword intent had only reached the 2nd minor realm. Fang Chen's sword intent had actually reached the 3rd minor realm. This was definitely a heaven-defying genius in the sword Dao. "I'm leaving." Fang Chen finished speaking and turned to leave. "I will definitely not give up." The green-robed sword Marquis looked at Fang Chen's departing figure and said in a deep voice. The Sky Ghost Forest was a famous forbidden area outside of the Water City. It was extremely dangerous. It was said that if an ordinary condensing reality realm warrior entered, they would not be able to escape unscathed. Fang Chun had accidentally entered the Sky Ghost Forest. Just a moment ago, Fang Chun had encountered a fifth condensing reality realm demonic beast. This demonic beast was extremely strong. Fang Chun had to use all of his strength to kill it. After killing the demonic beast, Fang Chun continued to advance. However, after advancing for a while, he suddenly heard the sound of battle. Someone's here. Fang Chun was puzzled. Then, he quickly rushed towards the source of the sound. When Fang Chun arrived at the scene of the battle, he was surprised to find that it was not a human. It was the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect fighting a demonic beast. There were two remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Their strength was roughly at the early fifth condensing reality realm. The two of them were fighting a demonic beast together. Under the two's battle, the demonic beast was on the verge of collapse. Bang! Under Fang Chun's gaze, the two remnants of the Yellow Spring sect finally killed the demonic beast. Old Wu, your strength has increased a lot. I was bored, so I came out to kill demonic beast. I don't know when I'll be able to leave this damn valley fill forest. The remnant of the Yellow Spring sect called Old Wu said. Just as the two were talking, they suddenly discovered Fang Chun. There's a human. Old Wu was the first to discover Fang Chun. His eyes were filled with greed when he saw him. Old Wu, be careful of the map on you. The remnant of the Yellow Spring sect saw that Old Wu was about to make a move and warned him. Don't worry. This human warrior is so young. He's definitely not strong. Let's kill him and suck his blood dry. Then we'll go back. After Old Wu finished speaking, he directly appeared in front of Fang Chun. I didn't expect there to be remnants of the Yellow Spring sect here. Fang Chun said coldly. Kid, it's too late for you to know. Old Wu's voice fell and he directly attacked. However, Fang Chun's attack was faster than his. He performed the Phantom Sword art. The illusory aura instantly filled the air, and Old Wu was instantly trapped in an illusion. The hidden star sword in Fang Chun's hand directly pierced Old Wu's body. Crack! Old Wu didn't even have time to speak before he was killed by Fang Chun. This happened so suddenly that the other remnant of the Yellow Spring sect didn't even have time to react. By the time he reacted, Fang Chun had already picked up Old Wu's interspatial ring. Put down Old Wu's interspatial ring. The remnant of the Yellow Spring sect roared angrily. Fang Chun snorted coldly. Holding the hidden star sword in his hand, he walked straight towards him. The remnant of the Yellow Spring sect instantly transmitted this matter back and then attacked Fang Chun. A second later, the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect was killed by Fang Chun. Then, Fang Chun quickly disappeared from the Heavenly Ghost Forest. In the depths of the Heavenly Ghost Forest, there was an extremely dense evil aura. There was a secret stronghold of the Yellow Spring sect here. The person in charge of this stronghold was called Protector Zhigu. He had yet to recover from his serious injuries, so his cultivation base was only at the 7th stage of the condensing reality realm. However, even so, he was still strong enough. At this moment, Protector Zhigu was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the dense evil aura, recovering his strength. As time passed, his body continued to absorb the wild evil aura around him. Beside him, there were many remnants of the Yellow Spring sect guarding him. What map is lost? Protector Zhigu, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, suddenly roared angrily. The map is lost. That idiot Old Wu. The other remnants of the Yellow Spring sect kept cursing Old Wu when they heard that the map was lost. Old Wu was killed and the map was lost. It was taken by a human warrior. All of you go and find him. He is still in the Heavenly Ghost Forest. We must find the map at all costs. Protector Zhigu roared angrily. Chapter 465. After Fang Chun killed the two remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect, he quickly disappeared. He had also heard of the legend of the Heavenly Ghost Forest. It was said that this was a very dangerous place. Once one entered, it would be very difficult to leave. It was because of this that Fang Chun decided to enter this place to train. He did not expect to find the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect as soon as he entered. After Fang Chun killed the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect and took the interspatial ring, he found a hidden place and began to inspect the interspatial ring. I wonder what is in the interspatial ring. Why did the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect become so angry when I obtained the interspatial ring? Fang Chun looked at the interspatial ring and muttered to himself. Then, Fang Chun opened the interspatial ring and his soul entered it. There were some cultivation techniques of the Yellow Spring sect and some spiritual stones in the interspatial ring. However, these were not enough to attract Fang Chun. When Fang Chun's gaze fell on a piece of rag, his expression changed slightly and his mind shook. Then, with a thought, he took the rag out of the interspatial ring and carefully studied it. The more he studied it, the more shocked Fang Chun was. This map was exactly the same as the one Fang Chun had obtained from the Marquis of Absolute Heaven. Could they be together? Fang Chun quickly pieced the two pieces of the map together and found that the map looked completely new. I see. Originally, Fang Chun had obtained a map from the Marquis of Absolute Heaven, but it was incomplete. Later on, he did not pay much attention to it and kept it in the interspatial ring. He did not expect to obtain the other half of the map in the Heavenly Ghost Forest. After looking at the complete map, Fang Chun found that the red dot on the map pointed to the Heavenly Ghost Forest. No wonder the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect were in the Heavenly Ghost Forest. They had already found some clues. Fang Chun thought to himself. At the same time, Fang Chun was very excited. Although he did not know where the map pointed to, he had already made up his mind. However, Fang Chun had already made his decision. He would go and investigate. Who knows, he might be able to encounter some opportunities. Fang Chun was a man of his word. After pondering for a moment, he followed the map and quickly advanced. The red dot on the map was in the deepest part of the Heavenly Ghost Forest. Fang Chun was currently in the outer part of the Heavenly Ghost Forest, and there was still a long way to go. Just as Fang Chun was heading towards the depths of the Heavenly Ghost Forest, countless members of the Yellow Spring sect began searching for Fang Chun, wanting to take back the map. Somewhere in the Heavenly Ghost Forest, Fang Chun was walking. Suddenly, he heard the sound of fighting in front of him. He looked up and was surprised to see that it was a small group of humans fighting. There were 5 people in the team. 4 of them were male and 1 was female. They were fighting against a powerful demonic beast. Fang Chun briefly scanned the group, and discovered that the overall strength of this small group was only at the 5th condensing reality realm. The 5 of them worked together to kill the demonic beast. The demonic beast could not hold on any longer and was about to die. Fang Chun saw this and did not say anything. He turned around and prepared to leave. However, it was at this moment that the small team killed the demonic beast. The small team of human ancient martial art practitioners discovered Fang Chun. The 5 of them looked at each other. Then, the leader looked at Fang Chun and said, "Brother, which sect are you from?" Entering the Heavenly Ghost Forest alone, he must be a disciple of a big family or a big force. After all, the Heavenly Ghost Forest was a dangerous place. Normal people would not dare to enter. Fang Chun stopped and shook his head. He did not say anything and continued walking. Seeing Fang Chun leave, the only woman took a step forward and walked up to the leader. She whispered, "Senior Apprentice Brother Fang, just who is this brat? Will he ruin our plans?" Senior Brother Fang sneered and said, "This kid is very mysterious. I can't see through him. It's better to be careful." "Senior Brother Fang, let's go," the other disciples said in a low voice. Then, the 5 of them quickly moved forward. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. 3 days later, a small group of 5 people heard the sounds of fighting in front of them. Their expressions changed slightly and they quickly went forward. They were surprised to find that Fong Chen was fighting with an unfamiliar man. Why does this man have the same aura as the Yellow Spring sect? Senior Brother Fong said. Could it be that there are survivors of the Yellow Spring sect in the Heavenly Ghost Forest? The female disciple said in a low voice. Senior Brother Fong, should we help him? Another disciple asked. Although they could not see through Fong Chen's strength, the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect were the enemies of all the martial artists in the ancient Sword Continent. Wait a moment. Senior Brother Fong said. At this time, Fong Chen was fighting with a fifth-stage condensing reality realm remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect. Kid, hand over the map. Otherwise, you will be hunted down by all the members of the Yellow Spring sect. The remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect roared angrily. You don't have the ability to do that. Fong Chen sneered and used the phantom sword art. Suddenly, a wild illusory sword shot out from the hidden star sword and pierced the body of the remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect. At this time, the 5 people hiding in the dark were slightly shocked when they heard the conversation between the two. Map, what kind of map does this kid have? It seems to be very important to the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. Senior Brother Fong thought to himself. After a long time, a trace of greed flashed in Senior Brother Fong's eyes. His face was full of a sinister smile. Senior Brother Fong, this kid's sword art is very strange. He must be a disciple of a big force to have such achievements at such a young age. A disciple said in a low voice. When they saw Fong Chen's Phantom God sword technique, they were extremely shocked. That's right. This kid is too talented. Although his cultivation base is not high, his true strength is comparable to a 5th-stage condensing reality realm. Even if the 5 of us join forces, I'm afraid we won't be able to kill him. A tall and sturdy fatty said. I didn't expect to meet such a genius in the Heavenly Ghost Forest. The few disciples discussed Fong Chen animatedly. Senior Brother Fong, who was the leader, was deep in thought. After a long time, Senior Brother Fong saw that Fong Chen was about to kill the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. He suddenly said, Let's go and help. Senior Brother Fong took the lead and said loudly, Brother, everyone has the right to kill the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. I'll help you now. However, just as he finished speaking, the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect were killed by Fong Chen. Fong Chen glanced at Senior Brother Fong, but did not say anything. At this moment, the other 4 people also appeared one after another. They came in front of Fong Chen. Brother, we were just passing by and happened to see you fighting with the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I'm impressed. Senior Brother Fong said to Fong Chen with a grin. Brother, you're very powerful. Unfortunately, you're not a disciple of the Divine Statue sect. The female disciple said in a low voice, her eyes shining. You're disciples of the Divine Statue sect? Fong Chen asked. Yes, we're disciples of the Divine Statue sect. This time, we're going to train in the Heavenly Ghost Forest alone. Why don't we team up and take care of each other? Senior Brother Fong asked. Fong Chen shook his head. No need. With that, Fong Chen turned around and left. The more Fong Chen refused, the more certain Senior Brother Fong was that Fong Chen was hiding some secret. Do you think you can escape from me like this? Sneered Senior Brother Fong. Senior Brother Fong called the other 4 over and whispered to them. Before long, the 5 of them were rushing in the direction Fong Chen had left. After his battle with the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect, Fong Chen knew that the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect had realized he had obtained the map and were looking for him. It seems that this map will be of great use to them, Fong Chen thought to himself. Right now, Fong Chen's mind was filled with thoughts of how to deal with the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect as well as the location marked on the map. As for the 5 disciples of the Divine Statue Gate, Fong Chen didn't care about them at all. One day, as Fong Chen was getting closer and closer to the depths of the Heavenly Ghost Forest, his surroundings suddenly turned dark. Then Fang Chen found himself trapped in a formation. This formation was extremely strange. He couldn't see what was going on outside. Oh, a formation. Fang Chen was puzzled, but he remained calm. At this moment, a familiar laughter rang out in Fang Chen's ears. "Brat, hand over the map and I'll let you live." Yes, a disciple of the Divine Statue School. When Fang Chen heard this, a trace of anger appeared in his heart. He hadn't expected the Divine Statue Gate's disciples to have set up a formation on his path ahead of time. Although this formation wasn't very high grade, only a top-grade Yuan tier formation, it would require a formation grandmaster at the very least to set it up. It seems some of the Divine Statue Gate's disciples had also cultivated formations. Furthermore, they had quite a bit of skill in the Tao of formations. Divine Statue Gate's disciples. Fang Chen's icy voice rang out. The 5 disciples of the Divine Statue School instantly appeared in the middle of the array. They were very confident in this array. Furthermore, they weren't afraid of Fang Chen. "Brat, obediently hand over your spatial ring. You won't be able to escape in this mist formation," said Senior Apprentice Brother Fang. Chapter 466. Fang Chen's eyes were ice-cold as he looked at the 5 people from the Divine Statue Gate. His heart was filled with killing intent. "Are you sure you want to do this?" asked Fang Chen. "Brat, who do you think you can scare in my mist formation? Don't think that just because you're strong, the 5 of us aren't a match for you," sneered Senior Apprentice Brother Fang. He was extremely confident in his mist formation. "That's right. Brat, hurry up and hand over your spatial ring. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground," said another disciple. "Senior Apprentice Brother Fang, why waste words with him?" said a fatty impatiently. "Let's just join hands and kill him. Then we can take his spatial ring." Senior Apprentice Brother Fang nodded slightly. "Since this fellow doesn't know how to appreciate favors, then let's join hands and kill him." As soon as Senior Apprentice Brother Fang's words rang out, the mist formation was activated to its peak. A wild aura instantly assaulted them. At the same time, the 5 disciples from the Divine Statue Gate vanished without a trace. Fang Chen vigilantly scanned his surroundings. Although he couldn't find the 5 disciples, Fang Chen knew that they were definitely nearby. It was just that he hadn't been able to find them due to the mist formation. Swish! Just as Fang Chen was surveying his surroundings, a female disciple suddenly appeared behind him. As soon as she appeared, she waved her hand, causing countless flowers to shoot out from her hand and shoot towards Fang Chen's back. Bang! Fang Chen sensed the energy coming from behind him, and his expression changed. He activated his sword body and then took out the hidden star sword to use the Phantom God's sword art to block those hidden weapons. Damned mist formation! Fang Chen couldn't help cursing. If it weren't for the mist formation, it would be extremely easy for him to kill these 5 people. But now he couldn't see them, and they could sneak attack him at any time. Fortunately, the mist formation only limited his speed and vision. It didn't limit his combat power. Swish! From time to time, the Divine Statue Gate's disciples would launch sneak attack. Gradually, Fang Chen began to calmly deal with them. In the dark, the 5 Divine Statue School disciples gathered together. They stared at Fang Chen, who was constantly moving in front of them, and discussed countermeasures. "Senior Brother Fang, although your fog formation is powerful, we are still no match for him." "That's right. Within the bewildering fog array, we have the advantage of time and place. However, this brat's strength is truly valiant. Especially his weapon. I suspect that it's a low-rank profound weapon." Xian Bing. Upon hearing the female disciple's words, Senior Brother Fang was slightly stunned. Then, he looked at Fang Chen's star-concealing sword. At this moment, he was even more shocked. Because the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand was indeed a primary profound weapon. It really is a Xian weapon. Senior Brother Fang was extremely excited. If he could kill this kid, the profound weapon would be his. With the profound weapon, he would be able to hold his head high in the divine statue sect. Kill him at all costs, Senior Brother Fong said in a low voice. Then, Senior Brother Fong arranged the battle strategy and asked everyone to disperse. At this moment, Senior Brother Fong quietly came to the front of Fatty, as if he wanted to talk to him. Fatty did not guard against Senior Brother Fong at all. Just as he was waiting for Senior Brother Fong to speak, Fatty suddenly realized that his body was flying forward uncontrollably. Fatty was a little puzzled. He turned his head and saw Senior Brother Fong smiling evilly. Not good. At this moment, Fatty also realized something. He tried his best to control his body, wanting to stop. However, it was too late. His body was already exposed to Fong Chen's sight. At this moment, Fong Chen was trying his best to find the 5 people. Suddenly, he discovered Fatty. Without hesitation, he swung his sword and cleanly pierced Fatty's chest. Fatty did not even have time to resist before he died under Fong Chen's star-concealing sword. At this moment, Fong Chen's back was facing Senior Brother Fong. They were very close to each other. When Senior Brother Fong saw this scene, his eyes were filled with madness. The reason why he sacrificed Fatty was to wait for this opportunity. A long sword appeared in his hand. However, his long sword was a supreme-grade spiritual weapon. The moment he pulled out his long sword, a wild sword intent suddenly emerged from his body and gathered in the long sword. Go to hell! Senior Brother Fong let out a furious roar. His long sword, which was imbued with wild sword will, immediately pierced into Fong Chen's body. Fong Chen had just killed Fatty and did not have time to withdraw his star-concealing sword. He had no time to dodge and was directly pierced by Senior Brother Fong's long sword. Fortunately, Fong Chen had already activated his sword body and helped him block Senior Brother Fong's long sword. Although Senior Brother Fong's long sword pierced Fong Chen's body, it did not cause much damage. This was because the sword intent in the long sword had been absorbed by the sword body. Poochie! Senior Brother Fong withdrew his long sword. A sword wound appeared on Fong Chen's back and blood kept flowing out. Fong Chen withdrew his star-concealing sword and turned around to glare at Senior Brother Fong. At this moment, Senior Brother Fong appeared directly and stopped dodging. The other 3 also appeared behind Senior Brother Fong. They did not see Senior Brother Fong push Fatty, so they subconsciously thought that Fatty was killed by Fong Chen. Their hearts were filled with hatred. Brat, I'm going to tear you to pieces! The female disciple shouted angrily. Fong Chen quickly stopped the bleeding on his back and looked at Senior Brother Fong coldly. Stop being a coward, Fong Chen said in a deep voice. Brat, it's a miracle that you didn't die after being stabbed by my immortal killing sword. Now you're still pretending? Senior Brother Fong sneered. He thought that Fong Chen was an arrow at the end of its flight. Ha 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 ha. A wild smile appeared on Fong Chen's face. In the next moment, he pushed his sword to its peak. A crazy sword intent surged out, and the star-concealing sword in his hand let out a sword cry. You're all going to die. Following Fong Chen's roar, the star-concealing sword was directly brandished. Senior Brother Fong's face was originally full of smiles, but when he saw Fong Chen erupt with such power, his expression changed. Attack together. He's using his last breath. As long as we can hold on, he'll definitely die, roared Senior Brother Fong. At the same time, the 4 of them threw out their weapons, wanting to block Fong Chen's terrifying attack. Crack! When their weapons came into contact with Fong Chen's star-concealing sword, it was like cutting tofu. They were all cut apart. This was the power of profound weapons. Spirit weapons and profound weapons were on completely different levels. Ah! The 4 people's weapons were shattered, and they retreated one after another, wanting to hide in the fog array. However, how could Fong Chen give them that chance? His wild sword intent instantly enveloped the 4 of them, making it impossible for them to hide in the mist formation. Die! A cold voice came from Fang Chen's mouth. He swung his sword with each step, killing one person with each slash. Pucci. After taking 3 steps, 3 people from the divine statue sect fell. There was only one person left, Senior Brother Fang. At this moment, Senior Brother Fang was terrified. He had not expected that Fang Chen could still erupt with such power after being pierced by his immortal killing sword. No, it's impossible. Senior Brother Fang roared as he retreated. At this moment, his heart was filled with despair. Although this was the mist formation that he had set up, he realized that he could not control the mist formation when he was enveloped by Lin Fan's sword intent. Go to hell. Fang Chen took another step forward. The hidden star sword in his hand suddenly danced. With a Pucci sound, Senior Brother Fang was pierced by the sword. His eyes were filled with anger. When he was pierced by the star-concealing sword, the sword intent around him instantly dissipated. At this moment, a button appeared in Senior Brother Fang's hand. He pressed it hard and the button instantly shattered. Brat, even if I die, I won't let you have an easy time. After saying that, Senior Brother Fang's body slumped to the ground. At this moment, Fang Chen realized that the mist formation had undergone a huge change. The surrounding mist was becoming denser, which surprised Fang Chen. Rumble, a deafening sound came from within the mist formation. After a long time, the mist formation recovered its bottleneck. At this time, Fang Chen realized that the mist formation had improved a lot. What's going on? Fang Chen was shocked. Before that brat died, he crushed the central control of the mist formation, said Patriarch Bronze. Generally, when the central control of a formation is broken, there are only 2 possibilities. The first is that the formation collapses. The second is that the formation's power increases and it becomes a dead formation. This was the first time Fang Chen had heard of a dead formation. A dead formation is a formation without a central control. Unless you're an array master a level higher than the one who set it up, it's impossible to break it, said Patriarch Bronze. Damn it! Fang Chen couldn't help cursing inwardly. The divine statue gate's disciple had crushed the central control before dying, turning the mist formation into a dead formation. Then how do I get out? Asked Fang Chen urgently. This was the question he was most concerned about. This mist formation is a top-grade Yuan grade formation. Only an array master can set it up. If you want to break it, you'll need an array grandmaster, said Patriarch Bronze. Is that the only way? Asked Fang Chen. There is another way. That is to use absolute strength to directly crush the formation, said Patriarch Bronze. Fang Chen was speechless. What Patriarch Bronze said was the same as not saying anything. Fang Chen's strength clearly wasn't enough to crush the formation. So there was no way he could use this method to break it. To think that I've fallen into a death array, Fang Chen mumbled to himself. His face was filled with helplessness. A dead formation was a formation that would cause any martial artist's expression to change. What martial artists feared the most was a dead formation. A dead formation without a central control was extremely terrifying. That was because it was impossible to find a way to break it. Fang Chen had never come into contact with formations before, so he knew nothing about them. Even if he started cultivating now, it was impossible for him to become an array grandmaster. Chapter 467. Fang Chen was speechless. Although Ancestor Bronze had only given the method to break the death array, Fang Chen couldn't do any of them. Kid, your only choice now is to go to that kid's interspatial ring and see if there are any books on array formations. Then, you can start learning array formations. This is your only way out, said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and sighed. He didn't expect to fall to such a state. Even when fighting with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, he wasn't afraid. Forget it. I can only take one step at a time, said Fang Chen. Then, Fang Chen found Senior Brother Fang's interspatial ring and began searching. After a few minutes, he finally found a book on array formations. Array Formation Basics. This is the most basic book on array formations. Take a look first. After Ancestor Bronze finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. Fang Chun had no choice but to pick up the array formation basics and begin studying it. The Tao of Formations was a very mystical Tao of cultivation. In the history of the ancient Sword continent, countless genius array masters emerged. They were obsessed with array formations for their entire lives. As for the Tao of array formations, martial artists who cultivated to the pinnacle would be able to set up one extremely powerful array formation after another with a wave of their hand. Therefore, array masters who cultivated to the peak were also very terrifying existences. All paths lead to the same destination. Whether it was array formations, alchemy, or weapon refinement, as long as one cultivated to the peak, they could touch the peak of martial arts. Unknowingly, Fang Chen was immersed in the vast ocean of the array formation basic. In the past, Fang Chen thought that array masters were just a special profession. Now, he finally knew just how terrifying an array master was. Array formations are like the vast ocean, and I'm like a small boat in the vast ocean. I can capsize at any time, but I'm still moving forward. Fang Chen muttered to himself as he read the array formation basic. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The strange thing was that in this month, the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect didn't find this place. Or rather, they found this place but didn't find the fog array. In any case, Fang Chen was very comfortable this month. He even gave up on cultivating and focused on studying the foundational scroll of Array Tao. In the beginning, Fang Chen felt that the Array Tao Foundation Scroll was very irritating and tasteless. However, he was gradually attracted to the Array Tao Foundation Scroll. In the end, he was completely immersed in it and could not extricate himself. At this time, he also discovered the charm of the Tao of Arrays and fell deeply in love with it. In a month's time, Fang Chen had thoroughly understood the basics of Arrays book. All the information about arrays had been memorized by Fang Chen. Over the past month, my state of mind has improved a lot. Fang Chen put away the book and smiled. In the beginning, Fang Chen was a little impatient when he fell into the fog array. But later, Fang Chen completely let go. Nothing could be forced. The more one forced it, the less likely one would succeed. Being a human was like learning array formations. Right now, Fang Chen's mind was filled with the knowledge of array formations. This month was also considered the time Fang Chen had entered the foundation of arrays. Even senior brother Fang of the Divine Statue sect couldn't be compared to him in a month's time. Even old Ancestor Bronze, who was inside the Python sword, couldn't help but praise Fang Chen's talent. He was too amazing. Not only was his martial arts talent strong, but his array formation talent was also heaven-defying. In a month's time, Fang Chen could be considered to have entered the foundation of array formations. However, he still couldn't set up an array formation just by entering the foundation of arrays. At the very least, one needed to be an array formation apprentice to set up an array formation. Now, Fang Chen only had a rich theoretical knowledge. As for practical use, he was still a little lacking. To set up an array formation, one first needs array foundation materials. Then, one needs the incantation and hand seals. Only when these three are combined can the array formation be set up, Fang Chen said to himself. In the foundation of array formations there were some simple ordinary array formations. These array formations were the simplest of array formations, which could be set up by an array formation apprentice. Now, Fang Chen was like a child learning how to walk. He recalled the information in the foundation of array formations over and over again in his mind while trying to set up an array formation. On this day, Fang Chen prepared to try to set up a simple binding array formation. This array formation was considered the simplest among ordinary array formations. Fang Chen had just learned about array formations, so he chose the simplest binding array formation. Setting up a binding array formation required spirit stones. Fang Chen had already prepared upper-grade spirit stones and memorized the incantation of the binding array formation. Finally, Fang Chen looked around and closed his eyes slightly. Suddenly, a wild spiritual energy emerged from his body. In the next moment, Fang Chen waved his wrist and his palms kept forming complicated hand seals. In the sky, hand seals appeared one after another. At the same time, 8 upper-grade spirit stones appeared in Fang Chen's hands and he threw them directly on the ground. Rumble! At this moment, the hand seals in the sky quickly landed on the 8 spirit stones. In an instant, the 8 spirit stones emitted a bright light. Then, the light on the 8 spirit stones slowly revolved around each other. This process was a little long, but Fang Chen was still very happy when he saw this scene. After 15 minutes, the binding array formation was set up. Fang Chen looked at the binding array formation in front of him with a smile on his face. After learning for a month, he had finally become an array formation apprentice. Although it took a long time to set up the binding array formation, this was just the beginning. There's still a long time before I can break the array. I don't know when the Yellow Spring sect members will find this place. Fang Chen was speechless. He could only place his hopes on the Yellow Spring sect members. At this moment, there was a white-haired old man flying in the sky above the heavenly ghost forest. He was flying at an extremely fast speed. Just as he was flying above the heavenly ghost forest, he suddenly felt the fluctuations of an array formation. Yes, someone is setting up an array formation. The white-haired old man's heart trembled slightly. He immediately stopped and his figure flashed, entering the heavenly ghost forest. Strange, this kid is in the middle of a bewildering mist array, but he actually set up a binding array. What is he trying to do? The white-haired old man was an expert. Since he had nothing to do, he curiously observed Fang Chen in the dark. After a brief inspection, the white-haired old man discovered that Fang Chen was actually deep in the bewildering mist array. He was studying the array formation in order to leave this place. Not arrogant nor impatient. This kid's character is not bad. The white-haired old man faintly said, I just don't know how his talent in array formations is. Then the white-haired old man closed his eyes and his soul left his body, enveloping Fang Chen's body. In the next instant, his eyes widened and his face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? This kid has only been studying array formations for a month. The white-haired old man couldn't believe it. However, his soul clearly told him that this kid had only been studying array formations for a month. I really didn't expect that I would meet such an interesting fellow on this trip to the 5 Elements province. The white-haired old man grinned. In the next instant, the white-haired old man entered the bewildering mist array. Kid, the white-haired old man called out. Who is it? Fang Chen looked around and saw the white-haired old man behind him. He cautiously asked, Kid, you've only been studying array formations for a month? Fang Chen nodded in response. Do you have a master? The white-haired old man asked. Fang Chen knew that the white-haired old man was asking about his master in array formations. He shook his head and said, This junior was trapped in the bewildering mist array. Now that the bewildering mist array has turned into a death array, this junior was forced to begin studying array formations. Oh, so that's how it is. The white-haired old man's eyes lit up. Then how did you learn array formations? The white-haired old man was a little curious. Fang Chen took out the array formation foundation scroll and said, I obtained this from a dead enemy. I've been studying the array formation foundation scroll for a month. Now I'm finally able to set up a simple binding array. Seeing the array formation foundation scroll in Fang Chen's hands, the white-haired old man was stunned before he nodded in satisfaction. In this anxious world, it was rare for someone to be willing to memorize the array formation foundation scroll from beginning to end. Furthermore, what surprised the white-haired old man was that Fang Chen had never come into contact with array formations before. Yet, He was able to set up a binding array just by studying the array formation foundation scroll for a month. Such talent in array formations was not something that ordinary array masters could compare to. At that moment, the white-haired old man had the thought of taking in a disciple. He asked, "Kid, haven't you always been troubled by how to leave this place?" Fang Chen nodded and looked at the white-haired old man. "Senior, you want to help me?" The white-haired old man smiled. "If you're willing to be my disciple, I can take you away at any time." Fang Chen fell silent when he heard that. To take an unfamiliar old man as his master in order to leave this place was not his style of doing things. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen shook his head and said, "Junior's heart is no longer on the path of formations. The reason why I learned formations was because I had no other choice. Once I leave this place, my focus will still be on the martial way." "You've really wasted your talent." The white-haired old man was a little speechless. He had such great talent in array formations, yet his mind was no longer focused on array formations. "Kid, you should know that array formations when cultivated to the peak is not inferior to martial arts at all," said the white-haired old man. Fang Chen nodded and did not say anything. The white-haired old man pondered for a moment before saying, "Forget it. Since you're not willing to take me as your master, I won't force you. If fate wills it, we'll meet again next time. I hope you'll change your mind then. Since I've met you here, it can be considered fate. No matter what, I'll give you a hand." The moment the white-haired old man said that, the death formation bewildering mist formation shattered instantly and the white-haired old man was nowhere to be seen. Fang Chen surveyed his surroundings with joy on his face. After being trapped for a month, he was finally free. "Thank you, Senior." Chapter 468. After being trapped in the mist array for a month, Fang Chen had thoroughly understood the power of array Dao. Although he had rejected the gray-haired old man's request to take him in as a disciple, he still preferred array Dao from the bottom of his heart. As long as it did not affect his cultivation of martial arts, Fang Chen would naturally not give up on array Dao. After all, one more skill was one more way to save his life. Now that he had finally escaped from the mist array, Fang Chen took out the map and glanced at it. Then, he continued to rush towards the depths of the heavenly ghost forest. Since he had already come here, he naturally could not return empty-handed. Moreover, Fang Chen vaguely felt that the location marked on the map seemed to be hiding something very important to the Yellow Spring sect. Therefore, Fang Chen continued to move forward. He wanted to explore this mysterious place. About an hour after Fang Chen walked, he encountered the remaining members of the Yellow Springs sect who tried to kill him. "Ha ha ha, kid, I've been looking for you for half a month. You finally appeared." The remaining member of the Yellow Springs sect laughed eerily. In front of Fang Chen, there were 3 remaining members of the Yellow Springs sect. Their strength was roughly at the 5th stage of the condensing reality realm. Fang Chen did not speak. He immediately attacked. The hidden star sword in his hand danced continuously. Every time he used the phantom sword skill, one of the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect would be killed. The person who took the map has appeared. The last remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect only had time to send out this message before he was pierced by Fang Chen's sword. "Hurry up and leave." After killing the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect, Fang Chen quickly disappeared. The next time he appeared, Fang Chen was already in the depths of the heavenly ghost forest. During this time, Fang Chen also encountered some powerful demonic beasts, but they were all killed by him. At this time, in the depths of the heavenly ghost forest, there was a 10,000 zhang tall peak. This peak towered into the clouds, and there was nothing on the cliff. The place marked on the map should be here. Fang Chen couldn't figure it out and muttered to himself. Not long after, a large number of Netherworld sect members appeared behind Fang Chen. Their leader was Protector Zhigu. In the past month, Fang Chen had disappeared without a trace. Protector Zhigu was furious and wanted to find Fang Chen personally. Finally, not long ago, they received news that Fang Chen had appeared. They followed the news and found this place. Brat, hand over the map. Protector Zhigu's body emitted a wild aura as he roared. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that there would be a guardian of the 7th stage condensing reality realm in the heavenly ghost forest. Run! Without any hesitation, Fang Chen's figure flashed and fled, courting death. Seeing this, Protector Zhigu sneered. The evil aura around him gathered on his fist, and he punched toward Fang Chen. Bang! Without any ability to resist, Fang Chen flew back like a kite. His body crashed heavily into the cliff of the 10,000 zhang tall mountain. Poochie! Fang Chen's throat moved. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the cliff, and his body fell to the ground. You dare to embarrass yourself in front of me with such little strength? Protector Zhigu looked at Fang Chen and sneered. At this moment, the cliff suddenly began to tremble. A deafening sound was heard, and then countless wild auras gushed out from the cracks on the cliff. What? Seeing this, Protector Zhigu's face was filled with excitement. He said, "It must be here." Ah! Fang Chen struggled to get up. His qi and blood were boiling, and his body was extremely weak. However, at this moment, Fang Chen suddenly realized that a crack had appeared on the cliff. Within this crack, a strange light was emitted. This light instantly enveloped Fang Chen before he disappeared from where he stood. "That brat has entered the cliff!" roared Protector Zhigu. At the same time, Protector Zhigu's body flashed. Before the strange light disappeared, he directly entered the crack. Boom! When the cliff returned to its original state and the crack disappeared, the entire ground began to tremble. The remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect stared at the barren cliff in shock. Their hearts were filled with fear. The aura that had been emitted from the crack in the cliff earlier had caused their hearts to palpitate. "What a terrifying aura," muttered the survivors of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chen was wrapped in that strange light and entered the crack. After an unknown amount of time, he appeared in a pitch-black palace. There were only a few night pearls illuminating this palace, but it was clear that these night pearls were too old to illuminate the entire palace. Crash! The strange light shattered, and Fang Chen's body fell to the ground. In an instant, an icy aura hit him, and Fang Chen shivered. "What is this place?" asked Fang Chen, puzzled. "Proceed according to my instructions." Suddenly, an aged voice was transmitted into Fang Chen's ears. Fang Chen was startled. He was originally hesitating, but after sensing Protector Zhigu's aura, he immediately followed the direction the ancient voice was pointing. "Brat, stop!" shouted Protector Zhigu angrily when he saw Fang Chen. However, in an instant, Fang Chen discovered that he could no longer see Protector Zhigu's figure. At this moment, Fang Chen also discovered that he had unknowingly entered a formation. Huh? What kind of formation is this? Fang Chen's face was filled with vigilance. He looked around and muttered to himself. "Brat, being able to enter this place can be considered fate." Suddenly, the ancient voice rang out again. "Who are you?" asked Fang Chen. "I am the master of this palace. In the battle with the Yellow Spring sect, although we humans defeated the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, we did not completely eliminate them. Countless members of the Yellow Spring sect are suppressed in this palace." The ancient voice rang out again. "Is this why the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect are looking for this place?" asked Fang Chen. "Of course not," the ancient voice said. "Then why?" asked Fang Chen. "Because a finger of the Yellow Spring sect's sect master is suppressed in this palace," the ancient voice said in a low voice. Fang Chen was startled. He did not expect that a finger of the Yellow Spring sect's sect master was suppressed in this palace. Fang Chen did not know how powerful the Yellow Spring sect was in the past. He only knew that there were many experts in the Yellow Spring sect. There were 36 protectors, and each protector was an expert at the peak of the condensing reality realm. Later, as Fang Chen came into contact with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, he gradually learned that there were many things that were not recorded in the unofficial history. For example, the hierarchy in the Yellow Spring sect was very strict. There were actually stronger existences above the protectors. Above the protectors were the 8 great kings and the 3 great venerables. Above them was the true leader of the Yellow Spring sect, the person who had once started the war on the ancient Sword Continent. There were no records of how powerful the Yellow Spring sect's sect master was. Fang Chen did not know, but Fang Chen remembered that almost all the experts who had besieged the Yellow Spring sect's sect master on the ancient Sword Continent had fallen. Even if a few survived, half of their bodies were paralyzed or died of depression. It was easy to imagine how powerful the Yellow Spring sect's sect master was. And this palace actually suppressed a finger of the Yellow Spring sect's sect master. The remnants of the Yellow Spring sect are after this finger? Asked Fang Chen anxiously. Correct. If they obtain this finger, they'll definitely use it to summon the Yellow Spring sect's sect master. Perhaps they'll be able to revive him. That would be a disaster for humanity, said the ancient voice. Is there any way to avoid that? Asked Fang Chen. Since the ancient voice had brought him here, it definitely needed his help. This was a matter of great importance, and Fang Chen couldn't ignore it. When I was alive, I was a magic array master. Here are some of my insights into the Tao of magic arrays. Take it. After saying that, a book appeared in Fang Chen's hand. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. He hadn't expected to obtain a senior's insights into the Tao of formations here. This was definitely a treasure. Many thanks, senior. Fang Chen put away the book and cupped his hands with a smile. The Yellow Spring sect's sect master's finger has been suppressed for too long. The seal is a bit loose, so I need you to bring the finger out and find an expert to reseal it. You want me to bring it out? Asked Fang Chen in surprise. That's right. This palace is about to collapse, and my remnant will also dissipate. I can guarantee that after the palace collapses, all of the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect will die. However, I can't guarantee this finger. I'm also afraid that after the palace collapses, the finger will break free and cause casualties to the ancient Sword Continent. So, I need your help. Thinking about the Yellow Spring sect's sect master's finger, Fang Chen felt his scalp go numb. That was the finger of the Yellow Spring sect's sect master. The slightest carelessness could lead to a fatal disaster. You don't have to worry. I've set up several powerful formations on my finger. They can last for at least 3 months. As long as you can find a mighty figure to reseal them within 3 months, you'll be fine, the ancient voice said. How powerful must the expert be to reseal it? Asked Fang Chen. An expert beyond the condensing reality realm. The ancient voice didn't care whether Fang Chen was willing or not and directly took out the sealed finger. Immediately the entire palace shook. An extremely wild and evil aura instantly filled the entire palace. In an instant, Fang Chen's eyes turned scarlet. His mind was invaded by the evil aura. He almost went crazy. Steady! Fang Chen shouted in his heart. Just then, a clear stream appeared. Fang Chen's mind calmed down. He felt a lingering fear. Chapter 469. There was no doubt that this finger had been severed during that great battle. Countless top almighties of the ancient Sword Continent had besieged the Yellow Spring sect master. Luwen before Fang Chen's eyes floated a sparkling, translucent finger. There was a trace of blood on the finger, which contained a majestic evil aura. The finger was wrapped in a layer of seal. It's the finger of the Yellow Spring sect master. Fang Chen was shocked. At the same time, Protector Zhigu suddenly attacked the array formation crazily. He had also sensed the aura of the Yellow Spring sect master. It's the sect master's finger. It must be the sect master's finger. Protector Zhigu screamed in his heart as he attacked the array formation crazily. Of course, Fang Chen didn't know that his gaze was directly attracted by the finger of the Yellow Spring sect master. After you leave, find an elite to seal this finger as soon as possible, the ancient voice said softly. Fang Chen nodded. As soon as he took the finger in the void, a burst of wild power gushed out and almost caused Fang Chen's finger to fall to the ground. Although this finger has been sealed, it can still affect my mind, Fang Chen thought to himself. Just as Fang Chen was about to put the finger into his interspatial ring, the little mouse and the Banxianshu suddenly appeared. Brother Mouse, I helped you this time. You have to give me a few more drops of blood, the Banxianshu said as it glanced at the little mouse. The little mouse chirped and gestured before nodding its head. Fang Chen was a little surprised. Why had these two fellows suddenly appeared? Could they have been eyeing the finger of the Yellow Spring Sect Master? Just as Fang Chen was deep in thought, the branches and leaves of the Banxianshu suddenly opened and a wild aura filled the air. The next moment, the branches and leaves of the Banxianshu wrapped around Fang Chen's sparkling finger and firmly held it in midair. Seeing this scene, the little mouse nodded in satisfaction. Then, it crawled along the branches of the Banxianshu until it reached the finger. It opened its mouth and drooled as it looked at the finger of the Acheron sect master. No! When Fang Chen saw this, he yelled out loudly. However, it was too late. The little mouse opened its tiny mouth and bit down on the sect master's finger. Fang Chen thought that something strange would happen, but what shocked him was that the entire palace was very quiet. Only the sound of the little mouse biting its fingers could be heard. At this moment, Fang Chen was completely stupefied. Although he knew that the little mouse's teeth were very tough and could swallow anything, this was the finger of the Acheron sect master. The Acheron sect master was an unparalleled expert. If it weren't for the joint attack of the top experts of the ancient sword continent, he wouldn't have fallen. Although he had fallen, his strength was too strong. Even a finger of his had to be sealed with layers of seals. However, such a strong finger couldn't resist the little mouse at all. Crack! In the palace, only the sound of the little mouse biting the finger could be heard. The little mouse was quickly swallowing the finger while the Banxianshu couldn't hold on any longer. Brother Mouse, hurry up! The Banxianshu cried out in pain. Some of its branches and leaves were burnt. This was because the power of the Acheron sect master's finger was too strong. After another minute, the half-immortal tree couldn't hold on any longer. It let out a loud cry, and its branches and leaves were all broken. It was seriously injured, and with a muffled groan, it fell to the ground. At this time, the little mouse had already swallowed the Acheron sect master's finger and was wiping its mouth with its paw. It ate it clean? Fang Chen looked at the little mouse and asked in shock. Little guy, are you okay? When the little mouse heard Fang Chen's words, its face was full of smiles. A purple halo appeared around its body, and it instantly jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder, chirping and gesturing. You want to rest? Fang Chen asked. After swallowing the Acheron sect master's finger, the little mouse had absorbed too much energy and needed to rest. It jumped in front of the Banxianshu and looked at the injured Banxianshu with a trace of embarrassment. Then it cut its finger and dripped 3 drops of blood onto the Banxianshu's trunk. Hiss! After the Banxianshu absorbed the 3 drops of blood, it instantly recovered its vitality. The Banxianshu shamelessly approached the little mouse and asked cheekily, Brother Mouse, I'm seriously injured this time. Give me a few more drops. The little mouse chirped and gestured. Then its figure flashed and disappeared into the special space ring. The Banxianshu followed closely behind and entered the special space ring. In an instant, only Fang Chen was left in the palace. The aura of the Acheron sect had disappeared without a trace. Fang Chen had never been there. At this moment, even the ancient voice didn't know what to say. Senior, the little mouse swallowed the finger. Will it be all right? Fang Chen hurriedly asked. He was a bit worried about the little mouse's situation. I'm not sure either. After saying this, the ancient voice completely disappeared from this world. At this moment, Protector Zhigu was frantically attacking the formation when the evil aura of the Acheron sect suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Where's the sect master's finger? Protector Zhigu was puzzled. Crack! Just as Protector Zhigu was puzzled, the entire palace suddenly collapsed. Countless Acheron sect members died. Miserable cries resounded through the sky. No. Protector Zhigu felt that his life was in danger. He shouted loudly. He didn't want to die. However, in the end, he couldn't resist the last bit of power of the ancient voice and died in the collapsed palace. On the other hand, Fang Chun smoothly emerged from the cliff. The palace disappeared and the remnant consciousness of the ancient voice also completely dissipated. After Fang Chun came out, he bowed deeply to the cliff. Such a stunning almighty, who had once given his life for the peace of the ancient sword continent, had actually ended up like this. It was really tragic. However, just as Fang Chun bowed, the members of the Acheron sect who had been waiting outside all surrounded him. Brat, you're actually not dead. Upon seeing Fang Chun, the remaining members of the Acheron sect roared furiously. At the same time, they were also puzzled. Why hadn't Protector Zhigu appeared yet? Could it be that Protector Zhigu had found the sect master's finger? No matter what, they had to kill this brat first. Seeing so many members of the Acheron sect surrounding him, Fang Chun revealed a strange smile. Then, the hidden star sword appeared in his hand. You're courting death. Fang Chun instantly activated the sword body and used the illusion god sword technique. Whoosh! Sword light flashed and some of the weaker members of the Acheron sect died instantly. Cries of agony filled the entire heavenly ghost forest. In just a short while, the remaining members of the Acheron sect were all killed by Fang Chun. Then, Fang Chun left the place. Fang Chun had gained a lot from this trip to the heavenly ghost forest. Although his strength hadn't increased, he had learned the Tao of array formations. Furthermore, the little mouse had swallowed the Acheron sect master's finger and resolved a huge crisis. As he hurriedly walked, Fang Chun instantly checked. The little mouse had already fallen into a deep sleep. The Banxianshu had also absorbed the little mouse's blood and was recovering from its injuries. After sensing that the little mouse was fine, Fang Chun released a wild aura and started flying at full speed. 5 days later, Fang Chun successfully left the heavenly ghost forest. After another 5 days, Fang Chun arrived at a city called Sky Array City. Sky Array City was quite far away from Water City. However, Sky Array City was one of the more famous cities in the southern mountainland. Sky Array City was famous because of its arrays. Sky Array City's Tao of array formations was one of the best in the entire southern mountainland. Countless powerful array masters came from Sky Array City. At this moment, Fang Chun was drinking tea in a restaurant in Sky Array City. As expected of the Sky Array City, the entire city is surrounded by a natural array. Even a warrior at the 3rd level of the condensing reality realm would not be able to break in. Fang Chun said to himself as he drank his tea. There was only one way to enter Sky Array City. That was to queue up and pay the spiritual stones. It was impossible to break in by force. After resting for a while, Fang Chun left the restaurant. After leaving the heavenly ghost forest, he walked in one direction and arrived at Sky Array City. Since he was already here, he naturally wanted to experience the charm of Sky Array City. Furthermore, Fang Chun had recently done some research on the Tao of spirit formations. On the streets of Sky Array City, there were stalls everywhere. These stalls all sold the same thing, array formation chants. From the most common array formations to mortal level arrays, there were even origin level arrays. As for spirit level arrays, Fang Chun had not seen any. Because, if it was called a spirit level array, it would definitely be very powerful. Normal warriors would not be able to obtain it. Just as Fang Chun was strolling around, countless people suddenly rushed towards him. Fang Chun was puzzled. He stopped a warrior and asked, "Brother, I see that everyone is rushing over. What's going on?" Hearing Fang Chun's question, the warrior immediately said, "The Flame Master wants to set up an array in public. He wants to explain the problems of array formations to us beginners. After speaking, the warrior hurriedly left. Chapter 470. The Flame Master was a master with decent strength in Sky Array City. He was considered outstanding among the many array formation masters. Of course, there were many array formation masters in Sky Array City who were better than the Flame Master. However, they were usually elusive and ordinary martialists simply couldn't see them. The Flame Master would often come to the public square and personally set up array formations before explaining them to martialists who were interested in array formations. Over time, the Flame Master had gained a large number of fans in Sky Array City. As long as the Flame Master gave a public lecture on array formations, many martialists would come to support him. Today was the day that the Flame Master gave a public lecture on array formations. Fang Chen looked at the countless martialists on the street and couldn't help but sigh. He was indeed an array formation master. Just one public lecture could actually attract so many martialists. Fang Chen pondered this for a moment before quickly walking forward. He wanted to see what the Flame Master was capable of. Ever since he had come into contact with array formations, Fang Chen had realized that array formations were like a vast ocean with countless drifters. However, some drifters were unable to find the essence of array formations even after spending their entire lives. Some drifters, on the other hand, were gifted and quickly grasped the essence of array formations. Thus, they were able to innovate on array formations and grow rapidly. The Flame Master was one of them. Back then, the Flame Master had wanted to learn array formations from a master. However, during the test, the Flame Master had been found to have almost zero array formation talent. Everyone knew very well what this meant. A person with almost zero array formation talent simply couldn't learn array formations. Even if he tried, it would just be a waste of time. However, the Flame Master didn't believe in heresy. He searched for all the books on array formations and even memorized the array formation basic. In the end, he relied on his self-study to become an array formation apprentice. His tenacity attracted the attention of other array formation almighties, and he received their approval. Finally, he entered the array formation path. In the days that followed, there were countless legends about the Flame Master. However, no one knew that the Flame Master was the person with almost zero array formation talent. It wasn't until one day, when the Flame Master gave a public lecture on array formations, that everyone was enlightened. The Flame Grandmaster's life was very inspirational. The reason why he publicly explained the array Tao was because he wanted to help those martial artists who were like him but didn't have the talent for array Tao. When Fang Chen arrived at the square, there was already a sea of people. Countless warriors were looking at a figure in the middle of the square with frenzied looks on their faces. In the middle of the square, there was a middle-aged man in fiery red clothes. He was the Flame Master. The reason why he was called the Flame Grandmaster was because the formations he set up were most proficient in fire attribute formations. At this moment, the Flame Grandmaster looked at the sea of people with a smile on his face. Everyone, today I will be explaining the essence of the Fire Frost Array. Hearing the Flame Grandmaster's words, there was an uproar in the square. Countless warriors shouted the Flame Grandmaster's name. As expected of a Flame Grandmaster. He can even set up a formation like the Fire Frost formation, a warrior exclaimed. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and sized up the Flame Grandmaster. Of course, Fang Chen knew about the Fire Chill Array that the Flame Grandmaster mentioned. The Fire Chill Array was a top-grade Origin Grade Array formation. Among the Origin Grade Array formations, it was considered one of the top few. Of course, if it was set up by a powerful array formation grandmaster, its might would even be comparable to a spirit grade array formation. Although the Fire Chill Array formation was powerful, it was very difficult to set it up. The slightest carelessness could lead to failure and even a backlash. When he heard that the Flame Grandmaster was setting up the Fire Chill Array, Fang Chen looked forward to it. As soon as the Flame Grandmaster said that, he suddenly waved his hands. Immediately, countless tiny rays of light scattered from his palms onto the square. In an instant, an extremely wild flame aura appeared on the square. Then, a small array formation appeared in the middle of the square. Within the array formation, there was a raging fire that looked as though it wanted to roast people. However, the surrounding warriors didn't feel any heat at all. Instead, they felt waves of coolness emanating from the array formation. "Is this the fire chill array?" some warriors exclaimed in a low voice. After the Flame Grandmaster finished setting up the fire chill array, he pointed at the array formation and said, "This array formation is the fire chill array. There are a total of 72 array bases. 64 of them are made of flame pearls, while the remaining 8 are made of ice pearls. The process of setting it up is very complicated. As for the control center of the array, it is in the raging fire within the array formation. Ordinary people can't find it at all." As the Flame Grandmaster spoke with assurance, the other warriors on the square fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Flame Grandmaster, may I ask how you control the array bases when you set up the array formation?" Hearing this voice, everyone's gaze turned towards the source of the voice. "It's 9 Array Pavilions Jiusu," someone said. 9 Array Pavilion was one of the major forces in Sky Array City. Although it wasn't a top force, it couldn't be underestimated. Jiusu was one of the top experts of the younger generation in 9 Array Pavilion. His cultivation base had reached the 5th level of the condensing reality realm. He was very talented in arrays and had become an array master at such a young age. "So it's 9 Array Pavilions Jiusu." The Flame Grandmaster nodded at Jiusu and said, "If I'm not wrong, you should have been promoted to an array master not long ago, right?" The Flame Grandmaster's attitude towards Jiusu was very gentle, and his face was full of smiles. Hearing the Flame Grandmaster's words, many warriors exclaimed, "Oh my God, Jiusu has already become an array master? No wonder the Flame Grandmaster is so gentle towards him. No wonder he's the most outstanding array master of the younger generation in 9 Array Pavilion. He's really amazing. To be able to achieve this at such a young age, he will definitely become a top array master in the future." Many warriors were discussing Jiusu, their hearts filled with shock. In the crowd, Fang Chen was also carefully sizing up this 9 Array Pavilions Jiusu. At least in terms of arrays, he wasn't as good as this person. "Jiusu, you haven't been an array master for long, so you don't know. You'll naturally find out after some time, but since you've asked me today, I'll naturally tell you." The Flame Grandmaster said slowly, "The Cold Fire Array has a total of 72 array bases. If you observe carefully, these 72 array bases actually follow a pattern. That is, for every 8 fire array bases there is an ice array base. When you're setting up the array bases, you just need to control it slightly." After hearing the Flame Grandmaster's explanation, Jiusu instantly understood and nodded his head in satisfaction. However, at that moment, a discordant voice entered everyone's ears. "It's not like that." Fang Chen was observing the cold fire array when he was suddenly awakened by the Flame Grandmaster's words and immediately blurted out. When they heard Fang Chen's voice, everyone's gaze turned towards Fang Chen. Even Jiusu and the Flame Grandmaster from 9 Array Pavilion turned their heads to look at him. He's just an ordinary warrior. How dare he criticize the Flame Grandmaster for setting up an array? The current Sky Array City is really a place where any Tom, Dick, and Harry can enter. Trash like him who specializes in ruining the atmosphere really deserves to die. Kid, if you say it's not like that, don't tell me you're better than the Flame Grandmaster? Kid, if you don't give us a good reason today, I definitely won't let you off. Many martialists thought that Fang Chen had come to cause trouble and were furious. Kid, I'll give you a chance to apologize to the Flame Grandmaster, Jiusu from 9 Array Pavilion said icily as he slowly walked over to Fang Chen. His words were filled with threat, as if he would kill Fang Chen if Fang Chen didn't apologize. Could it be that the Great Flame Grandmaster only allows others to flatter him and not point out his mistakes? Fang Chen had wanted to keep a low profile, but he had accidentally said such a thing. He had originally intended to let it go, but he hadn't expected that Jiu Su would actually threaten him to apologize. The Flame Grandmaster frowned when he heard Fang Chen's words. However, he was still a Grandmaster, so he slowly said, "Since this little friend thinks that I'm wrong, then why don't you tell me the correct way to set up the array?" Jiu Su didn't say anything else after the Flame Grandmaster had spoken. However, he still glared icily at Fang Chen. Fang Chen took a step forward and looked at the cold fire array. Then, a large amount of array formation information appeared in his mind. This information was basically the array formation comprehensions that Fang Chen had obtained from the Sky Ghost Forest. Of course, Fang Chen hadn't carefully looked through it all these days. He had only looked at a small portion, which just so happened to explain how to set up the cold fire array. It was very detailed. The cold fire array is a top-grade Yuan-grade array formation. If set up properly, its might can completely compare to a spirit-grade array formation. You can't deny this, right, Flame Grandmaster? Fang Chen asked. The Flame Grandmaster nodded but didn't say anything. Fang Chen continued, "In truth, the cold fire array is just as the Flame Grandmaster said. There is a pattern to how it is set up. As long as you grasp that pattern, you can easily set it up." Jiu Su's expression changed when he heard Fang Chen's words. He icily said, "Do you even need to tell me that? You're not just stalling for time, are you?" Fang Chen directly ignored Jiu Su and continued, "The Flame Grandmaster's method of setting up the array foundations isn't wrong. It's just that this method is extremely difficult for an ordinary formation Grandmaster to control. The failure rate would be a bit higher. In truth, the cold fire array's array foundations can be set up like this. There are a total of 72 array foundations that can be set up 3 times. Fang Chen spoke frankly. At first, the Flame Grandmaster hadn't been moved. He had even been disdainful. However, as Fang Chen's explanation went deeper, the Flame Grandmaster's expression began to change. Why have I never thought of this method before?" The Flame Grandmaster was filled with doubt. He actually couldn't find the slightest mistake in Fang Chen's method of setting up the array foundations. Furthermore, he had a faint feeling that this method was much simpler than his own method. It also had a higher success rate. "All right, that's all I wanted to say," said Fang Chen. Chapter 471. Jiu Su's expression was icy. He was infuriated. He had been planning on humbly asking the Flame Grandmaster a few things, but his plan had been ruined by Fang Chen. Furthermore, this brat was still spouting such arrogant words. That infuriated him. "Brat, you only have 2 choices now. Apologize or scram," roared Jiu Su. "Correct. This is Heavenly Formation City, not a place for you to behave atrociously. The Flame Grandmaster has studied formations for so many years. How could he not know how to set up the cold flame formation? Is there a need for you to spout nonsense here?" After Jiu Su, another person spoke. His words were filled with fury at Fang Chen. When everyone heard this person speak, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. "It's the Matian Palace's Immortal Mo. I never thought he would also come to listen to the Flame Grandmaster's lecture on the Tao of Formations." The Matian Palace was on the same level as the 9 Formation Pavilion in Heavenly Formation City. They were both powerful sections. The Immortal Mo was one of the peak experts of the Matian Palace's younger generation. Of course, geniuses like Jiu Su could only be considered second-tier geniuses within Heavenly Formation City. As for the first-tier geniuses, they couldn't compare to them. The Immortal Mo didn't understand formations. This time, he had come with Jiu Su. At first, he hadn't said anything when Fang Chen had spouted nonsense. But now, he couldn't bear it any longer. The Immortal Mo and Jiu Su both berated Fang Chen. As for the latter, he was smiling mockingly. Whether it's true or not, you can just ask the Flame Grandmaster. Fang Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with the two of them. After saying that, he turned and left. This kind of public lecture on the Tao of formations was fine. Seeing that Fang Chen was about to leave, the Immortal Mo and Jiu Su both took a step forward. A wild aura erupted from their bodies. "Brat, you've ruined the Flame Grandmaster's lecture, and you still think you can leave?" "That's right. You can stay here today," threatened the Immortal Mo. Fang Chen, who was walking, suddenly stopped when he heard the threats of the two. After that, he turned his head and looked at the two of them. His eyes were filled with an ice-cold expression as he coldly said, "Ignorant." After that, Fang Chen continued to move forward. Jiu Su's face darkened when he saw this. He was an Array Grandmaster on the same level as the Flame Grandmaster. He did not expect this person to treat him this way. "Damn it!" Jiu Su shouted angrily. His body exuded a wild aura as he prepared to attack. However, at this moment, the Flame Master, who had been silent all this while, finally opened his mouth. "Stop!" The Flame Master was deeply attracted by Fang Chen's words. After listening to Fang Chen's words, a door seemed to appear in his mind. His understanding of the Tao of array formations had deepened. However, just as he was comprehending the Tao of formation at a deeper level, he was suddenly awakened by Jiu Su's scolding. Then, he realized that Jiu Su and Immortal among demons were about to attack Fang Chen. "Master of Flames," Jiu Su turned to look at Master of Flames and asked. "Nonsense." Master of Flames snorted coldly. After saying that, he chased after Fang Chen. Many cultivators in the square were in an uproar when they saw this. "Master of Flames is chasing after that brat? Is what that brat said true? Heavens, where did this brat come from? How could he say such things? Is this brat a hidden Array Grandmaster? Otherwise, he would not know how to set up the cold fire array." As the disciples were talking, Master of Flames had already caught up to Fang Chen. "Little brother, please wait." Master of Flames walked in front of Fang Chen and said with a smile. "Master of Flames, how can I help you?" Fang Chen asked. "Little brother, are you an Array Grandmaster?" Master of Flames asked. Fang Chen shook his head, then nodded. "You can say so." Fang Chen had studied array formations for a month with his own effort. Now, he could be considered an Array Apprentice. An Array Apprentice could only be considered half an Array Grandmaster. So his answer to Master of Flames couldn't be considered a lie. Hearing this, the Flame Grandmaster's face was full of smiles as he said, "Little brother, after listening to the method of setting up the cold fire array, I was deeply inspired. Thank you very much." After Grandmaster Flame finished saying those words, he took a glance at Fang Chen. Then, he asked, "Little brother, did you come up with this formation by yourself, or did your master teach you this?" "My master taught me," whispered Fang Chen. Master of Flames nodded. The cold fire array's foundation that Fang Chen had mentioned was extremely ingenious. If Fang Chen had come up with it himself, then it would be a bit terrifying. To be able to come up with such a profound foundation at such a young age, it was hard to believe. But after hearing that Fang Chen had a master, Master of Flames didn't make a fuss over nothing. "Little friend, I feel that your understanding of array formations is extremely profound. Would it be possible for you to come to my residence for a chat?" asked Master of Flames. Fang Chen thought for a moment and then said, "That's fine too." In any case, he had just arrived in Sky Formation City and didn't have anywhere to go. Going to Master of Flames' place wasn't a bad idea. "Not bad." Fang Chen muttered to himself for a moment. "But what?" Master of Flames was very happy to hear that Fang Chen had accepted his invitation. As long as he could interact more with Fang Chen, Master of Flames was confident that he would be able to reach the Grandmaster realm soon. The The Grandmaster realm was a realm he had always dreamed of. There are two people who don't seem to want me to go. Fang Chen glanced at Jiu Su and Immortal Mo Zhongxian, who were glaring at him from the plaza. Them? Just you wait. Hearing this, the Flame Grandmaster grinned and quickly returned to the square. Master of Flames, do you still want to continue lecturing about array formations? Asked a disciple. Master of Flames shook his head. Today's lecture ends here. With that, the Flame Master turned to look at Jiu Su and Immortal Devil, and said in a low voice, "From today onwards, that little brother will be the Flame Master's honored guest. The two of you better restrain yourselves and not cause trouble for him." Jiu Su and Immortal Mo Zhongxian had complicated expressions when they heard Master of Flames' word. Master of Flames, why is it that when I've tried to visit your residence so many times to ask for your knowledge of array formations, you've always refused? Yet an ordinary cultivator like him can go to your residence? Asked Jiu Su. You're doubting my words, said Master of Flames coldly. Master of Flames, you're one of Sky Array City's older generation's grandmasters. Although I'm also a grandmaster of array formations, I can't compare to you. I just can't accept it. How can someone who's inferior to me be able to gain your favor? Asked Jiu Su. Master of Flames shook his head. You're different. After saying those words, Grandmaster Flame left the plaza with Fang Chen and headed toward his residence. After Master of Flames left, the other cultivators also dispersed. However, Jiu Su and Immortal Mo Zhongxian didn't leave. The two of them stared at Fang Chen's back furiously. Brother Jiu Su, whispered Immortal Mo Zhongxian. Damnable brat, he actually dared to ruin my plans. I want him dead, roared Jiu Su furiously. Brother Jiu Su, I just secretly checked. This brat's cultivation base isn't very high. If you want to kill him, it'll be as easy as crushing an ant. There's no need to get angry over trash like him, said Immortal Mo Zhongxian with a sinister smile. I've always wanted to gain Master of Flame's favor, but Master of Flames has always refused to let me in. I never thought that this brat would take advantage of me. I can't accept this, growled Jiu Su. Immortal Mo Zhongxian was silent for a moment before saying, since Brother Jiu Su doesn't want him to live, I'll send people to deal with him. When Fang Chen was invited into Master of Flame's residence, countless cultivators were envious. Immortal Mo Zhongxian and Jiu Su hated Fang Chen to the core. They even wanted to secretly kill Fang Chen. Of course, Fang Chen didn't know any of this. After staying in Master of Flame's residence for 3 days, Fang Chen had a rough understanding of the situation. Compared to Near Water City, Sky Array City didn't have a 3-star sect. There were only a few top 2-star sects. Below the top 2-star sect were forces like 9 Formation Pavilion and Motian Palace. The younger generation of 9 Formation Pavilion and Motian Palace was only at the 5th level of the condensing reality realm. They were considered the second tier of the younger generation in Sky Array City. The first tier of the younger generation was basically in the top 2-star sect. One day, Fang Chen was resting when Master of Flames suddenly came to his courtyard. Brother Fang. After Master of Flames learned of Fang Chen's name, he had been calling Fang Chen Brother Fang. Master of Flames. Fang Chen greeted when he saw Master of Flames arrive. Brother Fang, can you explain some of the mysteries of the cold fire array to me? Master of Flames asked. Fang Chen nodded and said, sure. In the following time, Fang Chen explained the essence of the cold fire array to Master of Flames. In the blink of an eye, an afternoon had passed. When Fang Chen finished explaining to Master of Flames, it was already nighttime. Brother Fang, after listening to your explanation, I have benefited greatly. I feel that it won't be long before I can become an array grandmaster. Master of Flames was very excited. Brother Fang, you have helped me so much. If you need anything, just let me know. Master of Flames said and turned to leave, leaving Fang Chen to rest. The reason why Fang Chen could help Master of Flames was because he had obtained a book about arrays. He had read some of it, and it just so happened that there was an explanation of the cold fire array. If Master of Flames asked about other things, Fang Chen wouldn't be able to answer. I'll stay here for a while. Fang Chen thought to himself. The atmosphere for cultivating array formations here was very good. Fang Chen wanted to raise the level of his array formations. The more he came into contact with the Tao of array formations, the more Fang Chen realized that arrays played an important role in battle. Chapter 472. Learning array formations in the Flame Master's mansion was very comfortable, and almost no one came to disturb him. The Flame Master would look for Fang Chen to discuss array formations. Fang Chen would vaguely explain to the Flame Master some of the information he had gained from understanding array formations. As for the Flame Master, after listening to Fang Chen's explanation, he would immediately enter a state of enlightenment. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this 1 month, Fang Chen's understanding of the array Tao had improved tremendously. Because of the Almighty's array formation comprehension, Fang Chen's array formation had improved very quickly. Now, Fang Chen had changed from an array formation apprentice to a true array formation master. To be called an array formation master meant that he could set up mortal array formations. Although he could only set up mortal array formations, Fang Chen was already very satisfied. One day, the Flame Master came to Fang Chen's courtyard. Brother Fang, there's a small auction in a restaurant in Sky Array City today. Do you want to go take a look? The Flame Master asked directly. A small auction? Fang Chen was puzzled. Why would a small auction be held in a restaurant? That's right, it's a small auction. This kind of auction isn't something that can be attended with money alone, the Flame Master said. The Flame Master said, this auction is led by Jiu Su. It's a small auction where many second-tier geniuses of the younger generation in Sky Array City will participate. The martialists who will participate in the auction are second-tier geniuses. The others won't be able to enter the restaurant, the Flame Master said. What's being auctioned? Fang Chen was a little curious and asked. It's nothing more than some useless items obtained by various geniuses. They'll be auctioned off. Basically, it's an exchange between the second-tier young geniuses, the Flame Master said. Flame Grandmaster said, if you want to go, I can send you there. I believe they will give me some face. Fang Chen nodded and said, Flame Master, I can go there myself. After coming out of the Flame Master's mansion, Fang Chen followed the map provided by the Flame Master and soon arrived in front of the restaurant. This restaurant was called Nature Restaurant. Normally, it was open to the public, but today it was closed to the public. The Nature Pavilion? Fang Chen looked at the Nature Pavilion and grinned. Even though they were all second-tier geniuses, but he couldn't guarantee that they didn't have what he wanted. Therefore, Fang Chen decided to come and take a look. Then, Fang Chen walked straight to the Nature Building, but he was stopped by the guards. Fang Chen activated his majestic aura and instantly intimidated the guard. The latter's face was filled with terror as he directly let them pass. After entering the Nature Building, Fang Chen went straight to the 4th floor. There were no rooms on the entire 4th floor. It was like a pavilion, and there were about 20 young warriors here. They were chatting with each other when they suddenly realized that a strange man had arrived. Brat, did you come to the wrong place? Someone suddenly shouted. Fang Chen looked around and said, I didn't come to the wrong place. This is the place. Brat, hurry up and leave, or you'll never be able to leave, said a warrior coldly. At this moment, Jiu Su and Immortal Mo saw Fang Chen. A trace of ridicule appeared on their faces. Brat, you really have guts. You actually dared to come here. Jiu Su grinned. His words were filled with threat. Why wouldn't I dare? Asked Fang Chen. Brat, with your strength, I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to come here. Are you here to humiliate yourself? Immortal Mo laughed sinisterly. I'm here to participate in the auction, said Fang Chen seriously. When they heard Fang Chen's words, the surrounding warriors all looked at Fang Chen curiously. They didn't understand where this brat had come from to actually dare to participate in their auction. Scram! Roared Immortal Mo furiously. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiu Su. Isn't this so-called auction just a gathering for the second-tier geniuses of the younger generation? As long as you're strong enough, you can participate. Jiu Su nodded when he heard Fang Chen's words. That's right. As long as you're strong enough and have obtained the approval of the second-tier geniuses, you can participate. However, if some people try to sneak in here, the consequences will be very severe. Crash! All of a sudden, Fang Chen unleashed a ferocious aura that swept across the entire fourth floor, causing the surrounding geniuses to be astounded. Those warriors sensed that Fang Chen's aura contained boundless danger. They were actually a bit speechless. Is this enough? Asked Fang Chen. Jiu Su narrowed his eyes and carefully examined Fang Chen. At this moment, he realized that he was unable to see through Fang Chen. Putting on an act. Jiu Su said coldly. Brother Jiu Su, this kid's strength has reached the 5th level of the condensing reality realm. He's qualified to participate. That's right. This kid has some skills. We can let him stay. If there's nothing else, the auction can begin. The warriors spoke one after another. Hearing this, Jiu Su turned his head and no longer looked at Fang Chen. Wait until the auction ends. You'll suffer, Jiu Su said in his heart. Then, Jiu Su walked back to his original position and sat cross-legged on the ground. He said, Since everyone is here, the auction will officially begin. This auction will be the same as before. Everyone can take out their own items to auction. You'll exchange your money with your goods. If you discover any false bids, everyone will attack together. As he spoke, Jiu Su deliberately glanced at Fang Chen. Fang Chen found a place and sat cross-legged, waiting for the auction to begin. At this moment, a warrior took out a pitch-black flute and said, I obtained this flute by accident. This flute is a supreme-grade spiritual weapon. It's very useful for cultivators who cultivate sound wave attack. Hearing this warrior's words, everyone was shocked. One of the girls in white said with an excited smile, Brother Liu, I want this flute. The starting bid is 1 million upper-grade spiritual stones. Lu Ran said, I bid 2 million upper-grade spiritual stones. The woman in white smiled. This disciple with a supreme-grade spiritual weapon is most suitable for Miss Bai Yanran. The other warriors said. Lu Ran looked around and found that no one was bidding. In the end, the flute was won by Bai Yanran at the price of 2 million upper-grade spiritual stones. Next, someone took out a few more treasures. These treasures were not very attractive to Fang Chen. However, during this time, Fang Chen got to know many young second-tier warriors. Lu Ran was a disciple of the Heavenly Armament Tower, and the woman in white, Bai Yanran, was a disciple of the Sound Pavilion. The strength of these two people was second only to Immortal Mo and Jiu Su. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. After an hour, someone took out a treasure that instantly attracted Fang Chen's attention. This item was obtained by me in a certain ruin. It's useless to me. Furthermore, this item itself is broken, so I might as well sell it. A tall and sturdy man held a jade pendant in his hand. This jade pendant contains a broken array formation. If this array formation was complete, it would be at least a black-grade array formation. However, because it's broken, its power must have decreased. The warrior explained. After listening to the warrior's introduction, Fang Chen was suddenly tempted. The jade pendant contained a broken array formation. When one was in danger, one could crush the jade pendant and the array formation would appear instantly. This was definitely a life-saving treasure. Moreover, if the array formation was complete, it would be at least a black-grade array formation. One had to know that an array master who could set up a black-grade array formation was at least an array grandmaster. There were only a few of such experts in the entire Nanling land. Most importantly, the broken array formation in the jade pendant could be repaired. Once it was repaired, its power would be unimaginable. A broken array formation. Seeing the jade pendant in the burly man's hand, Jiu Su's eyes were filled with passion. No one knew the value of this jade pendant better than him. I must get this jade pendant at all costs, Jiu Su said to himself. The starting bid is 1,000,000 upper-grade spirit stones, the burly man said. Then Jiu Su directly bid 2,000,000 upper-grade spirit stones, 3,000,000 upper-grade spirit stones, 5,000,000 upper-grade spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, the price of the jade pendant had risen to 10,000,000 upper-grade spirit stones. However, when the jade pendant's price rose to 10,000,000 upper-grade spirit stones, most of the geniuses stopped bidding. They weren't array masters, so even if they could get the jade pendant at a high price, they might not be able to repair it. So after weighing the pros and cons, they felt that it wasn't worth it. 12,000,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Jiu Su's eyes were bloodshot. Everyone, Brother Jiu Su really wants this item. Why don't we give him some face? At this moment, Immortal Mo spoke up. He had a good relationship with Jiu Su, so seeing Jiu Su like this, he naturally had to speak up for him. Hearing Immortal Mo's words, everyone fell silent and stopped bidding. His meaning couldn't be more obvious. But at this moment, Fang Chen spoke up. 13,000,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Immortal Mo and Jiu Su's eyes were cold when they heard Fang Chen's bid. They turned to look at Fang Chen. Kid, you'll be punished if you don't bid, Immortal Mo said in a low voice. A mere 13,000,000 upper-grade spirit stones is nothing, Fang Chen said. 14,000,000 upper spiritual stones. Jiu Su was enraged as he enunciated each word. 15,000,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Fang Chen continued to bid. Jiu Su had the urge to kill someone. The jade pendant was right in front of him, so no one dared to bid against him. Who would have thought that someone would come out of nowhere?